problem behind them removing it. And so because of that, you're going to have a really hard time addressing this topic because too many people's minds are completely controlled by the optics of an argument and not the argument itself. Because they're afraid to make an argument that sounds bad more than they're afraid to be wrong.
Because it's about the shared rules of the game. And that's what leads me to developers of not safe for work games trying to fight back.
Yeah.
They're preparing a petition to the United Kingdom government. One of our members from Bellular.games passed on this statement to us from the petition. They want legal products to be protected from payment processor censorship.
Yes.
But of course, the big
100%.
question is, will this matter? Because in
Anyway, we have this right here. So there's this girl.
Tell me why every day I go out looking adorable, tits bouncing, skin glistening, and yet nobody ever hits on me or approaches me. Oh my god, like please.
For the blessed souls who have no idea about any of this, lately there has been a growing trend of women desperately asking for more men to step up and interact with them.
I better pay attention to me tonight. I'm so fucking sick of this shit. Buy a drink. I mean, it's like very fucking simple.
Some of them even resorted to using stalking methods.
And stealing Finance Bros salads. And then looking their name up from the salad order on LinkedIn, messaging them through there and being like, hey, oh my god, so sorry, I grabbed your salad. And that's how they're, like, sliding in. Why can't they just come up to us at a bar? Like, just please step up, or your salad's gonna fucking get taken. Your lunch is gonna get taken every week.
The reason why men don't do that is because women spent 15 years complaining that they don't like when men do that. So here it is. I should be able to walk around in a skin-tight top and leggings and not constantly get catcalled on the street. Damn patriarchy. And here I am walking in a skin-tight top. Not one man has approached me for attention. Yeah, guys don't do this because there has been a massive social push to push people away from that. How many times have you gone on Twitter and seen a woman clowning a man for shooting a shot? Yeah, exactly.
They literally made an app for it.
How many times have you seen girls expose DMs from some like guy and be like, wow, oh, look at this, right? Yeah, you see it all the time. So why the fuck would a guy want to go and do that and get put on blast? Absolutely fucking not. This is a massive update, like a huge update to the internet. So new rules to protect children online enforced from today.
As of today, the UK's internet has changed.
Yep.
There are strict new rules in place designed to put children's safety online at the heart of our scrolling. Codes are now being enforced, and they'll change how adults can go online too.
For some services, this will mean putting in place highly effective age checks so that children can't access the service because fundamentally the service is not safe for children. So a pornography site, for example.
Yeah.
For other services...
This is definitely going to stop 12-year-old boys from looking at boobs on the internet. Oh, yeah, for sure. Definitely, Karen. You've really finally tricked them, and now they're not going to be able to get around you this time, huh? Oh, yeah.
This will mean other changes, such as making sure that their algorithms don't promote harmful content to children.
The most obvious change for adults overnight was this new strict
inquiry
age
with
verification.
persona.
These new age checks should stop under 18s from accessing pornography sites and should stop them seeing pornography on their social media feeds.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like you've obviously... Oh, what, she's wearing a mask? Oh, God.
Into the over 18 lobby.
Okay, let's see.
Yoti is one of the age verification systems many companies are now using to stop young people accessing inappropriate content.
Sure.
It uses AI to estimate users' ages and is precise enough that it can't even be tricked using mass...
It can't be tricked? What are you talking about? They tricked it with Death Stranding 2. I talked about this yesterday. What do you mean it can't be tricked? So anyway, just so you guys can see this, Death Stranding 2 UK. So just in case anybody missed this yesterday, people were using the photo mode for Death Stranding 2 in order to get everybody to, in order to get through this verification. So literally, I mean, I don't know what she was thinking. She should have just been playing a video game.
Or selfies.
I'm very surprised.
If you look under a certain age...
Women don't play video games, so she wouldn't have known about this, but as a guy, obviously we know that this is what happened yesterday.
Age 25,
yeah,
going into a shop for alcohol, or into a website, maybe it's 21, then you have to do, you know, an age check. So it's very much the same with computer age estimation.
The idea behind these new age checks and algorithm changes is to stop teenagers stumbling across harmful content.
I think that they also have to discuss the elephant in the room, which is the fact that the reason why these kids are being negatively affected by this harmful content primarily is because they have shitty parents. But it's a lot easier for the parents to blame the government and to blame Google for the reason why they can't raise their kid right. But yeah, parents want to blame the companies because it's easy. It's like they want to blame McDonald's for their kids being fat. Why don't you blame yourself for taking your kids to McDonald's?
At a youth club in Warrington, teenagers told us
like
that
if I had a kid, I'd let him go on the internet as early as he wanted. Like if he wants to be 7 years old going on the internet, go ahead. Go ahead, find out. You want to be 11 years old watching ISIS executions? Go ahead. You're going to find out. That's the real world. And no, I'm literally not even memeing. I'm not even joking. You sure? Yeah, of course. Of course, because that's the real world. Like, I think as a parent, like, your job is to, like, prepare your kid for the real world. You can't go and bubble wrap his whole life. But the difference is that I have confidence that I would be able to be like, yes, son, so like that's what happens if you fuck around. They'd be like, oh, damn, that's crazy. I said, yes, so you don't want to go over there because they're crazy. And he'd be like, oh, okay, right? And so that's it. Backwards ass take? No, absolutely not. But like, I understand that like the way that I look at it isn't really the norm. Like I was on the internet all the time. It was fine for me. But, you know, I would also supervise what my kid was doing. It's not like I would just go ahead and be like, well, you know, just do whatever you want, Billy. No, I'd say, okay, well, there's this thing, that thing, and the other thing, and make sure to avoid this, right? And so it's not like that's it. Makes sense? Yeah, of course.
If you're going in,
it's not easy to raise kids.
An online
yeah, probably
space
not.
And you're expecting kind of simplicity and everything to be nice and tame. You're kind of going in quite naive because, you know, it's a very, very malicious place in the grand scheme of it.
So I do think there should be more restrictions in that, and the report and block system needs to be better.
Personally, I think it's a good idea to have more restrictions because, especially for like children younger than us, there's some things that are so accessible.
The government has described these rules as the biggest step forward in children's safety online since the creation of the internet.
Oh, jeez.
Families
like every single person in this entire video is a Karen.
Already lost children because of online harm.
Yeah.
The regulations don't go far enough. Ellen's son, Jules, died when he was 14 after he was thought to have watched harmful content online.
So he killed himself because
Jules
he saw an internet... So wait a minute. So you think your kid killed himself because he saw a video on the internet?
Incredibly smart.
Is that it?
Funny, but had a very quick wit. He should be 18 on Sunday.
And so why did he kill himself?
That's particularly hard. People always think, well, that's not going to happen to me. It's not going to happen to my child. And actually, the more we talk about it, it could be your child. I didn't expect it to be my child. I had no... couldn't cross my mind at all.
She doesn't just want changes to algorithms.
What the fuck does this have to do with the internet? Your kid kills himself and now nobody else can look at porn? I'm not putting two on top of two here.
Saying porn sites are 18, yet you can go on social media at 16 and see things like that you shouldn't be seeing.
Right.
How are those... Where's the similarity in those rules? It's ridiculous.
The government says these rules are just the first step in their campaign to protect children online. For many, these changes have been too long coming.
Yeah. Your kid kills himself, and then somehow nobody else can look at boobs. What a stupid fucking Karen rationalization. Maybe you should have been a better parent. I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with your kid. But the whole world needs to change because of this? Give me a fucking break. What a joke. Who cares? Like, that's one person. Like, everybody now the whole world has to change because of this one thing. It's outrageous. It's crazy. How do you think like this? How the fuck do you think like this? It's insane. And so anyway, yeah, what a dumb bitch. Yeah, what a dumb bitch. And so anyway, it's a 1% thing. Yeah, exactly. Stumbled over boobs and died? Fuck, man. Yeah, like, what kid looks up boobs on the internet and then wants to kill himself? Fuck, I think that's like the main reason not to. It doesn't even make sense. Well, anyway, I don't know her story, and apparently she's not even telling it, which means that maybe she doesn't know his story either. Maybe that's part of the reason why he killed himself. I've got no fucking idea. But I'll tell you one thing. A lot of these kids that pop off and turn into school shooters, violent people, or they kill themselves, whatever, you go back and you look at it and you see the parents aren't involved with anything. They totally ignore the fucking kid. Brutal. I'm not being brutal. I'm being honest. I'm being honest. And the end result, and here's the problem. Here's the reason why I'm being brutal and honest about that. You could say I'm being brutally honest. And the reason why is because I don't want to see more kids like this kill themselves. And the way that you avoid that is you prevent people from making an excuse of saying, oh, well, it's okay that, like, I didn't do X, Y, and Z thing because it's actually Google's fault that Billy jumped off a bridge. No. No. Nope, 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 nope. Absolutely not. And so anyway, and there are some cases, I'm sure, where the internet does play a role in having a kid kill themselves. Absolutely, sure it happens. Definitely it happens. But to say this is like some kind of commonality, I don't think so, right? Look at the dislike ratio. Yeah, a lot of people don't like this at all. Blame starts with lazy parents. Well, this is the reason why I think a lot of people are angry. It's because they have lazy, dumb parents that want to blame the internet for the fact that they weren't present in their child's life, and then the kid kills himself, right? That's the reason why people are frustrated. But I do think that this is, by the way, this is only going to get worse. It's going to get more extreme, and you're going to see even more rules on the internet. Right now is only the beginning. I predict in 5 to 10 years, we will already see, if not have experienced, real ID on the internet in almost all regards and almost all scenarios. And I think that also what this is going to push, this is a secondary effect of it, is that it's going to push to create a segmented, regional internets. So, for example, I think a great example of this happening right now is South Korea. So South Korea has a lot. South Korea probably has some of the most, not oppressive isn't the right word, comprehensive rules for being on social media, playing online video games, etc. Like, you have to upload everything in order, like, you have to have a social security number to play League of Legends, basically. Like, that's North Korea? No, it's not. It's South Korea. Look it up. Look it up. I know what I'm talking about here. And so anyway, yes, and anyway, South Korean ID is based everywhere. Yes, exactly. And like China, well, I'm not sure about China. I can't confirm that. I don't know that. And also, I think North Korea, I heard from people on the internet that North Korea also is pretty restrictive with what they let you do too. But I was talking about South Korea. And so anyway, what I think is going to happen is that South Korean, a lot of their different social media websites and people and things like this, they are separated from the rest of the world, right? Like, they have different streaming websites, they have different, fucking, what do you call it? And this isn't everybody, right? But it's just like a general trend. Different streaming websites, they have different video websites, they have different social media websites. And so, like, they're basically in their own world. And I think that's what's going to happen to the internet as a whole, is that the internet is going to stop being the World Wide Web, and it's going to become regional webs that have interconnected elements between them. And the reason why is because as the internet has stopped being this just apparatus that exists separate from the real world, it is now something that everybody in the real world works in, right? Everybody is using the internet. Like all of your probably parents and grandparents are using the internet nowadays. And so you can't, like, back in 2006, the internet was an alternate reality. in 2025, the internet is reality. The internet is where people spend usually, and I'm not even kidding, and we all know this is true, people spend more time on the internet than they do in real life. They worry about the centralization of information, but it's inevitable. I think that here's really where the worry is, and here's the main reason why people are concerned. So the reason why people are concerned is very simply because this can also be used as a reason to censor political opinions, to basically silence dissent, to, implement harder speech laws and speech regulations that then make it to where people are less likely to speak out against current issues. So don't go and act like I don't understand where these problems are coming from. I definitely understand where the problems are coming from. All I'm saying is that I think this is inevitable. That's the actual issue. Yes, it is an actual issue. 100% it is. Yeah, there we go. Due to local laws, we are temporarily restricting access to this content until X estimates your age. UK government are now exploiting the Online Safety Act to censor footage of protests. And so that's really where the problem is. I mean, I think that we all can kind of agree that it would be better if there weren't 15-year-old girls on Instagram, and this is really just a problem waiting to happen. But the problem is that most, my mom used to always tell me the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And I feel like that's very clearly what the problem with this is. And today's problem is they're censoring things that don't need censoring. Of course they are, because they're being overzealous in order to avoid a lawsuit, because they don't know where the line is, because that line hasn't been drawn by previous legal precedent. So they're going overboard and they're censoring extra things because they're worried about getting sued or getting in trouble in the long term. That's the reason why. So yeah. And they're censoring the protests. So are there actual big protests going on? UK protests? Wait, why is nobody talking about this? What the fuck? They're getting censored? We have it bad here? Well, let's take a look at some of these.
Rain has really dampened things down. Until a short time ago,
they're gonna melt.
There were hundreds and hundreds of people here protesting outside the Brook Hotel. We're on the outskirts of Norwich, very much against the fact that asylum seekers are being put up inside that hotel. Then on the other...
Big mistake, bro. You got people that are homeless, but you're dealing with asylum seekers? You're worrying about asylum seekers? Why don't you give asylum to the people that are living in the country that can't fucking afford shit? Why don't you give them asylum first? Then maybe you can think about the guys that live somewhere else. That's just me.
The side of the road, on the other side of the roundabout, was a group of people very much in support of those people who've come to this country, many of them on small boats. They actually left already. That was a planned ending at 3:15 before the rain really began. But actually, it had been going pretty peacefully. They were separated by the main road until, according to reports, someone from those supporting those inside the hotel crossed the road. They had their face apparently covered in a balaclava, and that caused an enormous surge of fury, with the protesters on this side pushing against the police, shouting.
Surely nothing bad will ever come of this, right? Surely there's no way this is going to turn into a problem, right? There's
swearing,
no way.
And then there was a surge maybe 100 meters or so up the road, and it appeared that someone was going to be arrested,
good. I thought
and
so.
that possibly a decision was made
I was worried for a minute
to do that. Since then, we've heard people coming past, beeping their horns in support.
It's like Kingdom of Heaven, bruv.
You can hear that now, but far fewer people here than there were. Now, I did have a chance to speak to some people, many reluctant to go on camera, and certainly those supporting those in the hotel, none of those would speak to us. But I did speak to a man called David, a father of an 8-year-old boy. He's from a couple of miles away in Cossey in Norwich. And he said that he's a veteran. He knows a lot of people who are homeless, that they have nowhere to stay. He himself cannot get a dentist. The people in this hotel are able to get a dentist. He said
they're completely right. There shouldn't be any. If you can't afford to take care of people's teeth, why the fuck are you bussing in people from other countries? What are you doing? What are you thinking? You got homeless people there, and you're dealing with some other random ass people coming in from nowhere. A migrant. A fucking migrant? What the fuck does a migrant got to do with it? They have dentists? Yeah, there's 3 of them. In the entire country, I mean.
As well as the food that they have inside that hotel.
I always thought that's the reason why a lot of British people watch my stream, is they saw my teeth and they thought I was one of them.
They're given meal tickets, he said, to be able to go to the restaurant across the road, and he just said that simply wasn't right. He also talked about being on the bus.
Why do so many countries worry about asylum seekers and not their own citizens? I'll never understand. The reason why is because it makes Karens feel good about themselves whenever they vote to help these people. But the reason why they feel good about themselves doing it is because they live in a world of privilege where they never have to experience the zero-sum environment of resource allocation. So in their mind, everything is okay and things are fine. So they're okay with giving away other people's money to migrants because it doesn't matter to them, because they're never going to face any consequences on it. And so that's the reason why it gets voted on. And of course, cheap labor, and obviously there's other types of exploitation that occur that way as well. I think that's a good point. Yes. That's not the reason. It absolutely is. It 100% is. Look at any of these weird protests. It's always, not always, but it is primarily Karens.
With his 8-year-old son and some people he believed to be asylum seekers staring at his son. He said it wasn't right. He said that many of these people abide by different laws, different rules to the kind of thing happening here. So that is what we've been hearing from here. And this, of course, against the backdrop of protests that we've seen in Epping, in
Suicidal empathy? Yeah. I don't know how you can avoid that problem. Like, because it would be a really good thing if we could figure out a way that we could just stop people from voting based off of empathy. Like, just stop doing that. It's illogical. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't help people out. It's usually short-sighted. And also, like, by the way, in a lot of cases, it's not really empathy. It's what makes a person feel good in the moment of making the action. That's really it.
That began last week, about 18 arrests.
No, I don't think it's only women. I think that men do this too.
Hurt, but also others in Canary Wharf.
Can't generalize.
Also in Southampton, in Nottinghamshire. But here, certainly things starting to calm down.
This is why I've said many times, I try my best to, advocate for less voting, less people being able to vote. And you have this. Oh my God. Wait, so you're telling me, hold up, wait a minute. Are you telling me that this happened and is happening right now, and they just randomly happened to do that censorship law on the internet at the same time? Yesterday. Huh. That's crazy. Ooh. Look at that guy. Oh, hold up. That guy's only 2 fingers away. I told y'all it was coming back. And it's 60% back. I said it was 60% back, bro. Like, it's on its way. Nah, he's just a Serbian. Kanye, he's just a fan of Kanye. Is that it? Yeah. I don't think something as bad as Hitler would repeat itself. Well, the lucky thing for you is that all of the bad things in history have already happened. Yeah, there are, if you look at history, obviously we've already gone through all of the bad things, all of those horrible moments and everything. This is a thing of the past. Nowadays, maybe you might have a few people killed, it's like a shooting of like 20 people. But other than that, nothing bad could ever happen again. That's it. By the way, I think that if another really bad thing like a Hitler level moment happens, it will be worse than probably anything that we have historically ever experienced. It will be worse than Mao, Pol Pot, Hitler, Stalin. It will not even be close. Yeah, it's in the Bible. Yeah, it's coming. I'm not sure that's possible. Okay, that's just what I'm saying. It's going to be AI. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, that's all right. Well, just clip what I said. Clip it again, and we'll see what happens. So in the rest of Europe, the same will happen. Yeah, technology's improved. It's definitely possible. I don't think that you guys understand. There's one thing that a lot of people don't really understand is the systematic. If you look in history, how many times has one group of people systematically murdered and exterminated another group of people? That's like the whole thing. Really. That's like the whole thing. That's pretty much what they do all the time. Yeah, too many to count. Yeah, all the time. Do you really think that that's never going to happen? You really think that's the reason why you teach people? That's the reason why you try to avoid having situations like this happen, because it pushes you closer to having another one of these bad moments happen. That's it. Holding a cross is pretty fucking hilarious considering Christianity. I love people that say that. Holding a cross is oh, well, look at Christianity. As if Christianity... See, you have to understand that the Bible is, like 1,000 pages long or something like that. But there's a few excerpts in it that says you have to love everybody, which means that you're not allowed to have borders. You understand that with any religious text, whether this is the Bible, the Torah, or the fucking Quran, there's going to be statements inside of those books that are violent and that encourage violence, and there are going to be statements inside of these books that encourage peace. Every single one of them is like this. That's how it is. The Romans invented the cross? I don't know. Love your neighbor? Well, you could say these people aren't your neighbor. Anyway, so let's see here. Again. How do you know this is a protest that's not in America? It's crazy, isn't it? It's really crazy. What are the odds? I don't know what the fuck they're saying. I don't speak British.
Thousands of people have gathered in Birmingham, the second largest city in the UK, for one of the most overt displays of discontent in recent years. The participants from all walks of life came together, proudly waving Union Jacks and St. George's flags, making it clear and decisive that they, the usually silent majority, would no longer stay quiet. Shouts of protest against Keir Starmer, along with the slogan "Free Tommy Robinson Now," echoed through the city centre.
I thought he got let out.
Indicating that this was not just a spontaneous protest, but a call for unity from people who feel the country is being stifled by censorship, injustice, and betrayal from its own leaders.
Yeah, I think that's the way a lot of people there feel. This is old.
The issue at hand
is no longer an old video. It's a day ago. It says this is from a day ago. This is happening now, right?
Left-wing or right-wing politics, but the voice of the people demanding the right to free expression, fair treatment, and accountability for those in power.
See, this is another big issue, is that there's this sentiment, and I don't live here, so I don't like making sweeping statements. Well, I do it all the time. I just did. But I try to avoid, whenever I know that I'm doing it, making sweeping statements. But it seems very obvious that governments in certain countries in Europe have done things to intentionally obfuscate the amount of crime that migrants are committing in order to make the public not understand that, they are committing crime. It seems very obvious this is happening.
For a long time, concerns about biased media, a justice system operating under double standards, and the erosion of core British values were either ignored or mocked. But that is no longer the case.
Of course.
What is happening in Birmingham is part of a broader awakening spreading across the nation. The truth is, Britain is waking up, while the leadership class is clearly in disarray. Now, let's watch the video. But before we do, don't forget to like and subscribe.
The longer that these people go without getting their needs met, the more of them that there will be. And eventually, there will be enough of them for them to exercise. And also, the longer they go, the more extreme they will be. Like, I'll look at this like, so there will be a point in time where, you know, apparently these people come over in boats. Right now, the statement is turn the boats away. Eventually, that statement will turn into sink the boats. I guarantee you. I guarantee you, clip it and wait and find out. And there it is. And the longer that you go without listening to people like this and giving them a degree of, of fucking credibility, the more extreme and radical they will become.
Subscribe to the channel so you won't miss what's coming next.
And also, the more of them there will be.
We were marching through town there were a few chants for Tommy Robinson, and I just wanted to say a few words because
the Israeli flag's already a sign? Yeah, I know.
I know what he's going
So we have neo-Nazis siding with Israel now? I think that in general there is the sentiment is against primarily, I would say, migrants that are coming from Middle Eastern countries. And so that's going to be, that is one point of alignment where a lot of people in Britain and also Israelis are going to have like a concerted viewpoint on.
The difference is I was in prison for 9
Middle East, oh, and Africa too, yeah.
He's in prison for 9 months in solitary confinement. I cannot even imagine or begin to fathom what he is going through right now.
Uh-huh.
So, let's have some chanting in Tommy's honour while he's in prison.
I don't know what Tommy Robinson did. I have no idea. I knew at one point, but I forgot. Sorry, but the Brits deserve this. They're the ones that caused the Palestinian problem with their white paper. They should fix this on their own. You're right that the British were instrumental in drawing the lines of Israel and Palestine. That's my understanding in 1946 or 1947. I think that's definitely true. And they do bear accountability for that. I would say that the majority of, and this is my opinion, right? Is that the majority of interventionism that Europe and America has done around the world has been, I think it has been more of a destabilizing force than a stabilizing force. It's ancient history now. Yeah, and also, by the way, here's another issue. And I agree with you. I agree with you in principle, and I think that it was bad. But you're not going to tell a guy that's 25 that he has to live with a blood debt because his grandfather's, father did something stupid. Like, again, like you're never going to be able to win the hearts and minds of people by categorically condemning them as bad actors because of the nature of their birth. So it's stupid. Yeah, exactly. Like, none of the men in this protest were responsible for drawing the lines of Israel and Palestine. So why should they accept and be okay with, damn, bro, they got slots right there, just like on the street. Holy shit. Mm-hmm. Not even his grandfather's father, but the aristocrats that ran the country 100 years ago. Yeah, that's also another good point. So a Palestinian child should be left holding the bag? It's not about should or not a should. Like you're still living inside of the realm of Reddit, of what's justifiable, what makes sense, what's fair to you. This is something that transcends Reddit arguments and Reddit logic. This is survival and preservation of what they believe to be their country and their own existence. It doesn't matter who's holding the bag. It doesn't matter what's fair. All of that stuff goes out the window. It's not real. Punishing citizens for decisions of past kings is beyond retarded. Yeah, has that ever worked? I mean, isn't that the reason, like one of the reasons why I would say, obviously, you know, the Nazis came to power? I think that's a big reason why. It's because Germany was a shithole after World War I. That's it. Yeah, how'd that work out? Not so good, huh? Who's a wanker? Who's a wanker? Keir Starmer? Oh, yeah, people don't like him.
Grooming gangs, vile predators who prey, they rape, they traffic and destroy lives.
I think this is one of the big reasons why this movement is gaining a lot of momentum, by the way, is because it's been able to successfully engage a lot of women because they've been able to control the moral high ground of how is it justifiable or acceptable that you have these rape gangs or something like this. Again, I don't live there. I'm not an expert in this, but I hear this a million fucking times, and I hear it enough to where even if it isn't true, to these people, it certainly fucking is. And so if it's happening, they effectively create the moral high ground by being against that stuff. That's the reason why.
The elites overlook it, they look the other way, they provide no protection for English girls.
And I think that's what's really engaged and supercharged this movement. Is the usually, you know, a lot of these types of movements, like especially like these nationalist movements, like I'm going to be honest, they're primarily men. It's like 95% men. And I think still in the case, it is the majority men even now. But the difference is that it has engaged a lot of women now because there's been a compelling argument made for advocating for women's safety. Base, pissed off women at least? Yes, exactly.
English girls don't matter to the elite scum in this country. They matter to us, though. They matter to us.
Yeah.
In Lothburn, Rochdale, Telford, thousands of English girls have been violated, their innocence stolen, their futures shattered by these organised gangs. And what do our so-called leaders do?
What do they do?
They silence the truth for their multicultural fantasy. I don't want a multicultural fantasy. It doesn't work. The experiment failed. I want an English for the English. An England for the English. But we say no more. Our daughters deserve safety.
You don't know what's actually happening. The reason most of this started is that Pakistani Muslim men were targeting thousands of girls under the age of 14 and forcing them into prostitution. Well, that's not really what the problem is. And before you clip me, listen to what I'm going to say. It's not the fact that they were doing it. It's the fact that acknowledging, addressing, and talking about it was considered unconscionable. That's the reason why it was a problem. If it had just happened and then the people who had done it went to jail and it was openly discussed, it was the fact that it was hidden, you weren't able to talk about it, and again, they were told, basically, the implementation, I think, was that it was like a bad thing to discuss. It was allowed to continue. Yes. And so that's what really radicalized people. Yes, obviously them doing it is bad. Of course it's, wow, what a surprise. It's bad to do that. But it's more than that. as considered a hate crime? Yes. If we talk about it, you're racist? Exactly. And I think that eventually, if you tell people they're racist for talking about something, eventually they're going to agree with you. And that's a very scary thing.
And our daughters deserve justice, finally. And it doesn't stop there. Islamic terrorism ravages our cities. Manchester, London, Westminster Bridge.
Can I be racist,
our
please? Not in chat.
Red with the blood of the English. Bombs
Not in chat.
our concerts, knives slashed through our markets, and our people live in fear. Who can forget the 22 young people that died at the Ariana Grande concert? Who can forget that? They were children. They came to our country and slaughtered our kids. There should be no surrender to them. We should...
Exactly. She's completely right about all this. The it's Islamic terrorism, not Islamic. Islamist. Here's the thing. Here's what I find to be really fucking ironic. You don't see Dubai or Saudi Arabia taking these clowns in. Because they fucking know. They know what they're up. They know what the hell is going on. They don't want to deal with that. Absolutely not.
Back every single time and tell them they do not belong in these lands. They belong to me and to you. Our cities, once beacons of British pride, are now battlegrounds, and we're told to accept it as diversity. We will not accept it. We will not let terror define our children's futures. Not in a million years. Our young Englishmen and women, the heartbeat of our nation, are being cut down by foreigners who have no place in these lands to begin
She's
with.
mad.
From leaving
Holy shit.
to death in broad daylight by jihadists, to the countless stabbings on London streets.
And this is also another issue. I think there's definitely a religious component to this too, where you have a lot of people who, again, like the idea that you can't criticize Islam, you can't criticize behaviors of people who are Islamic, etc., like the praying in the middle of the street stuff. This is obviously going to radicalize people. It will massively radicalize people. And by the way, whenever I see some random person that's praying in the middle of the street, stopping traffic, do you want to know where that doesn't happen? It doesn't happen in Dubai. It doesn't happen in UAE, as far as I know. I bet it doesn't happen in Qatar either. And I bet it sure as fuck doesn't happen in Saudi Arabia. Why the fuck do they put up with it whenever the countries that are that religion don't? And the reason why, I'll tell you the reason why. It's because they're afraid of being seen as racist. That's the reason. And the moment that these people stop being afraid as being seen as racist will be a very, very bad time. And I want to say that the reason why I've been advocating and talking about this a lot is that I think that the end result of this behavior is going to be a mass radicalization of the entire population to an extent that they're able to exercise a military action to do something that could be unspeakably evil. And I can see that happening. I can see this brewing right now, and I can't see how anybody can't see that. You're playing the radicals? Yeah, I don't want to. That's the thing. Why are you doing propaganda for them? Let me, real quick, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time talking about this, right? What propaganda do you think that I'm spreading here? Chat's full of Israeli Zionists, and you're a terrorist too, Zach? I'm a terrorist? Okay. Then why why and this is what I'm saying, right, is that you have no problem looking at people as Zionists and they're Israelis, talking about them being bad, but now you're talking about being Islamophobic. See, this is exactly what I'm discussing. This is the reason why people are radicalized. It's because of people like you. You're the reason why they're radicalized. And this is what's going to keep happening. Idiots in chat? Yeah, I wasn't really reading chat, and so like now that I'm waiting for this person's response. Islamophobia, that's all? What have I said that's Islamophobic? Explain to me what you think that I've said that's Islamophobic. Keep yapping? I could say the same for you. What have I said that's Islamophobic? Now it looks like we're not going to get a response. What a surprise. It's because it's not Islamophobic at all. It's got nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with the religion. You understand that me making the example of Saudi Arabia and other Islamic countries not allowing this behavior is me actively not being Islamophobic. This is me saying that these people are the ones who are the bad actors, not the ideology. Because if it was the ideology that created the bad actors, then you would logically assume that every other person inside of this ideology would be doing the same thing. But it's very clearly not like that because many other places don't have these issues. You can't defend your arguments. You can't defend your accusations because they're not real. You're just trying to and also, like, by the way, every religion is open for criticism. I don't understand how we have anti-Semitism and we also have Islamophobia, but for some reason, whenever you criticize Christianity, this is somehow seen as socially acceptable. Either all of them are open for criticism or none of them are. This is an outrageous double standard, and I think anybody can see it.
Jews are dying at the hands of those that despise us. We will deport them all.
Yep.
Every week we hear of another knife attack, another life lost, another British family broken. This is not cultural enrichment, it's war on our people. We are at war right now. We are at war. Who's going to win this war? Is it going to be the mighty British or the foreign scum that doesn't belong here? It's the mighty British. Sorry.
What do you think about this? Please let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Moving on to other notable news. Imagine a Labour MP just faced one of the most heated questioning sessions in Parliament this year.
Is this about?
What began as a routine committee hearing quickly turned into a tense political battle. The questions raised were no longer merely about seeking information, but gradually turned into accusations. And the answers soon began to crumble under the mounting pressure. Whether you support the Labour Party or not, this spectacle is certainly worth watching. But before we continue, I just have a small request. If you find this video helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe to the British Insight.
I'm not sure. I think this is something else.
Free.
Yeah, I just want to look at the protests. I'm going to link you guys to the rest of the video here, and you guys can watch the rest of it if you want. British Insight. And this is an issue of late-stage capitalism, inequality, and nothing else. You think it's because of capitalism? What the fuck does this have to do with capitalism? Like, it has nothing to do... Like, this has nothing to do with that. Like, I mean, I guess you could make... Okay, so I see where you're going. You're trying to make the abstract argument that it's because of capitalism, because the companies that are pushing for this... because they want to make money, right? They want to, like, have cheaper labor and stuff like that. Sure, but, like, I would argue that's not capitalism, that's corporatism. That's corporatism controlling the government. So that's not really capitalism at all, in the same way that you can have, like, there are there are a lot of bad elements of every political or economic system. That doesn't necessarily mean that the political or economic system is bad. And so that's really, I think, the big difference here that a lot of people aren't really seeing, and I wish they would see. But I guess we're going to have to wait and find out. I don't know if that's going to happen, but we'll see. Anyway, let's go back over. I'll look at a few more of these here, and we'll find it. I'll see if there's any more posts about this on Twitter as well. Let's see if I can find it. UK protest. So there's a massive protest going on, and I did not even know about it. Holy shit. That is insane. Another day, another protest against unvetted illegal migration in the UK. Yep.
This is going to be a national protest from the country.
This is, by the way, the most effective way for these people to shift the public tide, and this is what worked here in the United States, is to ship a lot of the migrants and these people that are coming into the country, is to ship them to the places where there are large consolidations of people that want them to be there. Like, for example, whenever they sent all of the
2018, Valve said they would defend creative freedom. In 2025, they won't even fight. I mean, Gabe, my boy, even Tim Sweeney's more of a goddamn fighter. Look at him! Dude just went to crack open Google, and, you know, even though it was really self-serving, he did actually succeed in cracking open a lot of Google and Apple.
Tim Sweeney popped the fuck off, and huge W for Epic Games for winning that lawsuit against Apple. But I think Apple is, again, Apple is still, like, I mean, it's probably bigger than Visa and MasterCard as a company, but Visa and MasterCard control so much more of a segment of the, what do you call it, of a segment of the market that it's harder to negotiate with them.
Shame about the whole exclusivity thing. Anyway, the message is pretty clear here. Any content that payment processors find objectionable could be
He's blaming
next.
Steam for not fighting?
Look,
yeah.
It might start on a...
And also, we don't know, maybe they did fight it. We don't know what happened because they just said, we're not going to allow this to happen. We don't know what happened behind the scenes.
Transfery game and a, you know, sort of transfery game and a, you know, sort of gooner game in Steam.
Oh.
Maybe two separate bits of the thing. It may start there. But what if it continues? I think we can see that sort of thing continue. Again, the laws that a bunch of this stuff isn't actually allowed, allowed per in the UK and Australia, those are relatively new laws. So we should actually think about the direction of travel here. You may not like something or agree with someone's, you know, actions or whatever, but the law that hits them could hit you in ways that you don't necessarily have the capacity to predict, because we can't.
The only thing you need to do in order for a rule to be used against you that you create to use against other people is wait. Eventually, people will use the same rules and the same laws and the same things against you. Look at, for example, right now, here's a great contemporary example for it. Look at Donald Trump. They were trying to arrest Donald Trump, put him in jail, book him on felonies, etc. Now that he's in power, look what he's doing to them.
Look into the future. That's why thinking about the more baseline systems is actually what's important here. Because at the end of the day, in almost all of our societies, what's the point?
I think the quote was, I used to be the hunted and now I'm the hunter. I feel like this is not a very, it's a very pessimistic way of looking at things.
The point is, well, laws are made up that are ideally via some sort of democratic process. That's the sort of stuff that people think they should be beholden to. Now, a private business has, of course, the right to do business, you know, whatever way they want. That's okay. But what happens?
No, they don't. That is, see, I really think that we need to dispel this idea that private businesses can do what they want. They absolutely cannot do what they want. There are entire, like, law degrees that go into how many things that they can't do. Like, there is an entire industry around what they can and can't do. The idea that, oh, it's a private business, so let's just go ahead and hands off the whole thing. No way. No fucking way.
When a private business becomes such a large foundational piece of infrastructure that you cannot get around them. That means that whenever PayPal, MasterCard, Visa, and other providers pretty much all agree and are very worried about their big corporate interests, about trying to defend their position as infrastructure by cozying up to governments, well, what way do you think they will end up being biased? But to bring it back to Steam, Steam being the place where anything goes as long as it's legal.
Yeah, I love how, being a corporate lawyer isn't real.
Is now dead. The spirit of it's mostly alive, but it is literally dead. Here's the thing. Once you become a platform that's large, you become a kingmaker. You hold a lot of power. If you invite not safe for work people onto your platform, you are saying, hello, we're inviting you over here. We are going to do business with you. And that would be great for all of our shared customers. You're safe here. Do business with us. Trust us. Well, if your processes are not tight enough to defend that space, say to let illegal content in, as Tumblr kept on doing, well, you basically betray all of those people that took you on good faith. And that
I think there's a huge difference between not moderating child sexual abuse material and having a video game that allows you to torture somebody. One of them is real, the other one isn't real. One of them is illegal, the other one isn't illegal. The Tumblr comparison is like apples and oranges, in my opinion. Totally, totally different.
Means
not
you
even
are
in the same
breaking
universe.
your end of the bargain. Valve have done that here. And there's a reason why it's content like this that ends up being the sparking point. It's carnal. It's animalistic. It's topics that people feel, right? It's fears that people hold, and fear magnifies. As today shows. It only took 1,067 emails orchestrated by a group that knows how to play the system in a country
we can get way more emails
far away that doesn't have much to do with most of the people watching this channel, yet it impacts global Steam. That should be worrying. And even better for Collective Shout, it's self-sustaining. That's because pushback, insults, and perhaps abuse that they get from people who have been angered by all of this, guess what? That just gives them more fuel to do corporate jujitsu on risk-adverse multinational corporations who...
The Collective Shout, again, is a symptom of a disease. This is not... The Visa and MasterCard are the disease, and the doctor is the government. That's the truth. That's the only person that's going to solve this problem.
Want a good quarter, no risk, no bad quarterly report dramas. As for Steam, well, the bar is low, and the language of their rules is worryingly vague. It's not the only legal problem Steam's got. Oh no, there's another big one. We'll be covering it shortly. But for another policy issue that impacts you, well, how about this? The idea that Sony have potentially engaged in monopolistic practices and price...
What? No way! I can't believe it!
Manipulation to systemically overcharge you for video games by destroying market principles. That's the allegation, and you can learn about the story in this video next.
Oh, there it is. This is a really great Belluor video. I disagreed with him on a few analyses, but I think that overall he covered this pretty well. And I think that also, like, he's from the UK. I think he's from the UK. And so, or somewhere in one of those European places, who knows where those are. But anyway, you know, he he's talking about this, and like from Americans' perspective, I think that we have like our laws, at least like his European laws, I think are more. They're more powerful than the American laws. The American laws are he's Irish. Yeah, he might be he's from Ireland. Okay, yeah, it's one of those. Who knows where Ireland is? I probably should know where Ireland is. I'm also Irish. That's why that we're unfortunately, Bellior and I share I actually saw a photo of my my mom's dad. Man, that's my grandpa right there. It's my dad, obviously, on the other side. You recognize him. Oh, jeez. Yep. And so things are not looking good, man. And that's it. The holy sideburns? Yeah, I guess so. And there it is. And yeah. We got some interesting times ahead of us. I'll certainly say that. And so yeah. Those illegals to Martha's Vineyard and it totally shut down the entire place, or they sent them to New York and it shut down the entire place. I think that the moment that you make people live with the consequences of their actions is the moment that they will realize that their actions are wrong. But whenever people can only understand it in a conceptual way, they're going to be totally okay with it. Yeah, back to Narnia. It's going viral because it's not going viral because information's curated. It's a bubble. Imagine if this happened in Iran, China, or Russia. It would be on every tabloid. No, actually, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't, but there's a different reason for that. Is there a migrant hotel for you? Yeah, there shouldn't be any migrant hotels in the entire country. It's ridiculous. What's this here? Oh, this is from last year. This is July. This is from yesterday. Yeah, there you go. And people nowadays on social media are so insensitive, they only hear what they want to hear. Yeah, definitely. And want to alligator Alcatraz of our own. Well, the problem is that the government is letting it happen. And I think also this is another big issue that I think that a lot of people in the UK need to realize. There are a lot of people in Europe in general, but in the UK specifically, that are okay with this migration. You need to win them over. You need to figure out a way to make them realize that they have the wrong point of view. And if you can't do that, you're probably not going to make enough progress. You need to bring more people over to your side. The reason why the sentiment in the United States has changed is because, again, of those actions of sending all of the illegals to different areas, right? But how it's censored as fuck, I don't know how. I don't know how. All I'm saying is that I think that's the solution. And I think this is something that will happen naturally on its own, but obviously being able to do that will make it happen faster. So yeah, it's that simple. And it's literally, it's internally sponsored unconventional warfare. Their own government wants it to happen. Yeah, I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories about the government wanting it to happen in order for them to justify having some sort of legal control, right? And this is, again, I mean, even Elon Musk knows this, right?
The mass immigration is insane and will lead to the destruction of any country that allows unfettered mass immigration.
True.
The country will simply cease to exist.
True.
At the end of the day, it is a numbers game, a numbers situation. If there are 8 billion people in the world, and let's say you're a country of...
It's AI? Nope, it's just Elon. Yeah.
Or, for a medium-sized country, but even for a country like the United States, which is 350 million, given that there are 8 billion people in the world, it only takes a few percent of the rest of the world to move to the country to where it is no longer that country.
Clearly.
A country is not its geography. A country is its people.
Obviously.
This is a fundamental concept that is truly obvious. I mean, if you took the people of Italy, and you
he's saying the same shit I was saying. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Teleported the people of Italy.
Duh.
To say
this is obvious.
Some part of the United States. It would still be Italy.
Yes.
But
True.
if you teleported a bunch of people from some other part of the world to Italy, where they're telling people no longer, because they've been teleported to America.
Let's take advice from the immigration, from the guy who's repopulating the world by having children with influencers on Twitter. Yeah, what he's saying is true. Yeah, what he's saying is true. I agree with it.
And
yeah, I don't know what that has to do with what he's saying, but like,
no
yeah.
longer be Italy. It would be that other country. A country is its people, not its geography.
There it is. Well, there it is, right? That's true, but he doesn't follow what he's saying. Again, it's about the idea. Not everybody is going to live up to what they say, and I think that's definitely true. I think that the H-1B visa program probably should be limited if that's what you're trying to discuss. I think so too. But in a general sense, yes, obviously this is going to be a continual thing, 100%. And his words would have weight if he wasn't so unstable and a high on drugs. I don't know about him being on drugs at all. But anyway, so let me see if I can show you guys this. This is crazy. Mass immigration is wrong. It's definitely a big culprit, and right-wing people are easily frustrated, especially mass immigration of uneducated people. Yeah, I think that the mass immigration stuff is radicalizing people at an extremely high rate, and I think that by the time the government realizes it and they correct, it's going to be too late, and people will already be frustrated, especially mass immigration of uneducated people. Yeah, I think that the mass immigration stuff is radicalizing people at an extremely high rate. And I think that by the time the government realizes it and they correct, it's going to be too late, and people will already be too radicalized. The last time you left, it was the Pope. Now it's Vishojo and Ozzy. Why do you keep doing this? Stop taking breaks. Hey, Vishojo. From everything that I've heard about them, they have deserved this for a long time. This is a long time coming, all right? And so, yes, Vishojo was cooked. Yes, they have been overcooked. They've been in the microwave for too long. And so, and you have, look at this here. So, Vey said, indie bitches. So, Vishojo, this is Silvervale and Vey left 2 years ago. This was not necessarily, looks like nothing's changed between 2023 and 2025. I still can't say shit because of their god-awful NDA I had to sign. I could say it because I know what happened. They can let me know if they want me to say it. I'll say it. I'll say what happened. It'll be no problem. But I'm not going to do it unless people are okay with it. Is Vishojo going to be able to recover from this? In my opinion, abso-fucking-lutely not. Anybody who stays with the org is now going to be seen as being complicit with some sort of, charity embezzlement or whatever people see it as, like effectively scamming and dishonest behavior in the way that charities behave, right? Iron Mouse is the one holding it all together. She was. Iron Mouse was by far the largest content creator for Vishojo by a mile. And so, yes, 100% her leaving does have a very bad negative effect on the entire org. Give me 1 second, sorry. Yeah, it has a very, very bad negative effect on everything because she was kind of the, she was the face of Vishojo, right? Everybody knew her. I mean, it was her and Hinya. Let me see who are the other ones that they have on there. Yeah, Hinya's there. I don't recognize a lot of these other girls. I have no idea. But anyway, so, and also Henya, I'm pretty sure, left Vishojo now at this point also. And let me go back and double check. Oh, Kason has left Vishojo. I forgot about her. She's very well known too. And so she not only apparently left Vishojo, she left Vishojo on stream. She just quit. And so because he said the Japan side of Vishojo is doing well, but still not paying her. Here's the problem. It's that basically there's a big cultural difference in the way that talent management happens in apparently Japan versus America. In Japan, talent management is seen as much more of an overarching kind of like control mechanism. And in America, there's much more of a focus on individualism, the content creators, autonomy, etc. And so that's obviously a very, very big difference. Now, I personally think that the way that they do it over there is exploitative. I do. I think it's just so blatantly exploitative. I don't see how anybody can defend it, period. And so, yeah, it's just, JP said is weird to case on. Well, I don't know about that at all. It's completely exploitative. But anyway, the amount handled by JP was much lower than English. Did you say Japan itself was doing good? Yes, then you haven't paid me. That's what says in my main company's finance books. So you know the JP talents were not being paid yet? Yes, that's not doing good then. We were doing good. The company was making money. Then it was coming out. And then she says, I quit today. And I was planning on doing it on the 31st, but I'm doing it today. This is very wrong. I understand. And so you're telling me you could have paid me? Yes. Then where is the money? So you're telling me you could have paid me? Yes. Where's the money? I gotta go, guys. Oh, jeez, I gotta go. Ooh, would you look at the time? Ah, man. She just straight up quits and she calls the CEO live. Oh my fucking god.
Did you just say that Bishoujo JP itself was doing good?
そうですね。
In finances too?
そうです。
You haven't paid me.
っていうことになるんですね。
I guess that's the
その
case. I guess that's the case. That's what I heard from the intercompany situation.
でもタレントに1円も払われてない状態。
But you didn't pay the talents any money.
っていうのを把握してお
You
られ
realize
た
that,
んで
right?
しょうか。
そうです。
That's right. Yes. So he just didn't. Yes, that's correct. I didn't pay any money. This doesn't seem very good at all.
資金的に
I don't think it's going well.
出ないのでは。
入ってくるお金と出
If
てい
you
くお
only
金
look at the numbers,
の
money
数
coming
字の
in
み
and
を見
money
たら
going out,
日本の支部っていうのは
the JP branch
うまくやって
were
いたって
doing
ことで
well.
すね。
Yeah? Money coming in and money going
で
out.
きたお金。
Wow.
I quit 美少女 today.
はい。
美少女辞めます今日。
はい。
はい。31日予定だったけど今日辞めます。
She just leaves this shit live, like she's like, okay. So what I find to be really interesting about this is the fact that she was already going to leave. So this was already going to happen before Iron Mouse even came out with anything. This place was already imploding to begin with, and now people are finally realizing it.
I quit. This is very wrong. Very, very wrong.
Yeah.
You're telling me that V Shoujo JP was doing good. Looked like, at least.
Yes.
Doing good.
Yes.
払っていたとしても
Even if we
払って
paid
い
you
たとし
based
ても
on the
大丈夫だ
calculations,
ったっていう
we'd still
感じ
be
ですね。
fine. Why would you say that? You've got to come up with like an excuse of like, oh, well, we couldn't do it for like an accounting reason, or like we wanted to have like a different valuation of the company and the accounting statements wouldn't look the right way. Like you had to like, you're not supposed to actually just go out and say that, right? I mean, oh yeah, we could have paid you. It would have been fine.
I mean, you could have paid me?
That's right.
Then where is it?
Where's the
Where is
money?
it? I want it now.
Where's the money? Where's the money? Where is it? Hello?
Did you just die? What?
Yeah.
Yes, he did just die. Guys, I can't respond to that. I'm dead.
Money.
Bro,
払えたかもしれないっていうか。
this is some rat shit.
そうですね。
Oh my
JP のタレント
God.
って私だけじゃないんですけれども。
はい。
Where's the money?
財
Yeah,
布が一緒になってい
because
た
all
ん
the
で、
funds were the
そ
same.
の
はい。
私が見えるのはそ
All
の
I can
財布
see
の
is
全体ではなく、
that not the
入
whole
ってく
company
るお金
funds,
と
money
出てい
coming
く
in
お
and
金。
going out.
でもその財布
So
に入
you're
って
the
たお金
CEO
は
and you
本
didn't
来
know
タレ
that?
ントに払う
It's supposed
額
to
の
pay
お
for
金でしたよ
talent?
ね。
はい。
Yes.
ちょっと何言ってるかわかんな
I
いん
don't
ですけど。
understand what you're thing. Let's keep that aside. Oh my God. What a ridiculous fucking company. Well, that's what they get. That's what they get. You want to run a company and you want to take advantage of people and you want to do all this bullshit. That's what you fucking get. You get what you deserve. And that's the way it goes, guys. And who cares? They're VTubers. Oh, I definitely care. And I think everybody should care. VTubing is a pretty big, you know, like thing. And you've got a bunch of people, obviously, what Ludwig tweeted about this. I believe VShojo's a terrorist organization. Why would, why, it's just, he's obviously like, I think that people are very annoyed by Ludwig always trying to have the safe, like he's waiting for everybody to decide on the same thing so he can repeat it back to them for internet points. It just seems kind of fucking fake. And by kind of, I mean completely fucking fake. It's so annoying. Please come out with a hot take every once in a while, Ludwig, okay? You don't have to wait for the entire internet to agree before you tell them what their opinion is, okay? Jesus, how annoying. And anyway, Base remove VShojo from name. So you have all these other people that are removing it from their name also. And it used to have it in their name also. Yep, that Mel did too. Oh, Project Melody. They got rid of her too, which is kind of crazy, or she got rid of herself, I guess. And Amelie, Kuro, Keisan, and Melody have all announced they're leaving VShojo. Iron Mouse recently revealed that the agency owes over $500,000 to the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which, by the way, Iron Mouse has like a health condition, and basically she's raising this money to effectively help herself. And that's it. Yeah, 500K. That's a huge amount of fucking money, by the way, guys. That is big money. Like, we're not talking about, like, you know, $50 or, like, you know, 50K, 20K. This is an insane fucking amount of money. And to see something like this happen is just absolutely surprising. It's very surprising for me to see this. Rip Ozzy, I know, yep. Apparently it is true. I saw that too. And can't imagine how much pain this brought her, knowing how much the charity brought to her. Well, that's why she left, right? And so, and this is what she said on Twitter. Let me see if I can find what she posted on Twitter as well. And where is it here? To my community, I love you all, thank you and dearly. Obviously, there's this here. Wait, what the fuck? And so the money wasn't really donated. I'll go ahead and I will watch this and we'll take a look and see what was said. And so here we go. The internet's been quite quiet recently. Yeah, I guess so. Gamerstuff's being based on a dono page. Yeah, I mean, it's an easy decision for them.
I am leaving VShojo. Unfortunately, I recently found out that for the past couple of months, I have been misled by VShojo. With the information that I currently have, I believe that I am owed a significant amount of funds, which I have not been paid. And most importantly...
How is it that these people can't manage their fucking finances? It's really simple. Just pay people the fucking money. I feel like this happens all the time. How does this keep going on?
The thing that hurts me the most is that the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which is the most important charity to me, and also the reason why I'm here today,
right,
is owed over $500,000 from VShojo.
Wow.
I know that this is a lot, and it's very important for me to be honest.
And also keep in mind that, like, this clearly is not the only problem VShojo has. So it's like, if this was one thing that happened, like, I could maybe wait and see, like, oh, well, they just haven't paid it yet and there was some reason for it. I could see, like, a legal or a financial reason why they're waiting to make a payment for, like, a month or something like that. But it's very obvious that this is a systemic problem that's happening all the way down the line.
Love you.
Yeah.
I really want to tell you everything, but unfortunately right now, I have been instructed by my attorney to wait for more of the legal procedure to unfold. So one day I will be able to tell you the full story.
Yeah.
But for now, I just need to let you know that I will no longer be a part of VShojo. If you give me a moment of your time, I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I know for a lot of people right now that this might be the first time you're ever watching me. I became a VTuber because I really wanted to make friends. I was very lonely.
Yeah.
Due to the fact that I have a primary immune deficiency disease called CVID.
And see, that's the reason why she cares a lot about it, is because this is a charity that benefits her, and she's raising money to help cure people that have her problem.
I basically
This isn't like
have
some abstraction.
a low to near non
That have her problem. And she's raising money to help cure people that have her problem.
I basically
This isn't like
have
some abstraction.
a low to near non-functioning immune system, which means I get sick a lot, and it caused me to remain isolated for long periods of my life.
Yep.
So then I found streaming, and I thought about giving it a try because I wanted to see if I could make some friends online, because
Smart.
I honestly couldn't ever leave my room. I never really expected to grow an audience or anything. It was one of the last things on my mind. I just thought that I would stream to, 5 to 10 people and just hang out from time to time, make some friends, play games, and just continue on with my life. But unfortunately,
reasonable.
I was too scared to stream with my face. So a friend of mine recommended that I try an app called FaceRig that would allow me to use an anime avatar to stream. And that's how
this is it. VTubing is becoming way more common, and I think it's just going to become increasingly more common, especially as like there's we all know about like all the situations that have happened with like female streamers IRL. Like being a female streamer, like yeah, sure, there's like simps that'll donate more money to you, and there's like advantages to it also. But in a general sense, I would never want to be a female streamer. Absolutely not. I don't think the positives outweigh the negatives.
started VTubing. It took me a while to take it seriously.
Yeah.
And even begin to think about maybe being able to grow a community and even make this a career. I think I really started to take it seriously around the time when I was approached to join VShojo. And it was through VShojo that I was able to grow into the Iron Mouse that I am today. When I was approached in 2020 and asked to join VShojo,
that was earlier, actually.
It seemed like a good idea, but I honestly did not know if I could ever be a corporal VTuber because I felt like I just couldn't. In my mind, I saw myself as unhireable, which is why streaming worked for me. I had no boss.
I can relate.
No strict rules. I had no hours. No expectations. It was all up to me, and due to the fact that I have lived my life chronically ill and being unable to do much of anything, I just felt like there was no way that anyone would ever take me or want me. For a while, I was struggling to make a decision because I was afraid about my anonymity and afraid about trusting people.
That's another reason why VTubers are being more popular, is because people just want to stay anonymous. They don't want to have like weirdos getting involved and trying to like, interfere and get into their real life.
I felt like every time I put my trust in people, it always ends in grief for me. So I was worried about expectations and 1,000,001 other things. But I ultimately decided to join VShojo. It really pains me that I am unable to fully explain why I am leaving.
Yeah, it's really annoying how this shit happens.
But for right now,
people aren't able to tell like the full story.
I hate Twitch! Why does it take 2 minutes to load into the website? If I go on YouTube, I click on YouTube, 1, 2, oh, I'm already in, and I can look at something. When you go on Twitch, it takes forever. Are they not even live? NLC is not even live, hello? So how do I know when I'm supposed to play the game? I'm down to start like an arena, but it's gonna be risky. I mean, it says that the game is gonna start like 21, but that's like cap. Veli is in Champions League for a solo queue. I'll play arena, I don't wanna be late. Now, like college. Clown college. I got a clown college! Wait, that must be Biz though. That must be Biz. That's it. I'm gonna Q into Q. Oh my god. I wonder if the damage stacks. Even if the damage stacks, it's probably not good to use. But it could be fun to use. I'm gonna Q into Q. Q auto, Q auto. Can't believe I hit it. Oh, get shit on. You're fucking dead, by the way. Can't let you take to the poison. Oh, double deceive. When you do deceive into backstab. Oh my god. Go on, Bessa. Of course, Cassiopeia, dumbasses. Biss and Biss. This is for the one shot. I wanna know if it does more damage. I have both the buffs. It should do more damage. I'll try it this round.
Attack!
Ooh! He's AFK. I think it does stack. Oh my god. No way, I got Prowler's Claw. Chat, I am not kidding. This might be the most legendary arena game you have ever seen anywhere. I can do Q, Claw, Auto. Who should I one-shot? I'll one-shot the Echo, okay? Or the Zed. Doesn't matter. Watch this.
Engage!
It's not a one-shot though, I need more items. I'm cooked. I can double stealth here, I guess. Got one. If I get plant, I can win. Maybe I just wait plant. He's gonna get rest though. Got it. Faded. I'm dead. No way! Ah, close. Not on filth, buddy! Yeah, nice said. You. What the fuck is this trash? I'm gonna do the combo. Watch this. I didn't backstab. Nice! Not bad. Bread and jam would be nasty for Summoner Revolution for another DC. What is happening? You gotta be kidding me. I can Q. Oh, it goes on CD, but I can triple Q. Oh, you gotta see this. You have to see this. What is this game? I'm gonna deceive. I messed it up already. It's not much counterplay though. Go on him.
Yeah.
I would always be told how important I was for the company.
Well, she is. She was she was the face of Vishojo by far.
I was told that I was needed in order for the company to succeed. Although that was very positive to hear, it put a lot of pressure and a lot of stress on me to the point where I felt guilt-tripped into signing. I felt responsible for everybody. I felt responsible for staff and talent alike. And I felt like if I didn't do this and if I didn't stay, I was hurting everybody and I was destroying everybody's life.
But just emotional manipulation. That's all it is. It's plain and simple, like flat out. It's really not complex at all. Straight up emotional manipulation. Oh, well, we can't do this. Or, you know, it's like, if you leave, we're going to shoot the dog. Like, okay, well, what the fuck, right?
Didn't feel right with me. And I began to feel extremely uncomfortable.
Guilt-tripping? Yeah.
As my viewers know, privacy has always been one of my biggest concerns.
Imagine that.
I've had a lot of scary experiences in my life. So one amazing thing for me was the fact that Vishojo handled all my payments.
Real shit. They gotta get some of those fucking stalking laws on the books, bro. Like, we gotta get a VTuber. Like, we need to get some, like, fucking anime nerd in like, Congress, or, like, maybe JD Vance, you know, maybe see what he knows about anime and this, like, fucking VTuber shit. Maybe get some more of that. I think, like, honestly, there's so many weirdos and stalkers on the internet. But we need to have, like, a place that we put them, right? You know, I was thinking Alligator Alcatraz. That was my opinion. But, you know, I'd be open for other ideas, too, such as North Korea, or maybe a remote island, maybe North Sentinel Island. Well, no, that's a bad idea. It would mess up the people there. And so, no, I don't know where we would go. Yeah, El Salvador, I like that. Sounds good. No, El Salvador's a nice place now. I don't want to ruin that country. That country's great.
And it meant that I never had to give out any of my personal information.
Yeah.
So that was always a blessing to me. As time went on, I decided that I wanted to try to start pulling out my remaining funds because I wanted to start taking over my own finances. This is what led me to this point.
It's always a bad thing when you have a company managing your finances. It's always a bad thing, guys. And here we are once again, you know, evidence number, example number 357. It is very, very problematic. They're holding our money. What the fuck? Yeah, well, this is what they do.
The years, Connor and I have raised around $4 million for the Immune Deficiency
That's a lot
Foundation.
of money.
The majority of the money raised is through Tiltify at events.
It's actually really respectful. You know, like, I the amount of money I've raised for charity, like, maybe it's like a couple of million. I mean, but they've raised more than I have. That's incredible. Like, they've raised a lot more than I have. And that's Sea Dog, VA, and Iron Mouse. It's incredibly respectful, and I think everybody should, you know, really kind of keep that in mind. It's amazing.
Like the cyclothon, the charity auction, and other miscellaneous events that we've had. However, because of the success of my first subathon, I decided to donate half the earnings of my following two subathons to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. The first time I tried this, it worked great. Over 200,000 people supported me, and because of that, we raised over 329,000.
She had the sub record on Twitch for a while. She even beat out Kai Cenat. I mean, Kai came back and took the record, but she's still number 2. And I don't think there's even somebody who's close at number 3.
$350 to
massive
the
accomplishment.
Immune Deficiency Foundation. Because the money came from my Twitch revenue instead of a Tiltify link, it required Vishojo to make the donation on my behalf. They promptly sent the payment, and the subathon was a huge success. So I decided to do it again the next year. My last subathon was one of the biggest events I've ever done.
That was
crazy. The support was overwhelming, and I ended up getting over 300,000 subscribers.
That's a big
and
number.
breaking the all-time sub record.
I remember.
But this also meant that we had raised $515,000 for the Immune Deficiency Foundation.
Uh-oh. Now I see. Okay. So when did this subathon happen? Because I remember what was it? I remember Queso reacting to this, but like Iron Mouse. Actually, can you guys just tell me when it happened? What? It was literally 1 year ago. Okay, 1 year ago.
I once again asked Vishojo to make the donation on my behalf.
I could understand a net 180. Maybe. I could understand a net 90. But a net 360? I'd walk away too. What the fuck, man? What are we talking about? That's a lot of money. It's insane. Explain. So net means like that you're gonna pay that money in like net 30. You're gonna get paid in 30 days. Net 90. You're gonna get paid in 90 days, right? And so like a 6-month period, that's ridiculous. But I could still chalk that up to just very bad business practices and not malice. Beyond 6 months, now we're having a problem. I've never heard of a 360. Yeah. Well, now they're getting the red ring of death.
But unfortunately, still a year later, Vishojo has not paid the charity.
Right.
The Immune Deficiency Foundation means the world to me. Connor and I have both spent a ton of energy, time, and resources raising money for charity. Yeah. And we're both so proud to be able to say that we've raised nearly $4 million for charity. We almost always raise money for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. They help people with primary immune deficiency diseases, or PI, which are inherited disorders where a part of the body's immune system is missing or doesn't function properly, which makes people like me more prone to infection. And this
somebody says if FaZe can come back, Vishojo can. FaZe just fell off for a while. Like, it's not like FaZe really did anything really bad. Like, what, they signed that Grace Von Deen girl, and then people were like, oh, this is an issue? No, I mean, FaZe never did anything wrong. Like, it's not even remotely close.
Includes over 450
not FaZe Connect,
conditions.
just FAZE.
The Immune Deficiency Foundation is a charity that is near and dear to my heart and has a particular significance in my life.
It's crazy how the bar is the floor. Just don't scam people out of money and don't just pay the money to the charities. It's not like they're asking for them to, like, just do the thing you said you were going to do. Like, it's so weird to me that people end up, like, ruining their shit because of this. It's scummy, it's ridiculous.
When my health started getting really bad, the Immune Deficiency Foundation helped me immensely when I really had nowhere else to turn. I was terrified.
They were profitable?
I was lonely, and I was confused. I honestly didn't really know what was going on, and I never ever want anyone else to go through that. This entire situation has broken me. I just wanted to do something good and to give back to a community that helped me. But unfortunately,
I think we need to figure out where the fuck the money went. Like, that's what really matters, right? Because, like, that's $500,000. That's a lot of money, guys. Where'd it go? Is it donated? Why isn't it donated? What happened? Like, that's the big issue.
It's not the case. As much as I would like to continue to talk about this, unfortunately, I can't. So, to recap, I believe that I am owed a significant amount of funds, which I have not been paid. And most importantly...
Wait, hold up. So you're telling me it's more than five... Are these two separate numbers? So it's not like... So $500,000, that's one number. And then Kason wasn't getting paid either. Where's the money going? Where's the money, Lebowski?
Deficiency Foundation.
Oh my God.
Is owed over $500,000 from Vishojo. I really wish that I could tell you more, but right now, I have been advised to wait for legal proceedings. As of right now, I am an independent VTuber. I am at a loss of what to do right now. I'm kind of...
That's how it always should have been. The idea of VTuber agencies were just a forced permutation of idol culture in Japan that is being exported into the US in the most exploitative way possible while maintaining none of the benefits that idol culture provides for the people that are part of it. It is in my opinion, a massive exploitative program, and I am very glad to see, and we're seeing this. I'm not going to name the companies, right? I'm not going to say the names of the companies, but do you remember what happened with Nija Sanji?
It's a little shorter.
That wasn't very good, was it?
Processing everything. I'm very sad and very confused. Once again, I want to apologize to the Immune Deficiency Foundation and to my community who has shown so much support to me. I also wanted to say that all the ad money made from this video will go towards the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I honestly don't know what I'm going to do. Like I said, I really haven't had much time to process this. But below the video in the description box is a link to a donation fund for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Thankfully, any donations made through Tiltify go directly to the charity. That link is also there if you've...
That's what they should have done. I wonder why they didn't do that.
...heard about this and would like to support the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Sometime this month, I plan on doing a special live stream.
I don't think that I'm probably ever going to do, from my experience and then also from things that I've heard, I will probably never do another charity event that doesn't go directly to the people that are, like, unless the money goes from... No, that's not it. Where the fuck is it? No, that's all, those are my other random things. So unless it goes from the money to the charity, this is, if it's not like this, then we're not ever doing it ever again, all right? It's not happening at all. I have the Epstein list, I do. You're on it.
Raise money for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I hope to have a ton of friends joining me, and hopefully there'll be a lot of singing and a lot of fun and just a day full of happiness. I just honestly really want to show that after all of this, that VTubing is a force for good. So thank you guys so much for all the support, and thank you so much for taking the time to watch this video. And once again, I want to say that I am truly sorry. Okay.
She's gonna be fine. They're gonna give the money back. They're gonna have to give the money back, or it's fraud. They're gonna have to donate it. It'll happen for sure. So she doesn't need to be worried about it. Here, I'm gonna link y'all the video. Give her some support. I like Iron Mouse a lot. Obviously, she's been one of the most well-known, prolific VTubers in a long time, and you know, for a long time, I mean. And, you know, give her some support. It's awful, the fact that they took her... I mean, this is effectively what happened, right? They took the money that she raised for a disorder that keeps her in her fucking room, and they didn't give it to the charity. I mean, that's insane. Who the fuck does that? Really? Who the fuck does this? Deal with the devil? This isn't even a deal with the devil. This is just like getting... There's no... The idea is that a deal with the devil is you get something good out of it. She didn't get anything good. They just stole the money and they didn't pay her. That's not a deal with the devil. That's a deal with a fucking demon. Yeah, it's just a fucking scam. Yeah, I got scammed by the devil. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Tiffany's up to 500K. Yeah, no, I mean, like, obviously, people are gonna raise the money. Everything's gonna be okay. And VShojo will donate this money, even if it's from liquidation after they declare bankruptcy. If that's what has to happen, that's what has to happen. But I think that nobody should ever let VShojo, until they, Until they post like a financial fucking proof and the Immune Deficiency Foundation comes out and says, yes, we received this money. Bro, people can never let them forget this. This is $500,000. That's think about how much money that is. That's insane. And so anyway,
wait a minute, guys. Check this one out.
Yeah, there it is. And maybe make less Chinese jokes. No? Okay, man. And Sender joins VShojo. Good one. Indie bitches. Yep, there we go, guys. And everybody has quit. Oh my fucking God. So literally every single person. Oh my God. They're all leaving. TBA, yeah, I guess they're probably waiting. They're going to stream to talk about it. Yeah, rip all the talents. Yeah, there we go. And there is $500K. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Imagine how much cheaper it'd be to just pay out what they owe rather than hold it to have to pay for the lawyers. Well, they're probably, a lot of these companies, I'm not going to say VShojo specifically, but I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say something, and this might bother some people because you might not expect to hear this from me. But as the most pro-feminist streamer and most pro-female streamer on this platform, I have to say that I have seen a tremendous amount of business manipulation that is leveraged in and against women in different places. I've seen more emotional manipulation, more blatant lies, and basically people taking advantage of, you know, I guess women's on average less confrontational side and using that to that person's disadvantage. I've seen this happen multiple times. I think women are the victims of this in almost every single circumstance. It happens obviously to men as well, but I think that they get away with it more often with women because women, it's seen as being more socially permissive and more socially expected for women to be agreeable. I think that's what happens. That's just that's life. And that does happen. Women are infantilized. Well, they are in a way, but the problem is that, like, again, like, and this is why, as I said, this is why I'm so glad to see Iron Mouse talking about this and Kason just fucking Giga Chad quitting on stream. Oh my God. Thank God. Like, cause again, I'm a guy for equality, right? I mean, you should be treating women the same as you treat men. You shouldn't be emotionally guilt-tripping people because they're gender and thinking you're going to get away with it because they're, you know, socially expected to be agreeable. That's disgusting. It's horrible. And it's most importantly, it's manipulative and it's malicious. It's not being done with good intent. It's not being done because you're trying to help them. It's being done because you want to hurt them, you want to take advantage of them, and you want to get something out of them that you don't deserve. And I think it's disgusting. I do. And I've seen this happen many times, and I think these management companies, in a lot of cases, not naming any names, but I've heard a lot of stories, and you're going to hear them soon too, I bet, where this is very, very much the case. And there have been times where I've even had to advocate for people because I've seen things like this happen, right? I have. Say the names. I won't have to. The people that are going to come out, they're going to say it themselves, I bet. It'll happen sooner than later. So, yeah. And, yeah, damn, so he scammed a charity. Well, I don't know if it's a scam. Like, again, like, that's a strong word. But at the end of the day, did the money... So what do you call it whenever, so you raised a bunch of money for the charity. Did the money get to the charity? No. Well, how about that? Well, yeah, how about that? That's it. And I don't know what to say, man. And how do people DM you? No, you don't. That's how you DM me. You don't. It's simple. I got enough people talking to me already, bro. Like, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but like, I got my hands fucking full, bro. I got my hands, my feet, my arms, my shoulders, my back full. But I got enough. And anyway, want to? No. And you DM me if I play an MMO, right? Like, you message me, hey, what's going on, Baldy? That's it. And Sea-Dog has his legal team involved too. Oh, no. Listen, this problem, I hope that Iron Mouse and all of our fans realize that this problem will be resolved. This will be resolved 100% chance. They will get the money over to that charity. It will have to happen. Because if it doesn't, it will either kill their company, which is worth more than $500,000, so it would be an easy decision for them to make, or they would be potentially, liable for some type of fraud, which basically that's what it is. It's fraud. And so, yeah, already dead. Well, I think so. I think it is dead. But, yeah. That's basically what happened here. All the VTubers from VShojo are no longer on VShojo's affiliate list. It's over. It is over. And there we go. This information comes from a section of VShojo staff. Let me see if I can find the rest of this. And then VShojo started downsizing and cutting staff to alleviate financial pressures. Nothing wrong with that. Many staff members will let go in less than 2 weeks' notice. That's generally, honestly, in a business world, that's pretty normal. Anonymous since was left in the dark about financial woes and was shocked about sudden termination. Talents were upset about sudden decision. Former staff united about working upper echelons. VShojo's legalties perceived for payment. Well, that's great. Obviously it's good that's happening. And let's go back. Less than 2 weeks notice is shit. Yeah, I know it is. I mean, it does suck, but there it is. And this is also another crazy thing. And nobody is naming names, including me. But I'm going to read something out that's interesting. The person, well, let me go back and read this. It's only been 3 hours from Iron Mouse announced news, and now we're getting news that VShojo had a weirdo employee who actively doxed talents' faces to others and bragged about his new income. The person moved from noted VTuber community to another as a staff last year, bragging about his new income. He thrusted me with a few of his new business cards to give me my good contacts. I found the action obnoxiously rude, but maybe he was too young and friendly to know better. Then the motherfucker wanted to meet up for tax advice. Because I'm native in Japan and I hire an accountant, I was asked to have dinner in his area, which was quite far from me, splitting the bill. That day, I got convinced I didn't like the guy. Yeah. Yet I loved the talents that he worked with. I was only secretly hoping that he would lose his job one day. Recently, I heard from another creator that he was showing photos of VTubers' real selves while revealing their personal info like marital status. This is why, by the way, I go so hard on people that make false allegations and say things that are... And by the way, this stuff does happen. I don't know if this happened in this circumstance, but it's happened many, many times. I've heard about it too. There are a lot of times where, women are taken advantage of and women are abused and manipulated like this. And this is a great example of it. This is a perfect example of this kind of stuff happening. And I'm glad that everybody on the internet is basically aligned with this. They are. They're totally aligned with this. Going in pipe chat, don't be naive. It doesn't matter. If you're watching a streamer and you stop watching them because they get a girlfriend, you need to get a therapist. And so anyway, recently I heard about another creator showing photos. Today I learned the most despicable shit the company has done to their talent. I don't know if he's involved with it, but yet my personal grudge is nothing compared to such a betrayal. And sometimes, unfortunately, managers and agencies can be the
Attention gamers. For 99% of people who play League of Legends, the stupidest thing you can possibly do is play an ADC bot lane, yet Riot has gaslit its player base into thinking it's meta, and the best way to explain why is to look at golf. When a person hits a golf ball with a driver, it can reach speeds of 150 to 200 miles per hour. If a 200 mile per hour golf ball were to hit you in the head, you would either be dead on the spot or permanently dumber than the Island Twins. Yet if you watch any pro tournament, there are people just lining up right in front of the drives. That's because pro golf is a different game, and I guess these people are so confident in a pro not missing their shot that their dumb ass is literally willing to gamble their life on it. Outside of maybe 2019 Jeffrey Epstein, you would never find someone standing in front of an average golfer's drive, because that would just be stupid. Similarly though, playing ADC in the bot lane is something that happens at the pro level because it's different. The games are slower to allow for farming, their teammates know that the top priority is to protect them, and these players have made a career out of not putting themselves in vulnerable positions. But none of that exists in the ranks that most of us play in, which just results in the player base being gaslit into playing champions who are free helpless pinata ATMs for the enemy team if behind, in a lane that is literally designed to put them behind in a solo queue setting. And that's why mages are a way safer and smart pick for the bot lane, so the next time someone flames you for not playing an ADC bot, because that's what pros do, just think that's like someone flaming you for not standing in front of a random average Joe golfer's drive, because that's what people do at the pro level. And today I'm going to show how breaking away from the Riot propaganda will make you a happier player with a higher elo if you like to play in the bot lane. So my strategy lately has been, when I get a poke support like this elo inflated light bender, I will play my handy Mountain Dew code Red Zerath, and I will say the biggest weakness here is that if we wiffle ball bat any early skill shots, enemies will try to take advantage of their ADC stable DPS, but what is criminally underrated is mage auto attacks in the early levels, so if you engage in the slap battle with confidence while buying time for your CDs, it typically works out more than a young Chris Bumstead, and you can see here we secured the easy early double. Then as we are heading back to lane after a little shopping spree, we typically have enough lost chapters to assemble a budget Harry Potter novel, plus the timing here worked out where a honey-covered disco ball rolling bear riding midget was in the area. The bad news was the power went out for a bit, so I couldn't see shit, but the good news was when they assassinated Obama, it leveled me up. The perfect coincidence to marinate this walking sushi roll with some sky-mailed balls of ketchup until she pissed off. A few minutes later there's red meat on the menu at McDragon, so everyone and their uncle is in line to get a bite, but the only line I'm concerned with is the one that connects the dots between me and a dead bitch of a fish, and then I combo the kill by zooming way out so everyone can get a good view of my...
Please support the talent first. And so that's it. The agencies and these organizations are absolutely parasitic, in my opinion. And especially whenever they're trying to own somebody's IP and make creative decisions for them, it's very, very problematic. It's extremely problematic. And yeah, I'm very glad to see more people talking about this. And, you know, that's pretty much it. Can you imagine we stopped watching you if you got a girlfriend? It's insane. The funny thing is that actually happened for a few people. A lot of people didn't like whenever I started dating Pink Sparkles, and they stopped watching because of that. It does happen with guys too, the same as it happens with girls, but it's a different dynamic for a different reason. And so, yeah, bro, like it's some gay boy shit, right? But like that's what happened. And for real, yeah, I know it was surprising that I had a girlfriend too. Trust me, I was more surprised by that than the fact that people stopped watching. But anyway, she broke up with me, so it's all right. The world's back to the way it should be. So the point is that yeah, VShojo's cooked. They're cooked. I don't really see them resolving this. I don't see this getting better. All I see is that things are just going to continue getting worse and worse and worse. So apparently McDonald's is
So Steve, break down what makes 2026 different than 2018.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Ryan, because when you look at the bottom line numbers, that's what you have on the screen right now, the balance of power in the House. 4 vacancies. Essentially, if these vacancies were filled, it would probably be 220 Republican seats, 215 Democratic seats. As thin a majority as you could get for Republicans, that means if Republicans take that majority into the midterms next year, they can afford a loss, a net loss of no more than 2 seats. And you know the history of midterms. The White House party almost always loses seats. You mentioned 2018 when Republicans lost 40 seats in Donald Trump's first midterm. So how could he actually be in a position where we're talking about the House being in play next year, at least potentially? Well, it's because the makeup of that Republican majority that got decimated in 2018 is very different from the makeup of the Republican majority right now. And that's what we want to show you right here. Republicans in 2018 were exposed.
Not with that Democratic Party? Well, they just keep pushing weird identity politics. I think that until they can get away from identity politics and fringe social issues, and they address actual issues that people have, like housing, food, you know, healthcare, childcare, stuff like that, until they can start addressing those problems, nothing is going to change. Stop catering to the 5% 90-10 issues, and stop making them like stop doing pronouns. Stop talking about, like trans stuff for kids. Stop talking about like LGBT children's books. Stop.
Hello.
You lost. Don't queue up another game. We agree. Come on.
Below 200 OP.
No. LP exactly right now. You have to give up.
We agreed below 200 OP.
No, 200 LP. You're giving up. I mean, it says below 200 LP, but come on, let's be realists. Like,
there you go.
It's over.
We agreed on below 200 OP.
It's over. Even if you keep playing, it's over. You're not making it.
Look, it says below 200, so I've got one more game.
You. What game?
Look, it says below 200. I'm 200. Like what?
Spear shot. The bet is over.
It's not. You said below 200. I'm 200 on the dot. It's your words. Dude, like you need to be a man of your word, bro. Like what the hell?
Spear shot Isa, there has been so much fucking pain in my life for the past 7 days, but all of this just went away. I am so happy. I genuinely don't care what happened to me the last week. I won. You lost. Jungle got you. You're a dog shit pumpy on OTP. Give it up already, man. $2,000. Give it to me. I will gamble legit tomorrow in front of you. Just give it all to me. I will put it all on one case even. Please. Prize in the bag, man. It's over.
You're not looking at it the same way as me, Dratut.
Bro, a miracle wouldn't it be enough? A miracle wouldn't be enough to save this record.
I am 42 wins away from Challenger.
Spear shot.
Just answer me. Am I 42 wins away from Challenger?
Spear shot. You're you're 40 from Challenger, and you are fucking 11 from Diamond. Like, which one is closer?
So I'm 40 wins away from Challenger.
Yes, and 11 from Diamond, bro. Give it up.
40 wins from Challenger. I have 240 something games left.
Man.
This is where me and you. This is why me and you are different. Because you would have given up, not me. 42 win streak, and I'm Challenger.
You cannot use that logic against me. I was stuck in the same place for a full month, and I had a ban on Twitch, and everyone was against me. You cannot say you would give up, bro. I am the like.
Well, then why are you expecting me to give up then?
Because
we said below 200 OP, and I'm 200.
Okay, Spear shot. Fine. Let's do it your way. This game.
If I lose, which I'm not going to, but
like just so you know. This entire game, my eyes are on it. I won't type anything, but chat. Just watching this game, just thinking from me, like from my perspective. I'm just gonna be watching with a huge smile, man. Like a huge smile. The second you die, classic level 3 fucking spear shot int, I'm gonna smile. Come on, pull out the Talon, bro. Let's see it, man.
I don't see enough picks on enemy team to play him. Because, like, if they just go Relos... Oh, they're not going to go Rel into Alistar. But if they go some sort of Nautilus, I'm cooked. Dratut?
I will be be watching with a smile, bro.
I don't
Good
think
luck.
you understand.
And even I just hope you know, even if you win this game, you're like 1 or 2 days away from dropping to below 200, and you're 2 weeks away from just being still shit stack master. Like,
Okay,
I don't think you realize you're almost
I win
800
10 games in a row right now, what happens?
You didn't even smell a grandmaster yet. You didn't even like. You didn't even.
I could smell it. I could smell Grandmaster's fort from a distance.
You didn't.
Let
alone.
I was
fucking
3
challenger,
games away from
bro.
GM. I could smell its fort from a distance. Now, Dratut, if I go on a 10 win streak now, what happens? Talk to me. What happens?
You will go on 11 game lose streak right after. That's what will happen. That's what happened this like today. You got to 360. You're like, let's go, guys. We got this. There is hope. There is hope. And then we are back down at the pit where we were yesterday. But the thing is, the pit is even deeper. It's even deeper than it was yesterday, man. There is no winning.
There is no winning.
Bro, have some humanity. Let him play Pantheon for the rest of the challenge. My boss is suffering. You don't get it.
knows for a fact I'll get Challenger within a week if I play Pantheon. He knows. He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. He doesn't have the nuts to do that.
God. How could I get Challenger playing Pantheon, which is currently the #1 fucking jungler in the game, and I've been one-tricking this dog shit character for the last 10 years. You know shit you would get Challenger, bro. You breathe, eat, and shit Pantheon for the last 10 years. Like, oh my god, I would get Challenger, bro. Yeah, if I went played action every single game on the mid or top, I would also be like fucking top 10. Like, you don't see me bragging about it. Come on. Win this game. Let's see it, bro.
Say no more.
Enjoy your full AD comp, bro, into Volibear Jax.
It doesn't matter. I'm going to cleave a second. Alright,
just the second the game ends, listen, you are calling me.
Wait, no. But I'm going to win. So what happens when I win?
Then you keep playing. But if
There
you
you
lose,
go.
your first thought is to call me.
Say no more.
Call
I'm
my
gonna
name,
go on a 10 win streak
I
for
will
now,
be there.
and I'll call you
call
tomorrow.
my
Okay?
name, call my fucking name, I will be there the second you call.
Say no more.
Good luck.
When I go on a 10 win streak, I'll call you tomorrow. Hello?
Well.
Dude?
After how much? 2 or 3 months? We have finally come to the moment.
3 months.
3 months.
Hello? Hello?
Well.
Dude?
After how much? 2 or 3 months? We have finally come to the moment.
3 months.
3 months of torment.
Do you want me to dono on stream, or like, what do you want me to do?
First of all, admit the jungle is a hard roll.
Jungle is very hard. Look,
Okay.
Like, bro, jungle is impossible. I'm not gonna lie to you. But yeah, go on.
Well. At least you can admit that. There won't be a new deal. There could be like double or nothing, like play out the 250 games, but it's put the Villager on this account and he won't climb to Challenger in this amount of games. Like, it's cursed MMR, cursed matchmaking, it's flagged by Spear Shot as well. It's legit not winnable.
Yeah. Listen, I'm down. But if I'm a man of my word, that's the thing. But I am down. I would play this out. I would. I still think I can get Challenger.
Okay, I got a better deal, okay?
Uh-huh.
You have the play out the rest of the games that you need.
Why do I know this is gonna be some bullshit, bro?
I got that thing because like I basically won. I cannot like fuck myself over. But I'm thinking of like a fair deal, not a scam deal. Okay, I got it. Listen. This is perfect, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If you hit Grandmaster, just touch Grandmaster, just like pick Grandmaster,
Mm-hmm.
you pay me 3k only.
I
so
pay
you pay
you
me more.
3k if I
Yes,
hit GM.
3k. And listen, and if you hit Challenger, somehow, you don't have to pay me anything.
Wait, what? What are you saying? What? Just say this again. What were you saying? Sorry, I must have misheard.
Okay, we up the bet to listen, we up the bet to 4k, so double or nothing. If you don't hit Grandmaster, you pay me 4k. If you hit Grandmaster, okay, fuck it. If you don't hit Grandmaster even, you pay me 4k. If you hit Grandmaster, you pay me the 2k you owe me. If you hit Challenger, don't pay me anything.
Okay, but why wouldn't I just pay you 2k now then? You see what I'm saying? Wait, what? Wait, say that again, say that again. Sorry, say it one more time, brother man.
Saying scam, but this is legit good, what?
This is not good, because I'm paying you 2k anyways.
No, listen.
You're saying even if I get GM...
No,
I pay you 2k.
We up the bet.
You're saying even if I get GM, I pay you 2k.
Understand. If you don't fucking or let you play those games that you have left, so like 220. If you hit we up the bet. If you don't hit even GM, you pay me double, so 4k. If you hit GM, you only pay me 2k, which is you won't pay me 2k now, but you will pay me the 2k that you owe me if you hit GM. And if you hit Challenger, you don't have to pay me anything. Like, the entire bet, poof, just gone. Like, it just goes 0 for 0.
No, but that's shit. That's so shit, bro. It should be if I get Challenger, you pay me 2k. Or...
The deal has to be in my favor. I gave you 1,000 fucking games, bro. 1,000 games.
Yeah.
Like, I want to just make a fair 50-50 deal like we had. Like this entire deal, this entire challenge was deluxe in your favor, and you still failed, bro. Like,
I've still got 230 games, but sure. Dratut.
Just give me my $2,000 then. No deal on anything else.
No, but at least make it make sense. What are you saying right now?
No, okay, nothing else. I gave you my offer. Now give me my $2,000.
Okay. Do you want me to donate on stream, or do you want to send me your PayPal, or talk to me?
I'll give you my bank. Just send it there, and please spear shot. I will gamble your 2k and my 2k away on stream. I want you to be on call with me.
Fuck you.
That's all I want.
Fuck you. Wait, what was that deal you said earlier? Wait.
The deal was simple. We doubled the stakes to $4,000. If you stay master throughout those tier 1,000 games, then you give me $4,000. If you hit Grandmaster, just hit it once, you pay 2k. So the bet, I still win, but I guess you got to play and you had a chance. And if you get to Challenger somehow, then you don't pay me anything, legit nothing, not the 2k, nothing. You just don't lose any money. You just lose 1,000 games of your time.
If I get to GM and I drop back down, that still counts though, right?
Yes. You have to just pick GM.
How much OP am I on right now, bro? 170.
You're very far away.
Fuck's sake, bro.
GM is 750.
Oh my fucking days, bro. So if I...
Or you can just give me 2k and I'll legit gamble it.
I need to win 30 games in a row to get GM.
Yeah, I think that's a bit too much. I think we fuck the deal and you give me my money.
And then even if I do get GM, I'm still paying you 2k. So it's not like I done anything.
Yeah. Bro, the bet was too generous. 1,000 games was too much. I should have made it legit 750 or a 500 bet, the game bet. 1,000 is insane about. You'll be the fucking waking up every day, food, gym, into 20 games of jungle a day. And it's still not enough.
Bro, jungle is so hard, man. Why is this role so hard, Jatut?
Thankfully, that one day I went to your stream and implanted the Viego virus into your brain.
Is that what you done on purpose?
No, I didn't mean that on purpose, but I failed to predict you would be very bad at a character that required.
No, I've been winning on Viego, but just not consistently. Fuck, bro. I'm thinking about taking the deal, Jatut. What do you think? I need 30 wins in a row.
Okay, let's spice it up, okay? The same deal is already like fucking basically impossible. Every 3 games, you're allowed to play a Pantheon game. Every 3 games, though. So, no Pantheon, no Pantheon, Pantheon, no Pantheon, no Pantheon, Pantheon.
Okay. Alright, and that's the same deal, yeah?
Yeah, the same deal with the same amount of money, so 4K, 2K, 0.
Okay. Deal, bro, deal, Jatut. Deal, shake on it. That's a deal. That's a deal, yeah?
I love gambling. Let's go.
That's a deal. That is a fucking deal, brother, man. The truth, I'll be seeing you probably after tomorrow. I'm going to take tomorrow off. Okay?
You're not playing anymore today?
No, it's 10 a.m. and I haven't slept. Like, I'm done.
Oh, you haven't slept?
I haven't slept. I've stayed up the whole day. The truth, have a good day, brother, man.
Goodbye.
Good night. Oh my fucking... I said good night because I haven't slept. Whoa! I'm taking that! Run me that deal!
Hospital workers who blocked ICE arrest hit with federal charges. Gentlemen, I used to pray for times like this.
All right, Emily, thank you. Breaking this hour, a Fox News exclusive. A pair of medical workers who blocked ICE agents from arresting an illegal immigrant in California are now facing criminal charges. Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm Sandra Smith in New York, and that exclusive reporting from our own Bill Malugin, who we have the pleasure of joining us today. Bill, great to see you.
For a while. Hey, Sandra, great to see you as well. Happy Friday to you. I'm Bill Malugin here in Los Angeles. This is America Reports. This is reporting we just got within the last hour or so. The 2 suspects here now both facing federal obstruction charges, and law enforcement sources confirming to Fox News.
This is what they need to do. Can't obstruct law enforcement. That's right. You can't do it. She wants to be a hero.
That's what you get. Was arrested earlier this morning.
Yeah, Chief Correspondent Jonathan Hunt, he's got the very latest for us live right now. Jonathan, what are we learning?
Good afternoon, Sandra. Well, this incident happened on July 8th in Ontario, about 30 miles east of Los Angeles. According to the criminal complaint, ICE officers were conducting, quote, roving immigration-related operations.
They're just trying to get
when they
them.
followed a truck that made a sharp turn into the parking lot of a surgery center. The officers then, quote, decided to conduct a consensual encounter with the 3 adult males who were inside the truck. 2 of them ran. One, who according to the ICE affidavit...
Why would they do that? Isn't that weird? Why would they run away?
It was, quote, later identified as an illegal alien, ran into the surgery center, and that's where staff at the center got involved. 2 of those staff, Jose de Jesus Ortega and Danielle Nadine de Villa, have now been charged for allegedly interfering and trying to block the ICE agents who followed the illegal immigrant into the surgery center. In the video,
put him in jail. Put him in jail. Make an example out of him. Thank God these annoying, obnoxious people are finally getting accountability. I love this.
They could be seen and heard questioning the ICE agents' actions.
Just crystal ball or what? How are these calls so spot on? I said this was going to happen. Oh, well, the reason why is because it's inevitable. You can't have people systematically trying to impede federal law enforcement. Obviously, something had to give. This wasn't some kind of like 5-head fucking prediction. Obviously, this was going to happen.
What they are doing in the center and why they are masked. The complaint says De Villa, quote, wedged herself under Officer 1 and the target alien. And it says, quote, Ortega...
2 groups of people in this world that cause all of our problems.
who was still standing to Officer 1's left, appeared to grab Officer 1's arm and then his vest. Both Ortega and De Villa shouted at the officer, telling him to, quote, get out and to, quote, let him go. Both were warned by the officer that they should not touch a federal agent. The illegal immigrant was eventually arrested and removed from the surgery center.
Kind of crazy they're arresting medical workers, though, medical workers at a hospital. See, I didn't know this until now, but apparently you can assault and impede federal investigations if you work in a hospital. It's a safe zone. It's like they have different laws in, like, Native American reservations. Like, apparently hospitals are the same thing. It's like a home-based safe zone thing, right?
Immigration activists said at the time the surgery staff did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
In no way are they intervening. They're simply exercising their right to privacy. They're exercising their right to know who is in their building. They're exercising the right to know who is in this building with a weapon, right? And I think it's important to note that that what they did is commendable.
All of that is totally gone the moment that they're doing an active pursuit.
It is brave.
The prosecutors obviously disagree with that. Ortega was arrested this morning. De Villa has not yet been found. Sandra?
Okay. Jonathan Hunt with the latest details on all that for us. Thank you. All right, Bill, obviously a lot more to learn here, but thank you to you for your exclusive reporting on all of that.
Yeah, and talking to federal
sources.
sources.
Being disingenuous? Yeah, they're just liars because they want to bring in more people that are illegal aliens to have them as free labor. Like, that's the reason why. It's just they don't care about, like, they don't care about the truth. They don't care about representing anything in an authentic way. They just want to push an agenda. That's all.
They are actively looking for De Villa right now. They went to her house this morning. She wasn't there, so they talked to her family, and she's considered a wanted fugitive right now. So we'll update when we hear more on that front. More to come.
Yep.
All right, Sandra, we're going to bring in Alex Villanueva. He's the former sheriff of Los Angeles County. He just announced he's running for LA sheriff again. Sheriff, great to see you.
It's one of the things that allow warrantless entries. The term is hot pursuit, upheld by the Supreme Court. Yeah.
Good to see you. So you made it official. You want your old job back. A lot has changed since you first ran in 2018. You switched from Democrat to Republican. You initially campaigned on kicking ICE out of the jails. Now you want to work with ICE a little bit more. So I got two questions for you. What changed for you? And you know as well as I do, it's really hard to win in LA with an R next to your name. How are you going to do it?
Well, one, it's a nonpartisan office, Sheriff, so there won't be any letter next to anybody's name. And in 2018, when we did that in 2019, the border was secure under the Trump's first administration. With 4 years of Biden's open borders policy, that's been a game changer on the ground. When you have over 10 million unvetted people that flooded the country,
what a surprise.
Now we have a serious, significant public safety threat that we have to do. So we're kind of competing different threats. And I think now that Bill Asaley, the AUSA here in LA, is now seeking, warrants, criminal warrants, judicial warrants. That is exactly what we asked for 5 years ago. They're doing it today. So a big thumbs up to Bill Asaley for doing that, because that really makes the legal scenario very simple.
We've seen all sorts of interference with ICE here in Los Angeles, whether it's rocks being thrown at agents or, as we saw at that cannabis farm a couple weeks ago, someone actually shot a gun at agents. Now, earlier today, we get this video of...
I don't know why the agents don't shoot them. I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense to me. You can't just throw rocks and shoot guns at people. That's crazy. What are we talking about? What is this? What the fuck is going on?
These two California...
Bad PR? The only bad PR to me is the fact that they're not doing it.
Medical workers who are being charged federally now for interfering with ICE when they were trying to arrest a Honduran illegal immigrant who ran in their facility. This is one of the workers being arrested right now. Just give us your thoughts on the overall big picture of all the resistance we're seeing here in LA when it comes to ICE.
Well, it's misplaced. If people want to protest what ICE is doing, ICE has a legitimate job to do, and they enforce federal immigration law. All these
people say you can't shoot into a crowd. If somebody in a crowd started bringing in guns, or 3 people with guns started shooting at the police, they would immediately shoot into the crowd instantaneously. What do you think they're going to do? Just like sit there and die? Of course they're going to shoot back. Think about that for 3 seconds.
Sanctuary policies are basically a joke because in essence you can't nullify federal law with a local law. And that false narrative they've been pushing has deluded people to thinking that it's okay to oppose. They are a joke because in essence you can't. Sanctuary policies are.
What do you think they're going to do? Just like sit there and die? Of course they're going to shoot back. Think about that for 3 seconds.
Sanctuary policies are basically a joke because in essence you can't nullify federal law with a local law. And that false narrative they've been pushing has deluded people to thinking that it's okay to oppose what ICE is doing. No, that becomes a separate crime. Federal law with a local law. And that false narrative they've been pushing has deluded people to thinking that it's okay to oppose what ICE is doing. No, that becomes a separate crime when you're interfering with a federal, a state, a local law enforcement officer, and those need to be dealt with accordingly.
What's your position on ICE detainers? So if you're sheriff again, I know you're saying you'll comply with federal judicial warrants, but what about ICE detainers? In other words, say an illegal immigrant is arrested for assault with a deadly weapon and he goes into the LA County jail and ICE...
Why the fuck would he go into the jail? Just send him back. If you know he's illegal, why the fuck is he even here? This is such an outrageous... this is crazy.
Puts a detainer on him and says, hey, if he makes bail, we'd like you to hand him over to us or at least tell us when he's going to be released. California sanctuary state law says you can't work with ICE. So would you obey that or what would your policy be?
Well, we can actually, with a detainer, as long as we have a judicial warrant that holds him in custody, once the judicial warrant expires, if they want to take him over at the point of expiration of the judicial warrant, that's fine. They can have him. In fact, we think that is the best thing. However, we can't detain them beyond their release date on an administrative detainer. We were actually sued and we lost a class action lawsuit on that very same issue. So the detainers work while the person has another reason why they're in custody.
Well, then work with the federal government, because if the federal government are the ones that are doing it and they're the ones that are supposed to enforce immigration, then even if you can't detain them, the federal government can because it's federal law for immigration. So this is such a roundabout answer to not have to answer what he's obviously trying to say.
Here locally.
And the last question, about 40 seconds left here. Another topic you care a lot about is homelessness in California. If we can pull up this data on the screen here, a recent HUD study showing that there are approximately 187,000 homeless people here in the state of California. Sheriff, when you were in office, there were obviously all sorts of issues, violent crimes, specifically on the LA Metro. It seemed like almost every day someone was getting stabbed or some horrible violent crime there.
Yeah, get them out.
If you're sheriff again, you know, what's your plan with that?
Well, one thing is we're going to start enforcing the law. We're going to hire 2,000 deputies.
What? Wait, they can do that?
In 2 years to get us back to full strength. And we're going to go out there and do the things we were doing before when we cleaned up the Venice at the beach, with Brentwood in front of the VA Center, Plaza Olvera in downtown LA. We were successful working with local law enforcement, working with local government, be it the city of LA or small police or municipal cities, cleaning up their homeless encampments, getting people into the shelters, and actually it kind of is a tough love. Okay, it's time to move on, get out. We have a shelter for you.
You get the
but
fuck out.
You cannot have a way of life of just occupying public spaces and declaring it as your own, and that's what has to change.
Okay.
So fucking obvious. It's crazy that anybody is even saying like, oh no, this isn't what you should do.
Former LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva now seeking to be the new sheriff of LA County once again in 2026. Sheriff, always great to see you. Thanks for your time.
Hey, everyone.
Well, there it is. And so I'm very glad to see these people finally getting arrested. This is amazing for me to see this. Hopefully they keep doing it. I think that any of these people that want to be martyrs, make them earn it. Make them earn it. Send them to jail. And I am so glad to see this. This is going to be amazing. First time retard chatter. What's this? Who's this individual? How racist can you be? Without these people, the U.S. would no longer function. Because everybody knows anybody who has brown skin. Hey, guys, listen. Everybody from Latin America is an illegal alien, right? I'm sure. Of course. Yeah, duh. Of course that's true, right, guys? Jesus, what a weirdo. Oh my God, where do these people come from? Yeah, oh my God, it's a slavery supporter? Hey, they love slavery. What can I say? And it's surprising, but not really that surprising. Televising bum fights would be the real Hunger Games? Oh, I like that. Sounds good. This sort of slavery would be okay. Use prisoners and illegals, catch up and clean up all the tents of human piles of poop. I mean, this sort of slavery would be okay. Use prisoners and illegals, catch up and clean up all the tents of human piles of poop. I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, I just think they need to get the homeless people off the street, obviously, if they're causing problems. I mean, I don't think it's really a big deal, but like in general, yeah. But this is a much bigger problem. Like the homelessness thing is like, that's more complex in my opinion. This is very simple. If you're obstructing federal law enforcement, you need to go to jail, period. And I think that I think ICE agents and the police, the federal government, I think that they need to be a lot harsher on these protesters. And there's a reason why you don't see anybody throwing rocks at the police officers in Florida. It's because if they do, the police officers in Florida will shoot them and kill them. So the entire idea that like, oh, wow, like, you know, like, well, you can't do that. You can't do that. It's bad. No, it's actually super simple. You apply a level of accountability to people and then you hold them to that level. That's it. And that's what he said. He said, if you throw a rock or you do anything to our officers, we will contact your family to let them know where to pick up your remains. And I think that's the way it should be done. That is. And with any of these people that are trying to obstruct the officers, I think they need to go to jail. So you're against protests? Why would you say that I'm against protests? What did I say that made you think that I was against protesting? It seems like a very harsh reaction to people expressing an opinion. Do you think that I want people to be shot with a gun for expressing an opinion? Is that what you think? I want you to tell me that that's what you think that I think. That I want the federal government to shoot people for expressing their opinion. Is that what I said? I hope not. You said I hope not. That's not what I said. Did I say that or not? It's not what was people to be shot with a gun for expressing an opinion. Is that what you think? I want you to tell me that that's what you think that I think. That I want the federal government to shoot people for expressing their opinion. Is that what I said? I hope not. You said I hope not. That's not what I said. Did I say that or not? It's not what was said. It's what I understood and felt was implied. So let me get this straight. You think that I want the federal government to shoot and kill people who are protesting? Is that actually what you think that I believe? Say it. You said no. You're getting banned. You know it's no. By the way, I saw you earlier talking about like some fucking other bullshit about you were being annoying earlier, and that's why you got banned. I saw you being annoying earlier, and now you're being annoying again. And so yeah. Anyway, so here's the reason why you're getting banned. You're getting banned because you know that you're being disingenuous. You know that framing it in that way is dishonest. And whenever you're directly confronted with the question, do you think that's what I believe? You obviously think that that's not what I believe. So you're creating a optical argument by creating and effectively misrepresenting what I think into something that I'm not thinking, and then trying to get me to talk me down off of a position by misrepresenting it. You know that you're being dishonest. You 100% know that you're being dishonest. You're doing it on purpose. Strawmanning? Yeah. And she even admitted it. That's the thing, is because, again, this type of stuff, like this emotional manipulation, it only works inside of, like, little, like, fucking, basically, like, tweets, right? Oh, but so you're against protests. No, nobody said that. It's ridiculous. I hate that. I hate that stuff so much. It's so annoying. Why, you can't get a job?
Jesus Christ, I look like Tobey Maguire in Spider-Man 3. So one of the only constants in the human experience is this. The only thing worse than job is no job. Being unemployed puts you in this
I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but there's actually an unspoken law that anytime that I take a day off of streaming, a new war has to start. So yesterday, Thailand and Cambodia started a war.
Tensions rising between Thailand and Cambodia, with deadly clashes breaking out along the country's disputed border. And a warning that some of you may find these images that we are about to show you disturbing.
I mean, just real quick. I mean, if it's on CNN, it's probably fine, right?
Fighting erupted early in the morning near an ancient temple. Both sides have accused the other of firing first.
Shit.
Hours later, Thailand's military said it deployed fighter jets to target Cambodian military targets.
That's Hawaiian Punch, guys.
Thai officials accused Phnom Penh of retaliating by launching rockets into civilian areas, including a petrol station. They say 12 civilians have been killed in attacks, while Cambodia is yet to report any fatalities. Well, Ripley has one.
A rocket slams into a 7-Eleven near a gas station in Thailand's Sisaket province. The Thai military says
They blown
it was
up the
fired from
7-Eleven?
Cambodia, just miles away.
Oh my
Local
God.
officials say the number of dead is expected to rise.
Jesus.
In Thailand's nearby Surin province, gunfire, families, children scrambled. An 8-year-old boy killed, the Thai military says. This is the deadliest day of fighting between Thailand and Cambodia in more than a decade. A border skirmish now spiraling into a larger regional crisis, fighting up and down the border between the two countries. Thailand's military accuses Cambodia of deploying heavy weapons into civilian areas, rocket launchers, artillery, hitting villages, homes, and public buildings. In response, Thailand sealed off all 508 miles of its border with Cambodia, raising fears of prolonged conflict.
Yeah, I would
Diplomatic ties are unraveling. Ambassadors recalled. Cambodia calling for an emergency UN Security Council.
How does this shit just happen every day? That's wild, right? Oh my God.
Accusing Thailand's far larger and better equipped army of brutal, barbaric aggression. Thai F-16s bombed Cambodian military outposts, Cambodia responding by attacking a Thai army base. Thailand insists it's acting in self-defense. They say a Thai soldier was wounded in a landmine explosion. Cambodia claims it's only responding to Thai provocations. Thailand's military is more than triple the size of Cambodia's. Its air force among the most advanced in Southeast Asia.
Well, they're
Cambodia
fucked then.
has no fighter jets at all.
Yeah, it seems like it's not really much of a war.
Complicating matters, political turmoil in Thailand. Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra suspended last month for a leaked phone call with Cambodia's ex-leader Hun Sen, a longtime ally of her father, the former prime minister. In the call, she called the Cambodian strongman uncle and even appeared to criticize her own country's powerful military. That triggered anti-government protests and accusations of undermining national sovereignty.
Every time with the flags, huh? Every time you can tell that it's not a protest in America. Because everybody's using the same flag.
Sovereignty. On the streets of Bangkok, many don't want war. They also say Thailand needs to show strength. I want it to end, but if we don't retaliate, they'll think we're weak, he says.
Yeah, of course.
Hospitals are evacuating. Civilians are dying. Thailand accuses Cambodia of planting fresh mines at the border, in a place where stepping off the trail can cost you a limb or your life. Cambodia denies adding to the millions of mines that already blight the region. This latest clash began near a sacred temple.
Yeah, this is like a temple of like Shiva or something like that. It was like a dispute over like who has ownership of it.
Sites along a colonial-era border drawn by France, which both countries have laid claim to for more than a century. And with no ceasefire in sight, you have two nations armed and angry on a collision course that's getting harder to reverse. Will Ripley, CNN, Taipei.
This video shows people running for safety in Thailand's Surin province amid the...
No, it's colonialism. This is a line that the French drew. I think that a lot of you guys need to realize that a lot of these issues, like, yeah, I'm sure it's not like Europeans invented war, but I do think that our interventionist policies across the world have kind of set these problems up to occur. And I think that they've certainly delegitimized any sort of like national ownership of the problems themselves. They made it worse. Yeah, they made it worse for sure.
Sound of gunfire. Thai officials say at least 11
really, like, just for a second, why the fuck is France drawing the borderline between Cambodia and Thailand? Does anybody own a fucking globe? They're not even close to each other. It's insane.
Have so far been killed in the fighting. Well, for more on this, I'm joined by Ben Bland, who's director of the Asia Pacific program
because reasons
at Chatham House. And just walk us through this conflict. What's the history behind it?
Well, Becky, like so many conflicts across Asia and across the world, the roots are in the colonial history, actually. So more than 100 years ago, the Kingdom of Siam, which predated modern Thailand, and the French, who were in colonial control over what's today Cambodia, agreed a demarcation of the border, and that's been disputed by Thailand ever since. And that map and the dispute over it is really
this is why I'm generally a non-interventionist. I don't want to get involved with and start trying to fucking interfere with other countries' politics like this. This is what happens. They need to solve their own problems.
Cause the flare-ups that we've seen at various
Go on him. Q, claw. Oh my god. Oh my god. Damn, Bows, you're actually the GOAT of Arena. Damn, thanks man, appreciate it. You know, not a lot of people give me credit for my Arena skills, but here I am. I can't flash during my deceive. Look. But I can flash during my deceive. See that? But I can't flash during my deceive. Unable to. I could be very freaky. I could be very, very freaky. Get IE for the crit damage. I'm gonna one-shot Ezreal. This is gonna be silly. Oh, I died! Oh, I died! Fuck! That's not quite, not a one-shot yet. He survived. He did survive. Next time, it will be a one-shot. I'll make sure of it. Movement speed, please. 2280, nice. Ooh, this is looking a little bit harder to beat. can one-shot the Vi, I guess. I can try the perma-stealth strat. I'm gonna try perma-stealth. Hello? Oh, stealth again. Hello? I messed up. My bad. Stealth! 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 Stealth again! Stealth for a quadruple, penta stealth game. Oh my god. I don't know how to use this. Stealth for a quadruple. Stealth again! Stealth, stealth, stealth. Stealth. Stealth, stealth, stealth. Stealth again! God. I don't know how to use this. This item is so slow. It has like a cast time to go back to it. It's kind of annoying. Oh my god. Oh my god. Biz into biz into biz. What is happening? It has to be this, right? It's literally a Shaco. It's a Shaco augment. I have to just pick it. Yeah, it does more damage. Yeah. Bro, who am I one-shotting? I'm one-shotting this guy. She's dead. Her banshees will block my claw, but it doesn't matter. Bro, I'm so OP. Bro, I'm so OP. I am so OP. Alright, what's my last item? I don't get anything from more crit, right? Because when I hit them from the back, this attack critically strikes. So getting more crit doesn't increase my damage. Because I do a one-shot, one-kill combo, and it's always gonna crit, so I don't need crit. What I need is the most lethality I can possibly get, which is opportunity. 30 lethality in one item. Although the collector damage executes is gonna look sick. If I get this and it does like plus 999 true damage, that's gonna look fucking sick. Yeah, more dopamine, way more dopamine. My team is having draft talk. Oh, I don't really care about it, gonna be honest. Critical strike damage, what is happening? Lethality. AD, that's good enough. Bro, I don't think I've ever had such a high roll game in my life. This is gonna be so much dopamine. Who am I one-shotting? The set has 5k health. I'm one-shotting someone though. Watch this. He's fucking dead, by the way. Give me the plant. Nice. Oh my We're not losing this game, by the way. If we lose this game, I'm never playing Arena again. How did I not one-shot him though? Tanky, I guess. He has Sonya's and he has Edge of Night. Classic ADC being tankier than they should be. They win it if they played well. Never mind, Sadis is dying. Full tank Diana! Giga Shad! Giga Shad! I built full tank! Opado! Hold up, Echo is cooking. Lethality.
A selection from our wealthiest warlords. Gather up your coinage, fighters. Let's
Ooh, Gamba or AD. So I secure the AD or can I hit lethality here? Always Gamba, right? Ew. Ew. Well, I'm one-shotting one of them. Alright. Said. Just play better next time, honestly. Honestly said, just play better. What the hell? Fortune Shard. Yeah, it's always her. Full on Unbreakable or 8 lethality. I mean, Unbreakable is OP. Ew! Frozen Heart, Sonya's, Randuin's Omen. They both went. These guys are disgusting. Ooh, let's win the arena game. Let's win the arena game, guys. Guys, we need to win the arena game. Like, what? Who does this, man? I'm still gonna win. FF, I get hit by skill shots when I'm stealth. The hatred I have for these players is
the Empire.
I'm juicing. We're on lethal. How do I play it, chat? This Diana has 10,000 health and the Ezreal has 400 armor. I cannot stand. Okay, I'm just gonna dodge it. I think Ezreal is killing me because I'm getting hit by his skill shots. If it's a skill issue. If I don't get hit by his skill shots, I win. I just need to dodge. Just don't get hit. Dodged. Okay. I'm out. Don't die, Twitch. I hate these players! I have the best build in existence and they just build tank and they win. I cannot stand these type of players. If I check on your profile and you have 20 games of arena, Emerald, 20 games of arena. Yeah, of course. Let's win the arena game! Let's win the arena game, guys! They're all like this. Let me guess. 50 games of arena. Guys, we need to win the arena game. It's okay. I'm not mad. It's okay. I'm not angry.
So apparently McDonald's is they're getting rid of McDonald's in Chicago.
There'll be lots of McDonald's locations
Okay.
nearby. Check out all those golden
Oh, wow.
arches. But one by one, you can see most have disappeared.
The golden arches on Clark, not there.
Wow.
No more Big Macs at this Loop location either. 4 McDonald's gone, within a 10-minute walk of each other. What is going on?
I think that would be a question
Why
for
would this happen?
McDonald's.
Oh, we asked them, but got an appreciate you reaching out reply.
Seems like
because they don't want to say the reason why they're leaving. The reason why you're leaving is you don't want to have a vendor in a PvP zone. That's the reason why. It's so obvious.
a lot of people don't want to talk about what's really going on here. But before we get to the real
crime,
truth of why these places might be shutting down, have you ever been to an inner city McDonald's that made you feel safe and secure?
Interestingly, McDonald's...
Usually, like, so this is what I said before, like, for us, it is Whataburger. And, like, this is, like, I took this girl was from, Canada, and she grew up in China. And I took her to from, it is Whataburger. And, like, this is, like, I took this girl was from, Canada, and she grew up in China. And I took her to Whataburger. And she wouldn't even sit inside of the lobby. She was standing outside while I ate my food because she was afraid of the potential PvP situations that could occur inside of the lobby from the various NPCs that were there.
global headquarters is only about a mile
Yeah,
from the
bro,
Loop.
she was not
Why
ready for
are
that.
they hightailing it from their hometown? Again, no explanation from corporate.
Yeah, they don't
An
wanna
outside
say.
source told us crime and tensions with the unhoused were a factor for at least one of the
Of
closures.
the unhoused? You mean homeless people? Jesus Christ, bro. Like, these euphemisms are driving me crazy. They really are.
Crime! That's exactly what's taking place at McDonald's in many parts of the country.
What a
but
surprise!
interestingly,
What?
even in New York, where you
What?
see some of this at its most intense,
Mm-hmm.
these stores have found a way to stay open because they're near America's busiest train station and they're by Times Square, where people can place mobile orders.
Look at
And
this, bro. Like, why do we live in a world where everything has to be done through... Like, when I was growing up, we didn't have to deal with this shit. This is insane. That we got fucking bulletproof glass KFCs. You know, this McDonald's has more security than a Bank of fucking America. Oh my God. COVID barrier? Nobody's wearing a mask. This is not because of COVID, I'll tell you that.
and flee the store as soon as they get their food.
Illinois Restaurant Association had another theory.
I know that since 2020, restaurants have seen an increase of 35% labor costs, 35% purchasing costs, and almost 20% in fixed costs.
That'll do it.
And so they've had a 100% increase cost of the fucking items on the menu, so suck my dick.
Recipe, consumers cutting back on fast food.
Yeah, because
you've noticed the vacancy
it's a waste
signs
of
around,
money.
but they don't scare you.
Sometimes, for sure, you see, you come this way and you're like...
Okay, so this guy here, he's in a super high-end
It's a
looking
nice
restaurant here.
yeah.
He's not serving fast
Yeah, he doesn't need to worry about this. Like, because you don't have the, what'd you call them? Fuck. Like Nevrons. I'll just say that. The Nevrons that are coming into this area and causing problems. The zombies, yeah, no, that's it. And no, that's it. Portfolio. Well, I mean, whatever it is.
food. Yes, people are cutting back on fast food because it's no longer fast.
So crazy,
It
that's
might
what they
not
are.
actually be food, and the price is way up. But there's another reason why stores are closing, and it's because they're attracting the wrong type of foot traffic, and that tanks these places. They have to shut down.
Yep.
Retailers look for ways to increase.
Like, I didn't even know people were uncomfortable about this. Because, like, growing up, I just thought it was normal that there was a crackhead living at McDonald's. Like, if I went to McDonald's and there wasn't a crackhead there, I would think, oh, there must be a police officer here or something like that's going on, right? Like, I mean, every single McDonald's, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but, like, every McDonald's, you have the lobby, right? And inside of the lobby, there's an area where the cashier's desk is not within line of sight of the rest of the lobby. And inside of that out of LOS area There's a homeless person that has a complete computer setup there with like probably a George Foreman grill, and it looks like they've been living there for 3 days. And that way, the manager doesn't see them, right? And they've got their backpack there, they've got their clothes out. Everybody, like they're camping there, right? They live there now, and so he's 3, exactly. And so like I have people come, like, you know, when that girl did that, I was like, wait. What? No, he just lives here. No, he's fine. He might ask for your receipt later so he can use it for his rewards card to get a muffin, but that's it. No, he probably won't stab you. That's it. Yeah. I didn't even know that this bothered people this much.
Traffic. But the McDonald's at 2154 Nostrand Avenue in Brooklyn is doing the opposite. As the sign on the door shows, no one under 20 needs an ID or a parent, while some dislike the new door policy being enforced by a trio of security guards and backed up by NYPD officers.
Let me guess. This policy reduced the problems by, let me guess, 100%. I bet they didn't have any problems after this. I'm not even kidding. I actually bet this probably totally solved the problem.
The police. The reasoning is plain. McDonald's locations are all too often the scene of violent crimes. Yeah. And both the victims and perpetrators can often be young.
So,
that's exactly true. Like every like fast food restaurant that's near any of like the high schools or middle schools here, there would always be PvP events happening there. Always. Like I remember, bro, people breaking the order things. Like there were multiple Dairy Queen. There's a Dairy Queen by my high school, and there would be multiple Dairy Queen events that would happen every single year.
Is taking over these stores, and the problems you have in Chicago, a high-tax, progressive city that doesn't back up its police, are the same problems you've got in places like New York, where we don't have a legal system that holds people accountable for destroying restaurants. So what happens if they're not in the busiest parts of town? They've got to close. Look at these places in Chicago. These were flagship locations, and now they're gone. And it's not just New York and Chicago that have an age policy at some of their stores.
If you're over 21, you must bring a doorbell to be let in.
Wow.
This is crazy, bro. Like, what are we doing? This is, I'm going to say it again. 2%. We put the 2% of all the problem boys in institutions and prison and force them to work. All of these problems will 2%. We put the 2% of all the problem boys in institutions and prison and force them to work. All of these problems will magically disappear. I promise you, they will magically fucking disappear. We won't have any of these problems anymore. We won't need to have fucking dining room hours. We won't need to have plexiglass windows. It's going to be gone. Every problem's going to go away. It'll fix the economy too? Yeah, it's going to make everything better. It's modern slavery. It's opt-in slavery.
With the kids. The normal community comes here. Everybody interacts. They're great.
Yeah.
The McDonald's on Franconia
It's more
Road.
than 2%. It is, but the 2% would be the minimum, number one. And the 2% makes the remaining percent more manageable. You can manage the remaining percent, but the problem is that if you have, like, you reach a critical mass where there's too many problems and you can't address all of them.
Fairfax County kicked off new safety measures, angering teenagers and thrilling adults.
I think it's a great thing. This is the first time.
There it is.
In probably 5 years, I sat down for 15 minutes in this McDonald's and enjoyed a hamburger.
To get into this,
because I know why. There's a middle school. There's a McDonald's near the middle school. And if you go to that McDonald's at 4 p.m., that place is a fucking zoo. They're sitting there. They're like, they had to get rid of the drink machine. They can't even get their own drinks there anymore because they kept going and putting their mouth like, doing this, throwing fucking ketchup at each other, like all this bullshit. Like, they had to go and take everything out. Hooligan, they were. Yeah, and that's it. They jumped the fences. Yes, it was some crazy ass motherfucking shit, man. And degenerate. Yes, food fights. Yeah, throwing food at each other. You did that as a kid? I was involved in one Dairy Queen situation. And to be fair, it wasn't even really my fault. It was my friend's. We had a guy we knew, his name was Fabian. And we hid my friend's ice cream and we told him that this other random group of guys stole his ice cream while he was in the bathroom. Room. And he started he was going to get in a fight with them. And Fabian just had it. He was holding it under the desk. And he goes, Eric! And he turns around after he's yelling at them and talking to him. And he goes, and that was it, man. Like, yeah, I remember this. S-tier paint? Yes. Bathroom ice cream. Yeah, so it wasn't your fault, but you sure didn't tell him? No, I didn't tell him. I knew this shit was going to happen. You sure his name wasn't Mohammed? No, but we did have a Mohammed in our school. He came from Nigeria. He was like related to the Nigerian royal family or something. And he would visit Africa and like post photos like I'm visiting the homeland. And he is now, my understanding is that he is now a detective for the Austin Police Department. Yeah. He's actually a detective now. Which is crazy because we used to do things that were on the opposite side of that. But yeah, he switched sides. So good for him, man. He also had like, this is, sorry, I'm going off on a huge tangent. He had like one of those slabs. If you're from like the South, you know what that is. But like if you're not, it's like those cars that have like all the lights on them, the TVs on them. They're like super like the real like ghetto fabulous style cars. Like he had one of those, and like, yeah, bro, yeah, it was the whole thing. Yeah, return the slab. Yeah, I remember that.
McDonald's.
Okay, I didn't know you could sit down at a McDonald's anywhere and enjoy a hamburger.
Yeah,
where I'm from, I don't know if that's possible anymore. Shout out to Fairfax County, Virginia.
Customers are greeted at all entrances, which are locked, with a sign saying they have to be over 21 to dine inside.
Because due to repeated instances of student violence. See, this would never happen if you just put the kids in jail.
A doorbell alerts a staff member who lets
a doorbell, bro. Like, you actually have a doorbell.
You in.
For McDonald's.
As you can see, they're happy to greet some customers, while others get denied. According to a spokesperson...
You saw this kid with a backpack? Nope. No, Billy, you're not coming in here. We saw you. You stole 200 ketchup packets last time you were in here.
For this franchise, student violence and disrespectful behavior erupts here at least once a week.
Yeah, of course.
And staff and customers are sick of it.
Of course.
Thomas Edison High School is just across the street.
So, the McDonald's in Brooklyn that also has this policy, they're also by a whole bunch of schools. So youth violence might be an out-of-control problem at places like a McDonald's that cater to folks who...
Youth violence isn't the problem. Youth accountability is the problem. That's the difference.
A lot of fast food. And of course, that doesn't excuse the violence going on in some of these places, but it does explain why McDonald's in certain parts of Chicago might have to close down, even if people say these are busy areas of town that don't have a foot traffic problem.
A welcome greeting of graffiti. Are you getting tired of answering the question, how is the loop doing?
No. It's been our pleasure. What does this say? We have permanently closed our doors. Damn. So they actually had to relocate.
Loop doing?
No, not really, because every day there's something new and improved.
Like the restaurant where the Chicago Loop Alliance's Michael Edwards met us.
Everybody trying to always blame this shit on black people, bro. Like, no, we caused this problem and we were white and there's a bunch of people from Mexico too. Like, there were some black people, yeah, but it was mainly white people and Mexicans. Like, that was my school. It was like 70% Hispanic. You don't need black people to cause these problems. You could cause these problems anywhere. Yeah, like I was there. Fuck, I recorded videos of it. Is everyone? Yeah, no, well, is poor people? Yeah. Here's the thing, is that the funny thing that I think about this is that, you know who this hurts the most is the people in these communities. Because the people that are in these communities are the ones that end up losing jobs, losing opportunities, and being treated like de facto, basically criminals. That's the thing. Is like, and do you ever think about this? Like, whenever you have guys that like you go to, Church's Chicken. Like, there's that one video we saw. This guy went to Church's Chicken, and it's like they had more bulletproof glass on there than they do at fucking Chase Bank. Like, you have more of that, and it's like whenever you treat people like they're incarcerated for long enough, they start acting like it. And so you have this degradation of society that's so bad that you have people that can't get jobs because all the stores are closed. They get treated like criminals because there's enough people that are criminals. And then some of them are criminals and nothing's ever done about it. So the situation just perpetually gets worse. That's what happens. That's really the issue. And you've got these white liberal women that are patting each other on the back for defunding the police in these areas. Meanwhile, it's the minorities in these areas that are the victims of it that need the police the most. Because the police are the ones that ensure that these people get to have a life that they don't have to be looking over their shoulder. They don't have to be constantly fucking worried about having their shit stolen. Like, that's it.
On Memento.
It's racial and you know it. It's also gender-based. Like, if you want to say that it's racial, you can say that it's gender-based. Should we treat men differently than we treat women going into a restaurant? I don't think that we should. So I don't think that, again, there are a lot of problems that different ethnic groups have and don't have, like, for sure, right? And different, like, commonalities and, what do you call it? Like, what's a better way to say it? Different trends that different ethnic groups have. That doesn't mean that you should make policies and treat people as if they are that ethnic group, because a person is not an ethnic group. A person is an individual. And if you treat a person like they're an ethnic group, you're dehumanizing them. So the solution should not be based off of, an ethnic group or looking at this group of people like they're bad. It should be looking at the problem. And even if this problem disproportionately affects an ethnic group of people, it's still a good solution. Like, a great example of this in the inverse is affirmative action for low-income families. This is something that disproportionately helps minorities because a lot of them have lower income households, right? Especially like black households. This is something that would be beneficial for them. Is it a bad system because it more likely helps those people? Of course not, no. So you shouldn't be thinking about this in the perspective of race. You should be thinking about this in the perspective of the behavior. Because if you solve the behavior, that's universal. It's meritocracy? Yeah, focus on the problem.
A moment. First, an assessment of the loop's health
First quarter of this year, 1 million people came down, $280 million in economic impact.
Downtown foot traffic on the weekends is even higher than before the pandemic. Consumers are coming, commercial tenants not as much.
So the problem isn't a foot traffic problem. The problem is a law and order problem. And if you live in a place like Chicago where this is taking place, or in New York, and nobody goes to jail for stuff like assault or petty crime, or you've got super lax bail laws that release repeat offenders on their millionth time getting busted, you're going to have a lot of this going on. And businesses will just decide, you know what, it's not worth it for us, even with all the foot traffic.
The vacancy.
Yeah, why would somebody want to put an area there? Like, that's it.
Signs around, but they don't scare you.
Sometimes, for sure, you see, you come this way and you're like, I mean, maybe I'm the craziest.
And yeah.
Didn't you say any while ago you don't like affirmative action or any policy that disadvantages you based on identity? Yes, and this is completely in line with that. And when I said that, I made the exception for income. I think that income-based affirmative action and poverty-based beneficial behavior, even if it disproportionately helps minorities, is something that I'm completely in support of. Basically, I'm in support of making decisions to help groups of people, but I don't think that the delineation should be based off of which ethnicity or which gender they're a part of. So, like, for example, if there are people in a rural area, then they might have a structural disadvantage that could be addressed through some sort of government means. Big supporter of that. Not a big supporter of helping everybody that is a certain race or a certain gender. Very big difference there.
Christopher Roldan is betting big on the loop. Right next to the train, he just opened Memento. It's a fast casual taqueria on one side, sit-down restaurant on the other.
That's a nice
handmade
place.
Decor, self-serve liquor, and mouth-watering Mexican food.
There's this unique thing about the area that you have tourists and locals.
A combo that's done well for the highly Instagrammable Amarino.
Yeah, it's that restaurant will be successful. You're not gonna have Nevrons going in there and causing problems at all.
Gelato franchise.
Okay. Just because McDonald's is shutting down doesn't mean other businesses that have a totally different pay structure and a totally different clientele that they cater to have not found ways to stay open. I absolutely believe that overpriced gelato and macaroons are doing well in Chicago.
Roldan also owns around the corner. He's opening another Amarino in the Loop this summer.
Yeah, see? And the reason why also is because a lot of the people that go in and cause trouble can't afford any of this food. That's another big reason. Why would you go into a restaurant if you can't afford anything? Like McDonald's, that's the reason why there's a lot of people at McDonald's that are there. It's because they can afford the food there.
All of the 300 locations, 19 countries, this one in Chicago is the #1 in sales. You have proofs that this area works.
All the ingredients at least some investors need to dismiss doubts about these sad signs.
Okay, let's back up for a second here. They don't have seats. There are not tables. You're not supposed to grab a big tray with food for several people and bring it to a table and sit there and spend half an hour to 40 minutes in the store. This is a get it and leave type of place.
That's
and
right.
Unfortunately, that might have to be what happens to McDonald's. The McDonald's in New York, these places are slammed if they're in a busy area. And you see
I've seen this before. Like, I've been to McDonald's before, and there's so many McDonald's, like here, at least in Austin, where, like, I swear to God, I feel like I'm going into a prison going into that McDonald's. McDonald's used to be so lit. It used to have, like, you know, you would sit down and it was like, you know, Ronald McDonald was a chair, or like fucking Grimace was like this like big kind of like beanbag round like chair thing. You could sit down there, and like now it's like these like fucking chairs like this. They're like bolted down to the ground and you can't move them. Yeah, there's like a Nintendo 64 there. There's a play place.
Lots of people coming in, getting their breakfast, but they do not stick around. They leave. And maybe that's why some of these McDonald's in Chicago are vanishing. If these stores were making money and they didn't have a crime problem, they would stay open. Heck, they'd stay open even if they had a crime problem, because the money and the orders were good enough to keep them there.
Absolutely.
But thankfully, Chicago's mayor is up for re-election, and that city has a chance to change things. Let's see how that's going.
And the fact of the matter is, Mayor Johnson has 90 99 problems, and President Trump is not one of them. There's the...
Oh, it's this guy. He hates white people. I know him. He's the one he was the one that says that he hires black people because black people are more generous than white people. Remember him? A real winner there.
$988 million budget deficit.
And he's going off on President Trump. Like, you can't even keep a McDonald's open. You got people that are pillaging the McDonald's and you're mad at Donald Trump?
City is going to be facing. RTA has a $770 million budget deficit. Chicago Public Schools, $550 deficit.
You want to admit this is racial? You guys, y'all push me so hard to try to like go and like push some like race stuff. This guy is a racist. He's a fucking racist. I would never vote for him. As a white person, I would never vote for this guy because he's advocating for race-based policies. He's the racist. I'm not. Yeah, why the fuck would I vote for this? Absolutely fucking not. Yeah, with this guy, it is race. It absolutely is. He says it. This isn't me judging. This is a fact.
Chicago Transit Authority, over $500 million deficit.
Place is falling apart.
The mayor of Chicago does not have time to be worried about what is happening with President Trump.
Yeah.
He has his own issues. And I think that we need to remind him that we have been unhappy with him. You know, we're talking about a man with the single digit.
Okay, I'm sure that
a single digit.
He has relatively low approval. But just like
what a fucking retard. Holy shit. Oh my God.
New York, where I'm at, Chicago, they've got this problem where the person that they elect is part of the problem, and then they get upset with that person, then it's time for another election, and then what do? They bring in somebody who just continues the status quo. So he very well may win, despite what you're hearing here, which could mean...
If you win with a 6% approval rating, I honestly would be impressed. I would respect that.
And even more McDonald's leave the city.
Over Memorial Day weekend, according to police. Yet Mayor Johnson continues to claim that he's making the city better and he's working to make it safer and that violence is actually going down. Listen.
The key it makes sense, right? Because no, it makes sense. See, the violence at the restaurants are going down because there aren't any more restaurants. We don't have all these fights at McDonald's anymore. Like, I solved that. The fine print there is there aren't any more McDonald's. But, you know, it doesn't matter.
That we are making continue to push forth our effort to build the safest, most affordable big city in America. Our investments are clearly having some strong returns as violence continues to go down in the city of Chicago.
It's tough to find.
Okay, we got to talk about that because in New York they tell us the same thing. They tell us that violence is down. It's the safest big city everywhere, and you're safer here than you are in a place where criminals actually go to jail when they do something wrong. These numbers that we're getting out of these progressive cities, they are totally bogus. Look at this in New York just a month and a half ago.
Punished for allegedly faking New York City subway crime stats? Wait, the head of the New York PD District Transit Committee was stripped of his command allegations. Police report falsified to downplay subway crimes. Yeah, because the thing is, I can't let him see that I'm fucking up. Oh shit, I don't want him to know.
Transit commander punished for faking crime statistics while they're telling us that crime is down. What are they doing? They're making up reports, eliminating and misclassifying.
The fraud, makes them look bad. Yeah, it just makes them look bad.
A handful of incidents. Is that how these big cities keep getting safer? It might be.
Turns because crime is still up. It's running rampant. And people are still fleeing the city because of it.
It is still up, and let me tell you something, and I think I talked about this. You know, Mayor Johnson and Illinois officials...
6%, man. Man, what the fuck are you doing? But you think about how bad that is? 6%? God damn.
Love to talk about how crime is down. Yes, crime is down a little small.
What is that? What the fuck is that? Is that an armadillo?
Amount of what it was last year, but not down so much that you could be somewhere bragging about how crime is not happening.
Wait, that's what the fuck is this?
So much that you a little small enough to talk about how crime is down. Yes, crime is down a little.
It's a rock. The guy threw a rock in there. I get it now.
Amount of what it was.
It's a rock, and you got somebody crawling in. So he threw the rock through the window, and now he's roaching in through the hole. Oh my God.
Year, but not down so much that you could be somewhere bragging about how crime is not happening here in the city.
No,
I told you guys a couple of months ago, my husband was literally carjacked in front of our house, and I live 3 blocks from the mayor. So don't tell me about how crime is down and that the citizens of Chicago are...
I think I like that word, the Nevrons. I should just call all the people that cause these problems, just everybody, like, just call them Nevrons. That's just the word, bro. Like, he just walks in. Yeah. The goblins? Yeah, exactly.
Happy with this administration, and we're happy with what we're seeing because we're not.
What are you doing?
You're the same mayor that we was unhappy with in 2020.
It's not even locked?
When I first started on this platform, nothing has changed about that.
Look at this guy helping himself right here. The restaurant register right here. But you know, it's hard.
It's free loot.
Hard for a mayor to make or break a city's crime problem. Now, I'm not saying that that's not what's going on here, but many of these cities have other progressive leaders who pass laws.
You didn't even lock the door? Like, I mean, so you didn't lock the door, you didn't lock the fucking cash register, and this guy's just going in on it.
People like this.
It's not empty. Yeah, aren't you supposed to put the money? Like, I never worked in one of these jobs before, but aren't you supposed to put the money in the safe?
Mr. Robber here keep doing their thing without any fear of retribution from a justice system. But here's the thing, if people are leaving the city because of crime, where's this crime happening?
Somebody actually brought this up because me and my friend were thinking about robbing a Wendy's because he worked there, and we were talking about it, and like, yeah, no, it probably was an inside job because we were thinking about, like, you know, yeah, exactly, right? This is like back in like 2010, maybe 2009. But we ended up not doing that because I thought that the reason why I said not to do it is because I'm like, bro, I've been to that Wendy's. They have like 5 cameras there. They're gonna get us. He's like, no, dude, they won't. We'll put like a thing on our face. I'm like, no, dude, they're gonna get us. We go there all the time. They're going to immediately know it's me. They're gonna know it's me instantly. I go there constantly. And he's like, oh. And yeah, and because it's illegal. Well, it's because it's too high risk, bro. Like, yeah, don't shit where you eat. Yeah, that's our Wendy's. Like, we can't. They'd pick me up easily. Yeah, they would get me instantly. So yeah, actually, you bring up a really good point. That probably was an inside job. Really, really good point. I never even thought of that. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
It's not happening in the rich neighborhoods. It's not happening to the rich, wealthy restaurants. It's happening to the places, and at the places where the middle class goes to spend money. And if the middle class doesn't feel safe in a McDonald's, it doesn't feel safe spending money there, and the places are overrun with lawlessness, people are going to have to leave. Franchisees are going to close their restaurants because their customer base just isn't.
Because they're not making any fucking money. It's not complicated. Oh, I have a store, and it costs $15,000, and it's making $12,000. Okay, I'm going to close the store. Duh.
There. What do you think about that? Is that why McDonald's are leaving Chicago? Is that why they're probably going to leave certain parts of New York pretty soon if they don't get a handle on their underage violence problem? Let me know. Thanks for watching. See you in the next video.
No, it's insane.
Even in death, the secret.
It's insane that they even let this shit happen.
McDonald's is leaving.
And I feel like what's so embarrassing about it. Let me link y'all the video. What's so embarrassing about it is that people think that they're helping somebody. They think that they're actually helping out these communities by saying like, oh, the police are so bad. Oh, they're so mean. They're so bad. Oh no, we want to protect you from the police. And then they go and they let these people just fucking, again, they feel so good about this. They're helping, bro. They're helping the criminals. Yes, it's so embarrassing. Oh, it's a socioeconomic thing. They have to rob the Wendy's. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. What do we do? What are we talking about? It's outrageous. Yes, I don't even want to. Yes, white liberals and gated communities that never have to live with the consequences of their own performative fucking empathy. It is so annoying. Let me link you guys the video. Give it a like.
All right, guys, this is something that I've really never seen before.
So apparently McDonald's is they're I figured I'd get a little bit more into this. Now I gotta deal with that dumb bitch over here, right? Ooh. Yeah. Stagger him, man. Fuck, I thought it would stagger him, man. I'm done. T is an app that is officially at one point the #1 app on the App Store. This has been a massive scandal. A lot of people have been talking about this. My mom always said never go looking for trouble. That's exactly what the new T app is. If you ever ghosted a girl, had a situationship, or talked to any other female while single, you're a walking red flag and will be put on blast. Now imagine if there was an app called A Cold Beer.
Here we go. I tell you guys, I'm open to any valid criticism of which I receive, I'll always react to. It appears I've been called out by Legal Mindset, which is a guy who I actually respect a lot. I don't know when I kind of fucked up to garner his attention, but it seems that I've been called out by a lawyer, and Legal Mindset is saying that I don't deserve my career. So I guess let's fucking get into it. Let's see what he says, and I guess I will give you my defense when applicable. But let's see what's going on here, man. 99% like ratio, so I'm probably fucking cooked. But let's see how I fucked up, guys. It's a shame because I love this guy's channel, but I guess we'll no longer be reacting. This is a shame, guys. God, he's so handsome. Oh God, Jesus, this is gonna make me cry. This is so sad. God, man, dude, me and his mother's relationship is never gonna be the same after this. This is cooked, man. This is a shame. Truly a shame. All right, let's keep going here.
Pectone must be
canceled. Today, I come to you with very serious news on the legal mindset. That is in no way, a troll or a joke. This is serious stuff, people. And I'll let you be your own judge. Now, we all know that I'm a simple lawman, and most of the time I rely on the law and the facts and the system. But it comes a time when the system has failed us. It comes a time when I must put aside my values, my core beliefs, that people should not be silenced on the internet, that people should be allowed to speak, that people should be allowed into a free market of ideas. I should put away those silly concepts and allow people to be canceled. And indeed, for the first time ever, I am calling for cancellation. I am taking off my hat as a humble lawman and rising to you, my comrades. And yes, comrades is the word, to cancel Mr. Tectone. And of course, we have.
Нейната компания често се дружаха, обикаляха квартала по иллюзия. А относно на това да си
have a PowerPoint on this fast facts version. If you like PowerPoints, and if you are my comrades in the struggle against the Eggman, please smash that like and leave a comment below. So let's get into it with the PowerPoint today. Now, I am, of course, a very fair person, and I would only base this on
All right, we are now going to be grading my students of last week. You guys are also going to be grading. Which one of my students do we grade first, chat? Product Ash NA. Let's look up CS records real quick. The f is this piece of garbage? Lord I've never seen this. How do you die this many? How do you die this many times? All right, so let's just go back 1 week, okay? Let's just look at his CS numbers for 1 week. 100. So he is basically being based off of being a platinum player. 100 at 15, not the worst. 234 at 30, not the worst. Okay, 233 at 32, it's pretty bad. 108 at 15, not the worst. 324 at 36 is pretty good. Pretty good. 146 at 23 is really bad. 120 at 22 is really bad. His CSing is not the worst for a plat player. His CSing is not the worst, except some games, I will say. We're going to give his CSing a... So, what do you guys think? I am thinking around... For a plat player, it's not bad. I'm thinking a B as well, unironically. For a plat player, it's not bad. I'll give him a B for CSing. For his mechanics, I've seen his mechanics. I've watched his mechanics. I watched him off stream. I give Project Ash NA his mechanics D+. Now, I'm saying this because he lost to...
You know, I just can't deny it. It's getting way, way worse in a record amount of time.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to sit here and like doom scroll with you, but I believe the internet is the last big bastion of freedom. And, somebody that, has made content on things like the dark web and unsavory parts of the internet, and really the not so much the darkest end, but sometimes the most obscure parts of the internet, I believe the freedom is a great thing. All right. I believe that getting to access the internet is awesome. All right. Getting to access the internet unfettered is amazing. And even though that there are bad parts of the internet, I like to think that overall, a lot of the really illegal stuff does get taken care of by the internet. Now, obviously, things are not perfect, and that's pretty true. But what isn't perfect is the Online Safety Act that apparently has kicked in the last few days. So we already had shit like Steam and itch.io getting fisted by the payment processor cartel. Now we've got governments over here pushing the Online Safety Act. Now, what is the Online Safety Act? Well, it protects children and adults online. It puts a range of new duty on social media companies and search services, giving them legal duties to protect their users from illegal content and content harmful to children. The Act gives providers new duties to implement systems and processes to reduce risks their services are used for illegal activity. Now, a lot of the stuff on the internet that is illegal, especially when it comes to mainstream platforms like, YouTube, the site that you're watching on, tend to get taken care of relatively quickly, just because there's a lot of tools, freely accessible tools that YouTube has created that fight against truly illegal content. And generally speaking, even if we're talking about illegal content in the sense of deepfake technologies, there's a lot of new emerging technologies that are designed without the government getting involved to take care of a lot of the bad stuff. Now, do I think the United Kingdom is necessarily there to give a shit about the actual online safety of children? Absolutely not. Every kind of law that I've seen, and there's plenty of these laws where, for instance, accessing, the hub, accessing, adult websites now require you, ladies and gentlemen, to dig for your wallet, okay? Find out where your identification is, all right? I'm not going to show it for you, and then present that over to, an online platform. So you take a photo of your ID, you send it over, and they verify it. Now, usually these IDs are supposed to be deleted in a matter of 24 hours, but given what we've seen with an app called Key in the last, week, in the last few days, it doesn't seem like all this information just magically gets deleted. Sometimes it can be up there, sometimes it can be unsecure, and sometimes people can just grab this information, and it's a scary world, okay? We are absolutely creating new repositories that could possibly be hacked, and our information could be shared around. Our very private information, okay? It's a fucking wild world. Now, overnight, a lot of the biggest sites on the internet, for instance, started throwing out these big blockages. So, for instance, if you were in the UK and you saw this on a post on Twitter, due to local laws, we are temporarily restricting access to this content until X estimates your age. So obviously they're going to be requiring you to send in a selfie or a driver's license and verify if you're actually like a real, adult or something. Now, of course, when you go down into it, you can even see that, again, when people were researching this, Ofcom, the agency that is, leading the charge with the Online Safety Act, says age assurance methods supported are things like facial age estimation. So this is usually where, you point a camera at your face, and AI looks at your face and guesses what your age is. And of course, it checks a person's age via their credit card provider, bank, or mobile phone network operator. So much like a lot of sites, I think OnlyFans does it too, where you in order to do anything on the website, you have to actually connect a credit card, and they do like a little 10-cent charge, and they basically, you have to tell them how much money you charged just to verify, if the credit card provider is a valid one. And through the credit card provider or the bank, they can verify if somebody is of age. Then you've got photo ID matching, which is where they take your driver's license or any valid ID that you show at a bar. That would be sent over to whatever server, and they would validate that way. Or you could even send a passport or a similar ID, which you check against a selfie. So again, it's really up to the agency. So for instance, it's up to you. It's not done through the government. You actually have to go through a third-party organization. And this is where, again, they want to adopt these measures where they want to, not exclude adults from accessing legal content that may be adult, but should protect their privacy as well. Age assurance methods deployed by the adult content platforms are subject to the GDPR. So there's a lot of red tape and regulations put around it. And I think it's not so much the government wants to just censor people or track them. If the government wants to censor you, let's say the government wants to track what websites you're going to, it's very easy for the government in this case to just literally go and put a flag on you and just see what you're looking through at the ISP level. There's almost no way to really avoid that. There's nothing that stops a government agency from launching malware against you. Again, if the government wants to track what you're doing on the internet, it's actually very easy. No, what I think here is it's almost like a business interest. I think somebody in the VPN lobby has sort of guided the government to doing this, because overnight, I think Proton VPN got like 1,000% like upticks in signups or just interest. And I think a lot of it also benefits these companies that are doing third-party verification in general. But ultimately, look, at the end of all this, this is making the internet just significantly more inaccessible. Now, for a lot of big providers like Twitter or YouTube or Reddit, and even some of the biggest adult websites, they could just provide the third-party support and they can weather the financial cost. But the thing is, for smaller websites or websites that operate on a shoestring budget, like Wikipedia, which we'll look at in a second, that, ladies and gentlemen, may be a death knell for those platforms. So for instance, if you're somebody on Discord right now in the United Kingdom, according to this Online Safety Act, you now have to provide your information to access Discord and verify yourself for having an age-appropriate experience, I guess. So how do you do the verification? Well, apparently you take a video selfie or you scan your identification, okay? Then, of course, your age group is saved after this verification, and then they'll DM you those results once they've verified your thing. So obviously, for something like Discord, I imagine they probably are working with an outside AI company that will take your, driver's license ID or your, video selfie and be able to approximate an age, or be able to, just OCR an entire driver's license and validate the absolute, just to validate, what it is. Now, does this protect children in any case? Absolutely not. Because remember, this is easily bypassed if children can grab access to their parents' or grandparents' IDs and just provide them in place of whatever their ID would be for Discord. And there really isn't any way for any of these sites to truly validate this information. I mean, somebody could literally go to their mom's purse, grab an ID, send it over here, and I don't know, it would probably be validated, especially if they match usernames, ages, everything in the sign up process. Now, one thing that I want to also talk about too is obviously people will say, hey, just get a VPN, it'll bypass a lot of this. And it probably will for the most part, but nothing stops a lot of the government from, tightening some of these restrictions or tests, right? Like, imagine if you're a social media service, they can just go on you and say, okay, you're not doing enough. So the social media service, instead of just, looking for a VPN check or looking for a location check, a geolocation track, it may start to look even deeper. And what a lot of people don't know is that their web browser gives a lot of information about themselves that they may not know. For instance, my browser gives time zone offsets, the location of my general area, which would be in Toronto, just from my time zone systems. It'll get an idea of what my screen resolution looks like. It'll get an idea for my fonts. You can identify a lot about an individual's location beyond just their geolocation. You can use flags that will identify their locale settings on their system, right? I mean, why would somebody who lives in the United Kingdom, or for example, let's say that you're accessing a website, right? Why would somebody who is accessing a website from the United States, for instance, having all of their browser fingerprinting, all of their hardware fingerprinting, matching that account or computer of that would exist in a country like the United Kingdom, for instance, right? These would be checks that would be validated and checked constantly, and a lot of this stuff would be used to identify who you are, even behind a VPN. So I think that's one of the things that people kind of have to watch out for. Now, whether you use a more hardened browser or whether you use something like Tor to completely obfuscate yourself as much as you can, the thing is, there are a lot of ways to censor the internet or block people from accessing websites that the government doesn't deem okay. And again, it's easy to use adult content to weasel your way into this, right? But again, a lot of the problems with this law is that the description of adult content or harmful content can in some ways be a little vague. So maybe the government can use this to block, certain political speech, certain speech in general that, may not be favorable. Maybe they might say that, hey, showing people how to use a VPN or how to to use privacy techniques may in fact be harmful. Why are you teaching people that? That could be removed. That could be considered adult. Again, when you have vague definitions, it's tough to identify. It's tough to not see that as a way for the government or any organization to abuse that down the road when things become more entrenched. Now, you can read the actual legal case for yourself too, but there's a lot of actual, worry that some of the actual depictions of what they want regulated is possibly a bit too vague, right? So things like abusive material that targets, specific minorities, so on and so forth, hate-enticing content. A lot of these things could theoretically be vague, right? Like, obviously a blanket term like hate speech could, in theory, be allowing the government to have any control over the kind of stuff that you say over on the internet. And this absolute liability falls squarely onto the actual social media company. Now, a couple months ago, even Wikipedia challenged the Online Safety Act. So again, it's not just about social media companies or even the spooky adult websites and children accessing them. Based on the vagueness of the law that I just talked about, Wikipedia considers itself to be a target for this. So for instance, Wikipedia says that they are actually suing the UK government over the Online Safety Act. The complaint is centered around the way organizations are categorized for the purpose of the Act. Category 1 services, rated on criteria such as the ability to forward or share content and number of users, are subject to greater requirements, and that includes user verification, swift removal of harmful content, and age verification. So Category 1 companies include basically every major social media network, so things like Facebook, things like Twitter, YouTube, so on and so forth. And because of the way Wikipedia technically operates, one could even consider it to be a Category 1 system. Now, again, I want to look at the law that Wikipedia is kind of talking about when it comes to Category 1. So this is how vague things can be. So Category 1 website, which Wikipedia believes it could fall under, are met when by a regulated user-to-user service. So I believe the users in this case are the Wikipedia contributors. In respect to the user-to-user part of the service, it has an average number of monthly active UK users that exceed 34 million, and uses a content recommender system. So that's basically just like a YouTube algorithm kind of thing, right? Like it's just a recommended engine. So it has an average number of monthly active UK users that exceed 7 million. Now, I don't know if Wikipedia has a algorithm thing that feeds you new articles. I don't know if it has a similar recommendations engine, but then again, I'm not a Wikipedia contributor, so maybe I'm missing something here. And number 3 is provide a functionality for users to forward or share regulated UGC, which obviously would be like the photos, videos, and so on and so forth, required to make all of the Wikipedia or just the Wikimedia pages, right? So this is where it gets really wild, right? Like when Wikipedia is fighting against this, there's an explanation that this is obviously way too vague. Now, regardless of what you think about Wikipedia, I don't think I would put a porn site and Wikipedia in the same category. The only way those things are similar is if you're looking up oral sex or something on Wikipedia and you happen to see an image. No, the reality is these kind of laws exist so that you can make the internet as annoying to access as you want. Because here's the thing, most people aren't going to dig out a VPN. Most people aren't going to bypass these or even attempt to bypass it, okay? They've added so much friction to this bullshit that the only people thinking of bypassing it are nerds like me and you, okay? This is a simple way for them to basically inflict as much pain on these websites as possible. And the thing is, sites like Facebook might be able to get through it because they have the money for it, but a site like Wikipedia, for instance, which if you go to the actual website, and you actually just go to Wikipedia, they will constantly be asking for donations. I mean, not super in your face, but they will ask you for donations to their website because ultimately this website runs off of donations. They need donations. It's one of the most visited websites in the world that obviously falls under the amount of viewers needed to be a Category 1 site, but it doesn't nowhere generate the money needed to implement these third-party facial verification or just these verification systems, and that's where it tends to fall down, okay? That's where it tends to lose. If enforced on Wikipedia, Category 1 duties would undermine the privacy and safety of Wikipedia volunteer users, because they would have to basically provide their identification, expose the encyclopedia to manipulation and vandalism, and divert essential resources from protecting and improving Wikipedia and other Wikimedia projects. Because no, the government isn't putting their resources, I believe, into the line. They're basically giving a lot of third-party companies the business advantage of jumping in and being the verifiers of this, right? So it'd be one thing if the government was truly the one responsible for storing, vetting, and basically being the ones that would, check your IDs or your facial maps. But since we're handing this out to third-party organizations, that is always a recipe. That's always a recipe for disaster, so to speak. So again, it's not just Wikipedia, but even areas like, again, 4chan, parts of the internet where it can be considered one of the raunchy, hubs, has even said that for their British users, starting July 25th, in accordance with the Online Safety Act, 4chan will immediately block and cease all access to all of its content for visitors from the UK and British overseas territories. The UK law requires extensive monitoring and verification filters of our platform for its internet subjects, of which our small dedicated team is neither equipped nor capable to comply effectively. So again, Wikipedia or Wikimedia was operating with, again, just a fucking shoestring budget, quite literally, in comparison to something like YouTube, for instance, right? And 4chan obviously doesn't have that crazy amount of money either. We also do not want to compromise our users' privacy, liberty from consequences, and freedom of expression to meet these overwhelming demands. After a difficult yet considerate interest of both UK users, it has been decided that UK ISPs and domains will no longer be able to view nor engage with any content on its sites or its functions. So for a lot of the British 4chan users, you just can't access your website anymore by going to 4chan.org. Now, ultimately, in the end, there's a lot of ways around this, and all those ways involve VPNs. So for instance, if you want the long way of doing it, I made a video where I talked about Muda VPN, where I actually got a free account in some of these cloud services like Amazon, for instance. So you can go to Amazon's AWS, you can make a free account, and I believe you can get 6 months of Amazon for free, the AWS. And as long as you go under Amazon EC2, you can set up an open VPN container and actually have your own VPN that routes to the United States. So if you're somebody that lives in the United Kingdom and you now can't access a lot of websites because they're just limiting you, because of this new law, you can make your own VPN. I've shown you, there's free packages. You can self-deploy this all on your own and browse the internet as if you were an American citizen on the interwebs. Now, the other way to do this is to obviously go to the VPNs. Now, I'm not going to just promote any random VPN. I will show you the VPN that I use. Now, this is Mullvad VPN, and Mullvad VPN is important because I've been using them for years now, and they don't even know that I'm one of their customers. Why? It's because they're very anonymous. So the way that it works, and I'll show you real quickly, is if you go to their login page, you can make a brand new account, and the way that this works is you generate your account number. So here's a fresh number. You write this somewhere down because this is the only login information you have. And of course, at that point, you go to the account, you basically put in that number like so, you log in, and from here, you can absolutely send them cash. You can send them a credit card. Whether your credit card company allows you or not, that's a different question. Or you can wire them money. But what I prefer is using a cryptocurrency like Monero, Bitcoin, something truly anonymous. And then as soon as you add stuff to their account, you can go to the downloads page. You can download Mullvad for Windows, Mac OS, Linux, iOS, Android, and basically get access to a pretty banger VPN for I think it's like €5 a month. And that will be all you need to access the parts of the internet that the United Kingdom now wants you to suddenly verify yourself for. So they've really imposed a lot of these bullshit laws that even if, sites are, even if it's annoying to access certain websites, I think it's downright scary to see parts of the internet now not servicing one of the biggest countries in the world. The United Kingdom, one of the most important historically, in the world. If the internet is not free, that's a scary world we live in. Now, is this going to get repealed? I don't know. Probably not. Honestly, this is probably the first step in a long step to see multiple countries investing in their own censorship. And as somebody that's went to parts of the world where accessing the internet is not a free experience, okay? I've been to plenty of countries where you cannot access the internet freely. You know, there's always the Great Firewall of China that blocks you, or whatever, you know, ISP firewall. And I've always been so blessed to come back to North America and be able to open up my phone, open up my browser, and just browse the internet to my heart's content. And, you know, again, I'm not from the UK, but I definitely feel for anybody on that side of the world that is now living in a society where ultimately there is censorship. I mean, if 4chan and maybe Wikipedia down the road isn't even servicing you, is that not to an extent what censorship is, right? Like, hey, yeah, the private company was snuffed out because they couldn't support some of these actual crazy laws that they passed, these verification requirements, and boom, all of a sudden things are gone. Only the biggest players in the game, you know, notably Discord, I think YouTube, can really service the kind of people there. But that's just a fucked situation to happen. Now, obviously, I think for a lot of my UK viewers, right, which I know there's a fair bit of, one of the things that is so important in this is obviously the Tor browser. Ignoring all the VPNs, this is the only networking framework that will at least allow you to access the internet against any forms of government censorship, tracking, or surveillance. And I think there's no better time now, even to access parts of the clear web now for people in the EU, than to start actually using things like the Tor relay. Because the moment you have to, I think it's just absurd that you have to start even considering using this stuff to access things in the Western world. You know, we're living in a time of censorship coming at us from both the government end and from private entities. And honestly, we have to find some way to fight back. And if it's using the Tor browser, or if it's using VPN services like Mulvad, which have been raided with search warrants and have still survived, that's the world we live in, ladies and gentlemen. Truly dark times. It really is what it is. But yeah, I wanted to talk about it because overnight, it seems like for one of the biggest countries, the internet suddenly became the most restricted shit they've ever had to see. Anyways, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out. Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar, and I got a video tomorrow, virus investigation. I want to just jump out by saying that, you know, in a lot of cases, you know, losing games like Incest Fister 5000 isn't personally affecting me. And to be honest, if that game doesn't exist on Steam, it does not bother me. But for a lot of games that they were targeting, you really had to turn off all of the filters, you know, go through the big saloon doors to see all the gooning material on Steam right there and then. Now, the thing about it is normally I would not care about this if this organization wasn't also trying to get basically anything adult banned. Now look, throughout time, there has been a lot of cases where big media has all jumped in to dogpile video games for mature themes. I think one of the most infamous things that I remember, and I was there for as it happened, was when Fox News basically threw Mass Effect under this big bus in front of the entire world and told everyone that, whoa, there was some graphic gooning available. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, Mass Effect 1 has romance options, and one of those romance options can allow you, a human being, to have sex with an Asari, which is basically as closest to a female octopus, like evolved person that you can find. So basically it's girl on girl stuff, and of course Fox News wasn't ready to have it. In fact, they brought on a games expert, Jeff Keighley, and I think there's just one quote from this interview that should absolutely tell you all you need to know about any of the people raising outrage about video games or video game violence.
2 minutes out of a 30-plus hour experience
And Jeff,
to destroy
let me
this
ask you
character,
something.
Commander Shepard.
Jeff, let me ask you a question. I have not played this game. I went on the website today. I clicked on a lot of different trailers. I tried to learn as much about it as I could before we did this. You know, it's interesting. When you click on it, it asks you your age. It says you must go through a scanning process. So I thought, oh, this is going to take forever. Okay, so I put in my age, and then boom, you're in, no problem. So that is a pretty easy screen to get past.
You know, I absolutely cannot fucking stand the... You know, You know, it really fucks with me when, like, you know, you imagine flipping on Fox News as an adult. You know, you're like, what's that sex box they've been talking about? I know I bought little Billy an Xbox, but what is this new video game features full digital nudity? And of course, you got the host with this like smug little smile. You've got this fuck with the smug little smile. And you got Jeff's soul leaving his body. She basically just said, you know, I never played the game. In fact, just before I came on national television, I went to the website. I just watched the trailers, maybe looked at the Wikipedia article, called it a day. Like, she didn't even engage with any of this. Now, of course, obviously, buying an M-rated game, you know, you go to the store and they'll ask you, hey, your parents say yes or no? And if your parents will just say yes, then it is what it is. I'm sorry to say, that's just kind of how the world usually worked back then. But they misrepresented a massive game that was billed as an M-rated title. I mean, she literally said it. It was a title that was billed for people that were over the age of 17. Legal fucking adults at that point. I mean, if they're going to be consuming mature related content with violence, sex, and mature themes, yeah, of course they are. It's a game that's marketed to them. Now, if you're going to ask for Mass Effect to be banned, you might as well just ask straight up for Brokeback Mountain to be removed from existence. Look, at the end of the day, these are fucking adult games, okay? And much like organizations such as Collective Shout, they will oftentimes latch on to any of these tiny nothing burgers and blow them up into big controversies just because they know that the fucking boomers that watch them and listen to them and the actual skeletons in the government that listen to them will never actually play the games and fucking verify it for themselves, which I think is goddamn criminal in some ways. Now, of course, obviously there are some times where these people latch on to actual tragedies too and actually find a way to blame video games. Back in the day when I was growing up, there was a massive university shooting. Some of you remember it as Virginia Tech, the Virginia Tech massacre. And it basically had, while it was going live, I remember it was going live on the television. I was actually watching it with my parents, family, friends. Like, it was just all over the news. And literally as it was happening, I remember one of the things that got brought up was Counter-Strike, a game that I was playing pretty actively as a kid at the time. And the thing about it is, obviously, again, Jack Thompson, some of the most insane fucking activist, disbarred fucking attorneys, decided to jump onto this bandwagon and immediately blame video games to be responsible for these massive tragedies. In some cases, as they were happening live. I mean, boys, the bodies aren't even cold yet. The maggots have not even arrived. And yet we are trying to find a way to push our actual agenda. I mean, it should be transparently disgusting to anybody that's watching this stuff, but generally you can't really win in the outrage machine, especially when the audience that is watching you actually doesn't care about engaging and researching with the materials to begin with. So anyways, this whole long diatribe for me was literally just there to kind of show you how this stuff sort of begins, right? Again, to look at Collective Shout, one of the things they had thrown at them was this one Vice article by Anna Valens. Group behind Steam censorship policies have powerful allies. So she started to look at this group Collective Shout because they actually surprisingly had quite some wins. I talked about a last video where they actually did get GTA 5 removed from a store shelf. So one of the screenshots they showed was the main character with the actual, first-person viewpoints. This would be the PS4, Xbox One version of the game, it seems. And they would have the hatchet ready, and this woman would be dead in front of them. So again, they're misrepresenting the game right here. It's a game that encourages player to murder women for entertainment. The incentive is to commit sexual violence against women, then abuse or kill them to proceed to get health points. So again, it's a blatant lie. Again, if anybody's played Grand Theft Auto 5, which I'm sure a lot of you have, you know that the main story is about three horrible criminals, Michael DeSanta, Franklin Clinton, and Trevor Phillips. Okay, I was kind of blanking on the last name there for a second. But that last character is a goddamn cannibal. In fact, the best character of this entire franchise, or this game, would be Franklin Clinton. You know, he's probably like the most grounded, maybe the most empathetic. But that doesn't stop him from carjacking and killing a whole bunch of gang members pretty much out of nowhere sometimes. So yeah, this is a game about killing, carjacking, performing heists, making money, and trying to escape and try to make something of yourself in the city of Los Santos, okay? That is probably the most quick explanation I can give it. Realistically, it's a long single-player game that has a written story, it's designed in a cinematic way, and nowhere did I ever encounter me picking up health points like it's some fucking 90s video game, every woman that I've murdered. In fact,
Guy claims
the
he's at
reality
50. Hold up. Hold up.
I am in a bit of trouble, actually.
Okay.
So I guess, how do I even start? So, I guess in the last year, I've been building up some debt.
That's always a bad thing. You don't want to build up debt, guys. Debt bad. Debt bad. You don't want debt. You don't want that. You don't want to have debt. That's real bad. You don't want it.
Kind of hiding it from my family.
Smart.
And it all recently came out. And pretty much just tearing apart my family at this point.
Good job.
So,
how much debt, man?
About $50,000.
Are you...
That's only like on a scale of I fucked up my life. That's only like a 4 or 3. To be honest. Yeah, it's really only a 4 or 3. It's really not that bad. It's not that big of a deal. It's rookie numbers. Yeah, bro. My mom, like, she had a way higher score than this.
It's all credit card.
What are you buying?
So that's the worst part is not really buying anything. It's it's actually streaming. So I used to play video games a lot. I'm actually in the military, so so I used to play video games as a way to kind of cope. And
yeah, usually guys in the military that do that, usually they spend all their money on like a Dodge Hellcat or something like that. That's like financed at like 37% interest. Yeah, Camaro, Mustang. Yeah, like bro, this guy's got it twisted.
Basically, I got into streaming and watching other streamers play video gaming, and kind of help pass the time, and especially when I'm at work.
But why are you giving them money?
And I kind of got into the whole gifting subscriptions. Couldn't really control it. I can say I've never been addicted to anything.
Couldn't really control it. That's your problem right there, you lazy bitch. You a grown ass man. You couldn't control it? You mean you didn't control it?
Ever in my life, but
no, you
this
can't.
Has got to be the closest thing.
Yeah, you can't.
Well, you're right. I can't say that. Yeah, I guess
the definition of addiction is a pattern of behavior that continues after the person knows that it is hurting me, and I continue.
Well, fuck. If that's the case, then I think there's a. Uh-oh.
You need to do it anyway. Can I tell you, Alex? And this is me just being straight up with you. I don't know if I fully believe you.
Because it's so stupid. Like you would think that it's fake. That's true. That's a good point he brings up. As mono as addiction takes. Well, it's not really a take. It's just a fact. You want to stop something from happening? Stop doing it.
What else were you spending? $50,000. I only see that in extreme, like you suddenly have somebody else that you're courting, or you're struggling with drugs, you're struggling with gambling.
Yeah.
It honestly, I know it sounds crazy, but that literally is it. It was.
You're just sitting there watching Twitch, and you're just.
Nah, here's the reason why he probably doing it. He probably doing it because he's lonely, and every time he does it, everybody in the chat is like, "Wow, this guy is so cool. He's great." There's 2 reasons, actually. It could be that. Number 2 could just be a girl he's trying to give money to, so she'll date him. Right? That's probably what it could be. But the other instance could be that, like, people are addicted to that attention. You know? Like, it's that 5 minutes of glory. Exactly. Yeah.
Gifting thousands of dollars away to people?
Yes. I got so into the hype. You drop that $500, 100 subs, everybody goes crazy.
See, I told you. It's people is a pathetic little bitch addicted to attention because his parents never gave him enough. And he's sitting there pissing away all his money He working his fucking ass off. He signed his body away to the military, the United States government, so he could spend that money on giving some fat, scrawny, or not probably fat or scrawny little nerd playing Fortnite all their money. Like hype train, yeah, bro. Like Jesus Christ, bro, it's embarrassing. Like you know what I love with these financial audit shows is whenever the guy just calls him a fucking loser, like, and he just says like, listen, bro, like you are dumb as fuck. I don't know what you were thinking. You're totally wrong. And the reason why is because that's what they need to hear. Is because the more that you coddle, oh, it's okay. It's okay. Everybody makes mistakes. Bitch, this is a big mistake. You fucked up.
You know, they hype you up, and I got so into it. I don't know. It just kept happening.
He addicted to the attention.
I wasn't keeping track. I wasn't paying attention. You know, as soon as one credit card max go straight to another one.
Over what course of time? How long did it take you to acquire this debt?
It was over a year.
Damn.
Bro, I'm having a hard time with it.
Same.
Nah, see, they don't get it because like they're probably about my age, right? And like they went the path of not being addicted to the internet. So like they probably don't get what's going on here. But like, yeah, no, this shit used to happen. Like this is all the time it happens. Yeah, absolutely. Probably older. Yeah, I think that's older than me.
Like, so
I mean,
are you married?
I am. I'm married. And I have kids, and that was the hardest part. Was once I realized how bad it was, and I
dude, you would know, man. Alex, you would know. Like maybe if you're sitting there trying to explain this to your wife or something, she'll buy this. But you had to actually go open new credit cards.
I did.
So you didn't just open your eyes and there was $50,000 when.
Well, so the credit cards were old ones that we had zero balance on.
I'll give y'all some advice. Never use a credit card. It's a scam. Never use credit card, nothing. Absolutely not. Like the only people that should use credit cards is people like my dad. Like my dad used a credit card and you know, he gets the money back every time. But here's the problem, right? Is that the people that don't need credit cards should use credit cards, and the people that think they do need credit cards shouldn't use credit cards. That's a better way to say horrible take. No, it's a fact. It's a fact. I've seen so many people fuck their life up with credit cards.
That we had used from years prior when during COVID we were using, my wife wasn't able to work, so it was just my income that was supporting us, and you know, mortgage rates in Colorado are not very good at all, and they haven't been for a long time, and we just basically were using credit cards to kind of survive. Once we came out of that, and she was able to start working, we were able to pay them down. We even refinanced the house at one point to be able to get some money back to.
So you refinanced the house to give people money for attention in the chat room? That's crazy. Man, this dude really fucked up his life, huh? And again, I tell you, like, listen, this is only a 3 or a 4 on a scale of fucked up your life. It's really not that bad. Like, I've seen people that are at the 6 and 7. It's hard to even see a 9, right? I mean, a 9, like, that's a crackhead under a bridge with, like, 1 leg and 3 fingers. Like, that, like, I mean, you got a ways to go until you really hit rock bottom. Fix 5 years, yeah.
Let me ask a little bit of a more tactical question. You've got $50,000 in credit cards. You've got to make minimum payments.
Yes.
Is that what raised the flag to her? How did she?
Stop making a payment. Stop making a payment. So just if they call you, hang up the phone. Like, this is what you need to do. You need to declare bankruptcy. You need to stop paying the phones. If they call you, say it's not you. If they try to do anything, like, do whatever you can, like, consult a lawyer, look online for legal advice. Can they put you in jail? Can they garnish your wages? 90% of the time they can't. So you've got to do whatever you can, bro, to take that money and keep it. Because fuck them. Credit union consolidation loan. Apparently, Shuan had made a video about me. It's titled "The Male Loser Epidemic." I was told that I was mentioned and referenced in this video. I don't know if it's true. If it's not true, it's probably a bad video. Let's be honest.
Hello again, friends. Sorry I've been gone for quite a bit. Hopefully nothing too crazy happened. I feel like every time I take a break, like a war breaks out or something.
That's
but
what happened to me.
Thankfully that did not happen.
Right?
But at least we found out the real Epstein files were the friends we made along the way.
This is a fake
Welcome
ones.
back to the Shoe on Head channel. If it is your first time here, run. I am Shoe on Head, and on this channel I like to cover cultural issues, mostly surrounding men's issues. It's what I've been doing for over a decade, and frankly, I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
Many of you have been along for the ride, and you have seen me go from a chipper, lively 24-year-old making fun of BuzzFeed and Tumblr feminists to a bitter, calloused
I remember that. I found out about this girl from 4chan back in like 2000 and like fucking Gamergate days. And yep, I did.
4-year-old talking about very real and growing men's issues. One of the main men's issues I have been covering in great detail lately has been the male loneliness epidemic. Yeah, but turns out I was wrong. We don't have a male loneliness epidemic. We have a male loser epidemic. It's not a male loneliness epidemic. No, it's a male mediocrity epidemic. It's a male loser epidemic.
The male loser epidemic has gotten so bad that it's honestly so pathetic at this point.
So here's the problem, bro. Like, you got like, you don't even use these pillows on your bed. Like, you're talking about being a loser. You got a bunch of pillows on your bed. You just put those on your bed so your bed looks good. Who does this?
Now, I don't always talk about men's issues. No, sometimes I talk about politics, and sometimes I mix the two together. Now, I know a lot of you don't like politics. You don't care about politics. But politics cares about you, and it will enter your life no matter how hard you try to avoid it. But thankfully, I have the perfect app to help you navigate this difficult, confusing political landscape. So let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, Ground News.
I knew it.
Before we get into this video, shall we? Ground News is a website and an app that gives readers a fun and transparent way to read the news from all across the political spectrum.
I think there should be a news app where it just tells you a bunch of shit that's not even true. They could call it CNN.
Left, right, and center. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, ownership, and headlines that helps you understand the full story and make sure you're getting both sides.
Yeah.
One of my favorite features from Ground News has to be the blind spot feature, which shows you news stories that have been covered by only one side of the political spectrum and ignored by the other. For example, here is a story about how the CIA uncovered a Russiagate fraud, and right away we can see how it has been covered by 41 sources, and out of those 41 sources, 93% of them lean right.
Wow, what a surprise. I would have never guessed.
With only 2 left-wing outlets reporting the story.
Yep.
Ground News also makes it really easy to compare headlines to see just how political bias can affect the framing of a story. For example, this story about Zoran Mamdani winning the Democratic primary in New York. This left-leaning outlet says Zoran Mamdani's win just got a little sweeter. And meanwhile, the right-wing outlet says, meet Zoran Mamdani, the man who will ruin New York. As you can see, very different vibes.
Yeah.
I've been using Ground News since 2021 because I think it is so informative, so fun, and it helps me see how different stories are framed so differently. And
I get my news from Twitter screenshots and AI videos.
But I highly recommend it. It's one of the few apps that I wake up and just immediately check.
Yeah, it's AI damn, that's what happened.
Even the Nobel Peace Center called it an excellent way
they
to
arrested
stay informed,
Obama.
avoid
Wow.
echo chambers, and expand your worldview.
That's
High
crazy.
praise. Best of all, I am currently offering 40% off their Vantage plan, which is the plan I use to access all of their amazing features. This comes out to only like $5 a month, which is like the price of a coffee. So go to ground.news/shoe or use the QR code right there on screen or the link in the video description down there to subscribe to Ground News today. I feel like what they're doing is really important, especially right now, and it helps us approach the news in a more fair and balanced way. So thank you to Ground News for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad.
That's me.
Right. Now, let's get back to the video. With all these issues men are facing, they seem to be moving to the right and the Republicans more, since the left and Democrats.
Because the left-wing policies are that women or men are bad. What a surprise that the policy that women should receive preferential treatment isn't.
Should we try Smolder one game? Okay. You don't go TP on him, right? Hello everyone, a Zap here, and this video is sponsored by War Thunder. War Thunder is battlefields for there's multiple modes, seasonal events, which you can get 1,000 silver high low I mean, generally, yeah. I'm going to relearn the game from 80, but it feels very similar. Because the problem with jungle is the... I'm getting them stacks, baby. The problem with the jungle is you are the one who initiates and calls the shots, but if your team doesn't listen, it doesn't fucking matter. It sucks. But on AD carry, your team does everything. All the shots, right? They call everything. But if they don't do anything, then like you can't really get to play in a proper way, so you gotta play improperly. Really weird. It's a really weird conundrum. I just don't know like what is the value on queuing minions here. I think you're supposed to queue whenever you can, right? Or are you supposed to save it for trades? I'm not sure. That's something with stacker champs that's very difficult to know. It's not intuitive. Or like it's not like theoretic. You can't just know immediately. You need to play the lanes to know whether you should spam Q like on Nasus every minion or should eat a shot, right? Or how many Qs can you do as GP on minions without like horribly losing your lane because you spammed all the Qs. Is that double stack? I think it is, right?
Popular with men. Who could have ever guessed that? It's a fucking mystery. The policy that women should receive preferential treatment isn't popular with men. Who could have ever guessed that? It's a fucking mystery. Oh my God.
Democrats have essentially just become the young men eat and die movement.
Exactly.
Months ago, I covered how the Democratic Party was losing young men, and I predicted Kamala Harris would lose in part because of young men overwhelmingly voting for Trump. And I was correct.
That's
well, now
right.
the Democrats have unveiled their final
And
solution.
by the way, a lot of young guys, Trump isn't right-wing enough. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, get ready, get ready. We're in for a really fun 10 years.
To the right-wing male
Nowhere
loser
close?
epidemic.
Yeah.
Democrats spending millions to learn how to speak to American men and win back the working class. Democrats have blown millions of dollars on efforts to appeal to American men who turned to President Donald Trump in droves.
No. See, I don't know if she knows about this at all, but so the Democrats catered a luxury hotel for them to all get together and, fly in and have like a catered meal service event for them to discuss why they can't relate to every average working class people. I'm not even kidding. They're so stupid. Yeah.
On election day in hopes of winning back the working class. Democrats have spent $20 million on their efforts, with donors and strategists holing up in luxury hotel rooms, brainstorming how to convince working class men to return to the party. Ah yes, nothing more relatable to working class men than luxury hotel rooms. Great job, guys.
Yeah, good one.
The plan? Codename Sam, or Speaking with American Men.
Isn't that SWAM?
Plan promises to use the funds to study the syntax, language, and content that gains attention and virality in these spaces.
The syntax. All right, so there's a word that starts with F, you're not supposed to say it, and there's a couple other words that you also aren't supposed to say either. And if you go on the internet, you'll see a lot of guys use these words a lot.
The effort also recommends Democrats buy advertisement in video games, among other things. The Democratic Party is treating young men like exotic animals they're studying.
Yeah.
Now, as you can see here, is the young man in his...
That's crazy. Wow. How about that? This is in the male loser epidemic video. That's crazy.
His natural habitat, in a dark, messy cave surrounded by Taco Bell wrappers and empty Mountain Dew bottles.
It's true.
Here is another young man, as you can see, also dwelling in a dark cave.
Yes.
This one has dyed his hair blue to scare off potential predators. Unfortunately, it also scares off potential mates. But moving on, here is another young man, we think. We're not quite sure about this one.
Nobody knows.
We're still studying it. Listen, Democrats, instead of spending $20 million to do that stupid maybe you should... I don't know, actually listen to men. I listen to men for free all the time. All I have to do is read my comment section. Let's see here. Shoe on Head is a perfect example of why we need to repeal the 19...
This is my alt account.
Greetings from Albania. I hate women so much, it's unreal. Ooh, shoot. Ooh, mommy, milkies, mommy. One time I got my penis stuck in a soda bottle. Okay, on second thought, maybe my comment section is not the best source.
Since Trump scored big with young male voters last election, Democrats are spending $20 million to learn how to speak their language. I think it's a waste of money. Maybe these guys...
It is. They should listen to you instead.
Should spend their money on teaching men to not be such sexists. Maybe that's it.
You have to understand that this is Andrew Tate for women, okay? Every disaffected...
men to not be such sexists. Maybe that's it.
You have to understand that this is Andrew Tate for women, okay? Every disaffected, bored, disenfranchised, wine, fucking drunk housewife is sitting at 2 p.m. on a Wednesday afternoon listening to this bullshit, okay? It's Andrew Tate for women.
Let's don't bear that out now. Look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim.
Yep.
Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men. There are a lot of young women out there that want to get married. They want to have kids. They want to have stable families. But there are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash.
Oh.
The reason, by the way, guys, the reason why a lot of guys live at their mom's house is because they don't have any money. That's the reason why. Like, it's nothing else besides that. Like, and this is the way, by the way, this is the way it's supposed to be, is that men are supposed to go out and get a job and provide for a family, and women are supposed to have kids and take care of the kids. That's the way it's worked for 1,000 years, and don't let any weird feminist on TikTok tell you that it's wrong. That's the way it's worked, and in 1,000 years from now, that's probably still the way it'll work, unless we've replaced women with robots by then, which will, I mean, I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Hopefully, but we'll see.
Oh no.
Yeah.
The very night I was sitting on my couch writing the script to my video about how the Democrats are spending $20 million to relate to young men, this came on my TV on Fox News. A Tommy Lahren and Laura Ingraham segment about stay-at-home sons, men who still live at home. Literally minutes after this aired, it went absolutely viral on Twitter. I
think that there's a lot of attractive women that don't really understand the struggle that like an average or below average attractive guy goes through whenever he's not able to like get any sort of relationship with a girl. He's not able to get female attention. He goes on one of these dating websites and, you know, no girl matches with him. And there's one girl that does, and it turns out it's a bot to promote an OnlyFans for somebody who's an AI girl that's managed by a man in India. You know, like, this is really, it's depressing. And so, like, you have women like Tommy Lauren, she's attractive, right? And so, like, she probably doesn't even see this issue at all. But as somebody who's, you know, well, you know how it is. And so, as somebody who's in that situation, let me tell you that it is very, very demoralizing, especially as a guy. And so the reason why those guys, you don't want to be dating the guys that are living in their basements ordering DoorDash. It's not like there's like this huge amount of, you know, girls that are out there. Oh man, I can't wait to find my perfect husband that lives in his mom's basement and, you know, orders DoorDash and jerks off to hentai. It doesn't exist. They can't afford DoorDash. Well, they can. It's on their mom's card. And so anyway, it's on their account. And so that's it, addict? Yeah, sure. And so that's the big reason that a lot of women, I think, can't relate to this problem, is because they don't even know that these guys exist. They don't see them at all. They're not even real. And so anyway, it sounds like quite the catch. Yeah, exactly. And so what these women really want is they want a guy that has his life together, that has a good job, and can support them and support a family. That's what women want. And if you are that kind of a guy, your chances of getting a girlfriend are a lot higher. Like, that doesn't mean it's a guarantee, but it means it's good. And by the way, 3,000 years ago, the guy that could catch a buffalo and kill a buffalo was the guy that reproduced. Okay? Just keep that in mind. Nothing has changed. All right? But it never will. This is just the way it is. The alpha, yes. Can we go back to that? Yeah, go out there. Yeah, you want to go kill a buffalo? Go ahead. Get what jobs? Where are all these jobs? Just make one up on the internet. Just make up a bullshit job on the internet where you get people to give you money.
Not good
pretty
reasons.
simple.
So we are going to unpack this piece by...
Give me 1 second. Sorry, I gotta take another phone call.
So we are going to unpack this piece by piece. Because even though everyone was mocking it and making fun of it, as far as I saw, nobody was really dissecting it and breaking down exactly why she was so egregiously wrong. So come join me in debunking the male loser epidemic. Because who else better equipped to talk about men's issues than two stupid blonde bimbos? Hold on 1 second.
Whoa, wait a second. Yeah.
3 stupid blonde bimbos.
There you go.
Sorry. I felt left out. All right, let's go. Wait.
Is that a wig?
I need my gamer fuel.
I don't know how people drink energy drinks. I'm gonna be honest. I cannot do that shit, bro. Like, I cannot, never do.
See, I do drink it.
Yeah.
That one's for you, Tectone.
It's a major problem. And, you know,
Good
Speaker
one.
Johnson has been talking about those maybe deadbeat folks that are on Medicaid, and maybe some of those folks are the stay-at-home sons. We don't know. But
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. There is a massive epidemic of guys that don't want to have anything to fucking do with society. All they want to do is sit at home, jerk off to fucking anime girls, and play video games and order DoorDash. No, you're 100% fucking right. And that number is getting bigger every single day. And the reason why is because they can't get anything else. That's the reason why.
tell you this, leave it to Gen Z to rebrand laziness and social awkwardness as something cutesy, like a stay-at-home son. But Laura, I gotta tell you, this is also a big problem when it comes
I was just called a lazy retard.
to, I think, declining birth rates, people not getting married and having children. You know, that's a big problem. They blame it on women. Well, look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim. Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men. There are a lot of young women out there that want to get married. They want to have kids. They want to have stable families. But there are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash. And that's why we have declining birth rates and a lot of other problems in society. It's time to go out, get a job, breathe the fresh air, meet people in real life. Let's just get back to basics.
So first of all, this stay-at-home son thing is not a real thing. It was a random throwaway, self-deprecating joke some contestant on Jeopardy said. One f***ing guy. Because I guess there's nothing else important going on that they could cover on the news. They literally
there's
made
plenty of girls that are losers too. It's just that the hot ones have OnlyFans now. Before, they just used to post on MySpace. That's it. Girl failures? Yeah.
this into a fake phenomena so they can on young men. Meanwhile, Democrats are spending millions of dollars trying to win back young men. Oh no, the young men are leaving us in droves. How do we get them back? Don't worry, I got this. Hey, you fat, lazy, Cheeto dust-covered slobs, f*** you.
I'm gonna be honest. I think that's what guys need. I'm gonna just say it straight out. I think that a lot of guys, they straight up need somebody. Hey, you fat fucking retard sitting around jerking off to an anime girl that looks like she's. Well, I'm not gonna say. You need to fucking stop, bro. You can get your life together. You need to stop. Yeah, wake the fuck up, bro. Like, stop it. Like, yeah, oh, wow, another day of masturbating and being silver in Marvel Rivals. Oh, this is, yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's really going to be good for your life. Ah, for sure, bro. Like, yeah, you're going to go Celestial. You're going to go on a pro team, sure. Definitely, guys.
Nice. Thanks. I love you. I love you, too.
The fuck up, yeah. Men need harsh reality checks? Yeah, they do, but the problem is that when it comes from an attractive woman who's in a position of privilege, it comes as bullying. Because, like, you have an attractive woman who's talking down to these guys, and they're like, well, what the fuck? Like, I mean, because, like, really, I mean, being a hot girl is... I mean, there are disadvantages to everything, right? And, like, being an attractive girl, you have to deal with stalkers and things like that, sure, right? But in general, there's a reason why women get plastic surgery to look attractive and not to look ugly, unless you're Madonna. And so there's a reason for that. It's because women experience benefits and privileges and advantages in life by being attractive. That's true. And men do also. It's not like men don't experience privileges by being attractive, but with women, it's more pronounced. Uh-oh.
Is the amount of young men living home with their parents increasing? Yes. Is it because they're lazy bums and just want to order DoorDash all day? No. And also, they're not
This is why my viewership is going up.
For DoorDash, Tommy. They're financing it. Come on.
True.
Get with the times.
There are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash. And that's why we have declining birth rates. It's time to go out, get a job, breathe the fresh air.
Have either of you tried applying for a job as a young man recently? Or tried buying a house on the salary of one of these young men? Have you experienced the dating market, been on the dating sites as a young man? No? Interesting, okay. Just wondering.
Of course
Listen,
not.
I know the average age of a Fox News viewer is like 70 nowadays, and you need to pander to
Yeah.
them. But Tommy, you are like 2 years younger than me. You know this isn't true. Why are you talking like this? Why
Well,
are you
it's because in her life it is, because she doesn't know anybody that's in that situation, because she's rich and privileged and she's never had to deal with anybody like that in her life. And maybe the one person that she has had to deal with like that, she thinks they're a retard. So that's the real reason why. It's because they've never had to deal with it, never had to see it themselves. And so, like, yeah, it must be nice. Well, the thing is that, again, like, I understand that, like, women get a lot of advantages in the world. I will tell you something. I thank God every day I was born a man. Oh, my God. I would never want to be a woman.
talking like a f***ing boomer. I'm sorry, I have no other word for this, but I hate this like generational pick-me shit. I was born in the wrong generation. I'm not like those other young people. And you know what? She's not like those other young people.
Right.
Now, young people can afford a nice nose job and lip filler and get a cushy job on Fox News based entirely on merit, I'm sure. The main problem with this brain-dead boomer-ass take is not only is it cringe, but it's completely divorced from reality. This slop is specifically designed for people who paid like $5 for a f***ing house.
Yeah.
And listen, not all boomers, okay? My parents are boomers. They are lovely people. A lot of you guys are boomers. But when the baby boomer generation sends its people, it is not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're sending people who have lots of problems. They're bringing the housing crisis. They're bringing wage stagnation. They're falling for AI-generated photos on Facebook. But some, I assume, are good people. But my God, I truly believe they do not understand how good they had it. They could support a family on a single income. A single income from a job that didn't require a college degree. Their leaders didn't prostitute away their—
This is another big factor, is that a lot of guys are stupid. So the way that IQ distribution works is that men have more variance where women are like more clustered in the middle. And because of that, you have a lot of stupid guys. You have a lot of smart guys too, but you have a lot of stupid ones. And if you're a stupid guy, back in the day, your job used to be you had a hammer and then you would turn the big rock into little rocks. And then after that, you had a wrench and then you would turn the nut that's this way, you would turn it to that way. And then the next one would come on, and there's a bolt. You have to take it from here over to here. And that was your job. And you got paid equivalent of $200,000 a year to do that job. And your life was amazing. But now there's a robot that does that job. The person who made the robot has even more wealth and income. You are sitting at home living on food stamps, DoorDash, and disability. You don't even have a disability, but somehow you got it anyway. And you're complaining about women. That's what happened. And so that's it. So basically, the issue, and this issue is just going to keep getting worse. Nobody talks about this. Is that the issue of IQ is that each person has, this is IQ, I spelled IQ wrong. That's really impressive whenever you think about it. IQ to spelled IQ wrong. Each person has, this is IQ, I spelled IQ wrong. That's really impressive whenever you think about it. IQ to job possibility. Yeah, so anyway, I'm probably not at the front here, as you guys can see. And so this is, let's say, 50, and this is 150, all right? So this is an IQ distribution. I know, obviously, people are outside of this, but let's just go ahead and use this. So in, like, right here, if you had an IQ of, let's say, 70, you could get a job. Now you need an IQ of, let's say, 95 to get a job. Well, eventually, with technology, all of the decision-making jobs will still be done by people, but the automated jobs where you effectively perform the tasks of a robot that just performs a repetitive task over and over, these will be replaced by technology. And so whenever the average IQ needed in order to process the functionality of a job is 110, all of the people that are below that IQ are going to be out of a fucking job. So what do you do with those people? Well, you can kill them. You can turn them into food. You can make them slaves. But the one thing that you definitely are probably not going to do is pay them to sit around and do nothing. And this is an impending problem that nobody wants to talk about. And the reason why nobody wants to talk about this problem is because discussing the concept that IQ is, there's a spectrum that everybody has, right? Like there's like a best case scenario and a worst case scenario for each individual person. Some people, their level cap is level 15. Other people, their level cap is level 70. It depends on who it is. But some people are born with less talent points than others. And don't ever fall for the illusion that everybody is equal. There's just some things that some people are good at. Yeah, there are some things that you're good at, but if the thing that you're good at, a robot is also good at, well, it doesn't really fucking matter, does it? So, no, there's no equality between people in the same way that height is not equal, in the same way that weight is not equal, appearance is not equal, nothing else in the entire human anatomy is equal, but we're supposed to assume that our brains are exactly the same? It's crazy. Of course it's not true. And so the unfortunate and the uncomfortable reality is that right now, we're here. Right now, we're right here. And what happens is that all of those manufacturing jobs are now being removed. And then you're going to have retail jobs that will also get removed. And over and over, these will be replaced by technology. And so whenever the average IQ needed in order to process the functionality of a job is 110, all of the people that are below that IQ are going to be out of a fucking job. So what do you do with those people? Well, you can kill them, you can turn them into food, you can make them slaves, but the one thing that you definitely are probably not going to do is pay them to sit around and do nothing. And this is an impending problem that nobody wants to talk about. And the reason why nobody wants to talk about this problem is because discussing the concept that IQ is, there's a spectrum that everybody has, right? Like there's like a best case scenario and a worst case scenario for each individual person. Some people, their level cap is level 15. Other people, their level cap is level 70. It depends on who it is. But some people are born with less talent points than others. And don't ever fall for the illusion that everybody is equal. There's just some things that some people are good at. Yeah, there are some things that you're good at, but if the thing that you're good at, a robot is also good at, well, it doesn't really fucking matter, does it? So, no, there's no equality between people in the same way that height is not equal, in the same way that weight is not equal, appearance is not equal, nothing else in the entire human anatomy is equal, but we're supposed to assume that our brains are exactly the same? It's crazy. Of course it's not true. And so the unfortunate and the uncomfortable reality is that right now, we're here. Right now, we're right here. And what happens is that all of those manufacturing jobs are now being removed. And then you're going to have retail jobs that will also get removed. And so what's going to happen is this is going to cause further consolidation of wealth inside of the wealthiest 1 to 5% of the population. And you have kids now. You have kids like 15 years old that are making $10,000 a month on the internet. Meanwhile, you have adults that are slaving away at a shitty job because they're not smart enough to figure out a way to make money on the internet or with some other sort of tool. And the reason why is intelligence. And that's it. And you can't train a person like that, like a moron like this, somebody who's down here at the 70s. You're never going to teach this person to do something that's functionally useful. They're stupid. They're always going to be stupid. They're never going to be able to overcome this ever. There's never going to disagree. Guys, this isn't a fucking disagree. This isn't a fucking debate. It's a fact. It's a fucking fact. And so this is the thing. Yeah, the mob's important. Yes, exactly. Below 70s retard. Well, I'm not saying like, every day I say this. I said this is why you need UBI, universal basic income. You either have to do that or we have to bring back slavery, one or the other. Those are two options. Everybody thinks I'm crazy. But one day you'll realize that I was right. There are things that I'm right on, and things that I'm not right on yet. And some people, you guys might be in the second category, but soon you'll be in the first. I kind of agree with you, but IQ tests are very one-dimensional, don't you think? How many of you guys went to a public school and you know exactly what I'm talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about here. You teach them algebra and they just never fucking get it, bro. They never figure that shit out. It's never going to happen. It's obvious you haven't entered the labor market in a long time. Well, that sounds like a... and this is the kind of person, like, we got to move on. But, like, I was going to read this real quick. You're pretty out of touch. IQ is only a small part. It's actually a massive part. And you don't understand. So basically, you're dumb, number one. So you're banned. Number two, IQ is a massive part because IQ dictates your ability to critically think. Critical thinking and decision-making that can transcend robotic decision-making is what will be preserved as automation and technology replaces jobs. So unless you can critically think and come to conclusions that way, then you're going to have a bad time. That's it.
Economic future.
What's this here? I still love you, but I think you're wrong on the IQ bit. Okay. Work ethic is important. A horse can work harder than any person. That doesn't matter. Like, it's just, it's such a, like,
from a job that didn't require a college degree. Their leaders didn't prostitute away their economic future for some cheap plastic shit from China. They inherited the greatest economy known to man, and they pretend it's a paradise that they earned. I just don't understand, like, why don't boomers and spiritual boomers like Tommy Lauren see people struggling and go, wow, I wish I could fix this. They should have it better than I had it. And you wonder why so many millennials and zoomers don't want...
Because the reason why they think that is because acknowledging that means that you lived with a privilege, and you don't want to acknowledge that because acknowledging that you lived and you were a beneficiary of a privilege like that gives you the ability to, now you're thinking, oh man, maybe I'm guilty because I had this thing. Like, people build up their self-identity of being successful because of their own behavior, and oftentimes that's part of it, but there are also external factors that you can't control. Like, for example, everybody here, you did have a Nat 20 roll by rolling in a country that speaks English, one of the most spoken languages in the world, and you have high-speed internet. There's over 1 billion people that don't have access to the internet. Really. And so the problem is that people are very bad at acknowledging that they have certain privileges, and that's also because certain privileges are imaginary or made up, but also it's because it perceptually devalues their accomplishments. That's the reason.
Kids. I want to make the world a better place for my children.
Yep.
I want to make the world a better place for my children. Ugh. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you spoiled brat.
Nope, got 'em.
Children. Not happening.
That's a cat.
Well, look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim. Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men.
Young men are becoming...
It's such a wrong take. Plenty of high IQ people don't believe in the system. I feel bad for so many people. There are so many people out there. You are so hopelessly delusional. I feel bad for you. I really do.
Lazy because they're becoming feminized. So they're becoming lazy because they act more like women? What did she mean by this, chat? I know there's
It's simple. It's because women and men's roles in society are different. And for women, it's okay to be lazy in a lot of cases. Because that's not what they're not supposed to go out and fucking work in an oil field. There's no women out there working in oil fields. That's the reason why. It's different.
A decrease in testosterone or something happening, but men are moving right-wing all over the world. Does that correlate with the feminization? Or, I mean, there are suspiciously a lot of far-right femboys, so...
There sure are.
Maybe. But here's the thing, Tammy. There is absolutely no evidence that young women want to start families more than young men. None. In fact, all the data says the exact opposite. According to Pew Research, 64% of women younger than 50 say they just don't want to have children. No reason, they just don't want them. Versus 50% of men who say the same.
That's insane.
Another study by Archbridge Institute shows the same. 63% of women without children said they have no desire to have a child, while only 50% of men said the same. For men, the most commonly cited factor was personal finance, but among women, the strongest reason not to have a child was their desire to maintain their personal independence.
Which both of these are valid, to be fair.
They don't want to give up their brunch and mimosas.
That's
They've
right.
been ass-blasted with propaganda their whole lives, telling them their lives will be ruined, their bodies will be ruined, they'll never have fun again, they'll be miserable forever if they have children. And as someone who has had a children, best decision I've ever made. 10/10, highly recommend, would do it again. But yes, this idea that men are the ones primarily responsible for the low birth rates is laughable. We're laughing over here. But honestly,
I think that there's a lot of there's a lot of women out there that do also want to have kids too. But I think there's also there's a lot of in-betweens, right? I think the 50% and the 63%, these are kind of extreme statements, and I think that more people would be swayed to the middle or swayed to the other side if there was a situation that presented itself that looked hopeful to them.
not really women or men's fault. There are a lot of factors that play into this. But Tommy, I really gotta ask, is it men or is it you?
This is gonna be the summer of canceling boys. All of my friends are—
Poe's mad every time, bro. You knew this shit was the case. Okay, yep. I knew it. Who could have guessed?
attractive. All of my friends are successful. All of my friends have something going on.
That's nice.
Almost every single one of them have an issue with men. But if all of these women, including myself, are having issues, then I have to think it might not be us. It might—
Wait a minute. So if you only have issues with other people, no matter how many people you go through, if you're the common denominator, what? No, it's but it's the opposite though, right?
Might be you. It is not just the guys in Los Angeles, Nashville, Dallas, and they're not any better in the Midwest. They, quite frankly, I think they're trash all over this country.
My friends are successful. Men don't give a shit.
They, quite frankly, I think they're trash all over this country.
My friends are successful. Men don't give a shit about that. They'd marry a Walmart cashier if she was nice to them.
I think men between the ages of 20 and 30 are not ready, in most cases, for marriage. Are usually...
That's true. That's absolutely true. She's right. They're not. They don't have any sort of... They don't have a career. They can't support themselves, etc. Yeah, the economy sucks. Economy sucks dick. And the thing is that you're going to see a bunch of attractive women that are talking about this problem because this is, again, it's like you don't even understand this issue because it's completely alien to you.
Not ready to be husbands and fathers.
That's a cultural issue. So look,
no, I would actually, back to your point, I think it's a biological thing.
So let me
It's both. It is a biological issue in a certain case, But, well, actually, wait, no, wait. Actually, no, it's not. Wait a minute. I'm just thinking about this more. No, people used to get married when they were like 15. What are you talking about? That's not even true. It's a cultural and an economic reason. Yeah, what do you think? People used to get married at 30 back in the day? No, people used to die at 30 back in the day. It's not. Wait a minute. I'm just thinking about this more. No, people used to get married when they were like 15. What are you talking about? That's not even true. It's a cultural and an economic reason. Yeah, what do you think? People used to get married at 30 back in the day? No, people used to die at 30 back in the day.
The straight. Men are all trash. Won't commit and won't leave mommy's basement, and they're destroying the birth rates. But also, young men are biologically incapable of commitment and being parents.
By the way, in order to understand most people's relations and how they feel about the opposite gender, all you have to do is look at their last 3 relationships. And if you look at those 3 relationships, you can almost always understand exactly where they're coming from.
But wait, there's more. She also believes women don't have to bring anything to the table. And as a woman,
well, they don't, because they can have kids. That's the reason why. Now, I wish more people would just say this. It's true. I mean, to be fair, you have to bring a little bit, right? You can't be fucking crazy. You can't be anything else. Yeah, biological clock. Yeah, exactly. Like they have an innate intrinsic value by their ability to produce children. Men don't have that. They just don't. That's it. That's the reason why they evacuate women and children out of a boat first. Like a smaller amount of men can repopulate a population versus women. One dude can have 5 baby mamas, but one baby mama can't have 5 kids at the same time. I don't think. If that was the case, it's probably be on like one of those tabloid magazines. That's a terrible argument, man. Most people don't think about that at all. I know, and that's the problem. People don't think about that, but it's innately true. And the problem is that we live in a society that actively works against our biology. And the society that actively works against its own biology, it tries to refute it. It creates rules, regulations, and rationalizations for why it exists, and not just simply accepting it for what it is. That's the reason why we have all these problems. It's because people will not accept reality. They want to create their own reality because it makes them feel good. That's it. But what I'm saying is ultimately true. Do you agree that most of the youth got destroyed by an outdated academic system? No, I don't think that's it. I mean, to an extent, but there's like 50 different things. So we should bring back polygamy? Look, I don't know who fucked this up. I don't get it. You read the Old Testament. these guys have like 9 wives. Who the fuck decided we should only have 1? What moron decided that? What cuck did that? Like, I don't even know. Like, we had it made back then. Like, if you go back and you read the Old Testament, like, yeah, okay, a lot of people die. But, you know, the guys that like, don't, like, man, they got it fucking made. How? Yeah, bro, like, we missed out.
I want a strong man who is a protector and a provider that will go to war if need be, that will protect me, protect my family, make money. But I don't think a man needs to get something out of it to be a manly man, a protector and a provider. If you think you need to get something out of it,
well, they definitely do. And that's the thing, is that there's a social contract, right? It's the same as like, you know, if you want a man to fulfill a traditional role, then you should be willing to fulfill a traditional role as a woman. You shouldn't expect this to be a one-sided transaction. That's the issue with what happens. It's that women want to have the privileges of modern-day society. Or sorry, they want to have the privileges with, you know, the antiquated biological society that we've had for thousands of years. And they also want to have the opportunities that modern society provides them with at the same time. That's the issue.
quite frankly, don't consider you a real man.
Never before in history have women demanded so much and offered so little. So before we get deeper into this retarded, manufactured, stay-at-home son narrative, let's check the Facebook comments of this Fox News video, because I am really interested to see what, like, the typical Fox News viewer thinks about this. If the women are anything like these two, I can hardly blame the men for staying home and not wanting to date them. Blame, blame, blame. These two women have a combined age of 93, and they have 0 children between both of them. You both have repugnant personalities. Blame the men for staying home and not wanting to date them. Blame, blame, blame. These two women have a combined age of 93, and they have 0 children between both of them. You both have repugnant personality types, so listening to this was like male birth control to me.
Damn.
My goodness! Boomers are ruthless! Bunch of sissies. I served 6 years, 2 years in Southeast Asia after Vietnam was over. When I was 18,
what does that have to do with anything?
Rent was $450 and I could afford to get my own place.
Yeah.
She's so spot on. Nothing screams I'm a loser run from me than a guy living at home in his parents' house with his 12-year-old boy's bedroom decor at age of 30. Thank God we raised our sons to be men. Who grew up, lived on their own, found their soulmate, got married, bought a beautiful home, and started a family. I was out the door at 18, worked on the assembly line at Dodge and in the Air Force at 19, never went back home. I can't relate to this. Yes, we know you people can't relate. We know. But the world has changed.
You worked on the assembly line on Dodge, and now you probably get confused by AI videos because you're actually stupid. You're dumb. You're a stupid old person. And the only reason why you were able to make money and have a good life is because the world hadn't advanced to make people like you irrelevant. That's the reason.
Why can't you people get this through your heads? I will never let my son stay home. I'm trying to push them out of the nest. Okay, I really gotta ask, is this an Anglo thing? Immediately kicking your kid out when they turn 18 years old?
Yeah, it is. It's mainly a white people thing, for sure. It is. It's what is the word? I think it's bad. I think it's a white people L. I don't know why we do this.
My Mediterranean mind cannot comprehend this. And honestly, why the fuck would a man leave home, leave his mother's cooking for a woman who probably can't cook? Not me though. Personally, I can cook amazing homemade meals. I'll have you know I am a great trad wife.
Hey. Wow.
Bone apple teeth. Now, unfortunately,
delicious.
Tommy Lauren wasn't the only one pushing this stupid, lazy young men go get a job bullshit. Mike Johnson did it referencing 29-year-old men playing video games all day. Steve Scalise did it with 35-year-old men playing video games.
Bro, they are really trying to kill my stream. They're actively out to get me. They're trying to fucking shut me down, man.
All day. And just the other night, I saw this on my TV. Again.
A Wall Street Journal headline got our attention. The new dream job for young men, stay-at-home son.
I was a pioneer at this. Whenever I was a little kid, I never wanted a job. They told me I had to have a job. I said, bet. I'm going to just steal things from McDonald's, and I'm going to just fucking walk out of Walmart without paying for my stuff, and everything's going to be fine. I'm going to play video games forever, and I'll steal people's Wi-Fi, steal the internet.
It's a phrase that's taken off since 27-year-old Brendan Leo won $59,000 on Jeopardy, and he has a master's degree in political science. But he's
so he's a master's degree in political science and he's unemployed. Yeah.
Employed. Grow up, get a job, get a wife, build a family.
Just get a wife, bro. Just get a job, bro.
Oh, get a job? Yeah. Just get a job? Why don't I strap on my job helmet and squeeze down into a job cannon and fire off into Jobland, where jobs grow on jobbies?
The term welfare queen must have fell out of fashion with Republicans, because it seems even they know the approved safe demographic to go after now. Because it's very obvious what demographic they are talking about when they say young men in their basements playing video games. This just get a job.
This is the reason, by the way, why a lot of guys are super right-wing. And it's why they hate Democrats, and it's the reason why I think they're like super Trump supporters and everything. It's because basically they view, I think this is the way that a lot of guys see, they view policies that are enacted by liberals and Democrats as being things that actively disadvantage them. And they're right. They are. Like, if there is a policy that gives privileges to women or opportunities to women, and you're a guy, you've just been fucked. If there is something that gives a privilege or an opportunity to, not necessarily true. No, it is. It's true. Like, if you provide a preferential treatment to one gender, then that gender has an advantage. That's just the way it is. I mean, it's zero-sum. Yeah, that's just how it is. Of course. Like, as I've said this before, right? Anytime that somebody advocates for something that would categorically make me ineligible for a benefit for like my race, my gender, my sexuality, I'll never vote for that person. I am a single issue voter on that topic. Anything that they ever try to push that is like, oh, well, you know, if you're this group of people, this immutable characteristic, if you're gay, you get this opportunity. Nope. That's a nope. That never. And by the way, everybody should be like that. I wish more of you guys would act that way.
Lazy attitude is not
stop voting for people that want to that hate you and want to take your money away. It's pathetic.
Surprising, but it's especially funny coming from Fox News of all places. Fox News that spends so much time yapping about immigrants taking American jobs. Fox News will talk for years about how Americans are being screwed out of the workforce. But when this issue manifests itself in Gen Z, suddenly it's a moral failure. The fact is, a lot of American jobs held by men are being lost to automation, offshoring, and yes, cheap foreign labor. Companies and billionaires would rather have cheap labor they can essentially abuse, not pay fair wages to, just good little worker drones who won't unionize.
By little, what she means is children, like in California. Because if the kids work, you can pay them in Tootsie Rolls instead of dollar bills.
Rather than hire American workers for a living wage. The cheaper the labor they hire, the more money they make. I remember when Bernie Sanders called open borders a Koch brothers conspiracy.
Open borders? That's a Koch brothers proposal, which says essentially there is no United States.
But it would make a lot of the global poor richer, wouldn't it?
And it'd make everybody in America poor. Then you're doing away with the concept of a nation.
See, yeah, this is fucking exactly. Like, I don't know why everybody, see, this is the shit that I say and everybody says I'm a fucking Nazi. What is this? How does this fucking happen? How the fuck did this happen?
State.
Where'd that guy go? A lot of these jobs being taken are jobs traditionally held by men, like construction and factory jobs, manual labor work.
Not coming back, by the way.
It's not just manual labor jobs, it's also the tech industry and business industry, which are careers also mainly held by men. There are many, many examples of this, such as Microsoft recently cutting thousands of American workers while requesting 14,000 more H-1B workers this year. Some of those job positions include data scientists, which are 70% men, software developers, which are 80% men, and electronic engineers, which are 90% men. Wow. And many more like that. Another example of this was Tesla, where roughly 15,000 American employees were fired in April 2024, and many were replaced with H-1B visa holders.
They need to get rid of that shit. I'm gonna be honest. They do. They need to get rid of this shit. This is ridiculous.
On Twitter, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy...
Or at least, like, nerf it by, like, 95%. Like, I'm okay with bringing in people that are, like, really high performers, but if you're basically bringing in equivalent performers just to pay them less money and abuse them more because their employment and their housing is tied to their employment with you, that's the problem. I think, like, this is just to pay them less money and abuse them more because their employment and their housing is tied to their employment with you, that's the problem. I think, like, this seems like a 90 to 95% nerf.
He tried to chalk this up to these immigrants just simply being the best and the brightest. Yeah, okay. You're paying them less for longer hours and more work, and they're willing to deal with it in order to stay in the country.
Yeah,
it's coercive, exploitative, and, dare I say, not very America first. When conservatives confronted Elon Musk for this last year, he told somebody, and I quote, "Take a big step back and yourself in the face. I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend." So when it comes to...
Well, that's okay. I mean, like, it's fine. Like, the thing is that bringing in high-performing immigrants is a good thing. But bringing in immigrants that just simply perform at the same level that other Americans perform at a lower cost, that's bad. Like, there's a very big fucking difference here.
Placing American workers in manual labor with cheap foreign labor, it's deport, deport, deport. But when it comes to replacing his American workers with cheap foreign labor, it's f yourself in the face. Interesting. There's also affirmative action and DEI, which are other things Fox News always pisses and shits about. But suddenly, when the conversation is about Gen Z men, the demographic of people who are victims of these things, suddenly these things just, like, don't exist anymore. Then it's, oh, young men are all just lazy. They just want to be in their parents' basement, ordering DoorDash and playing video games.
Yep.
But it's not just...
Also, if you're a guy and you can't get a job, you need to figure out how to scam people on the internet and have them give you your money. Their money. You need to get their money. You need to find a way to make it to where their money is in your account. That's your goal. You have to get their money and make sure that their money in their account goes into your account. Sometimes you can do this. There's a lot of ways you can do this. Never, ever play a rigged game. If you feel like things aren't working out for you, you need to sign up for disability immediately. Sign up for disability and play video games all day until you feel like stopping. That's it.
Brown people taking your jobs.
Yep.
I am not beating the allegations with this one. The brown people are not taking your jobs, okay? It's not their fault. They're just cheaper. Aim upwards. But it's not just the brown people taking your jobs. It's the women, too. Many of the dying industries are male-dominated, while many of the growing industries are female-dominated. And stigma around these jobs being woman jobs usually stops
like
men
nursing.
from working them.
Yeah.
Women are overwhelmingly entering and excelling in college and the workforce, and they're more flexible about job position and pay, while young men usually hold out for higher-paying, higher-position jobs that will make them the breadwinner. Because you see, despite the world progressing and the role of women changing, the role of men has not changed. Every woman is a feminist until the dinner bill comes. But what's crazy is women might be the ones paying that dinner bill soon. A study from the UK found women aged 22 to 29 earned about 1,000 more annually than men.
Well, this makes anybody that knows anything knows this is true. This is obviously fucking true. Anybody could guess this. Of course.
reversing the traditional gender pay gap for this age group. In the US, a 2022 Pew Research Center analysis showed that women under 30 out-earned men in many metropolitan areas, with median earnings at or above 100% of men's in cities like New York and Washington, D.C. That may not sound like a lot of money now, but it's a growing trend that has never been seen before. It's so bad that it's really starting to affect the dating world. American women have never been this resigned to staying single. They are responding to major demographic shifts, including huge and growing gender gaps in economic and educational attainment, political affiliation, and beliefs about what family should look like. More women than men are attending college, buying houses,
This will not be a problem whenever they have AI robot girlfriends. This is a problem that will solve itself.
Focusing on their friendships and careers over dating and marriage.
Don't worry about
this. The challenges
this.
of finding a romantic partner have been made more complicated by a growing divide in education and career prospects between men and women. In 2024, 40% of American women ages 25 to 34 had a bachelor's degree, according to Pew, compared to 37% of men. A bachelor's degree increases net lifetime earnings by an estimated $1 million. Women are doing comparatively well when it comes to education in their early years in the labor force, and men are doing comparatively
well. That's because
to education and their earnings by an estimated $1 million. Women are doing comparatively well when it comes to education in their early years in the labor force, and men are doing comparatively
well. That's because education is tailored towards women. That's the reason why. It's that any sort of violent or aggressive behavior in school that is just typical of guys, and the way that guys act in general is viewed as problematic, or you get in trouble for it. That's the reason why. Is prejudice again meant? Yeah, exactly. Like, no, I'm just being honest.
Badly. Men's economic struggles seem to be having the biggest effect on women without a college degree, whose marriage rates by 45 have plummeted to 52% for those born between 1930 and 1980, according to research by Cornell University. Young men without a degree are struggling so much as a group that there simply aren't enough with steady jobs and earnings for non-college women to date.
See, that's what I was saying. And it's never going to get better. It will only get worse. And the thing is also, here's what's interesting about it, is that the women that are also stupid at that age, by the time that they're older, like let's say 40 or 35, if they're not sexually attractive and, you know, they already had kids or, you know, for whatever reason, they're kind of outside of that biological clock period, their value goes into the garbage as well. Because that's the way it works. People get really mad at me for saying this, but like, I'm right. Like, I'm right. And it's so obvious. All you have to do is look at reality.
Men are poor, women most affected. Modern women are no longer tied to their gender roles. Birth control has freed them from the prison that is their biology, and they are making their own money, sometimes more than men. They can have it all. They can do anything. They can be anything. While at the same time, men are still expected to be the provider. And more importantly, many men still want to be the provider.
This is what I was saying before about preserving privileges while still maintaining opportunities.
They can't. And women, though strong and independent, still want men to be the provider.
And as a woman, I want a strong man who is a protector and a provider that will go to war if need be, that will protect me, protect my family, make money.
Basically, men are like, we're worried we're not making enough money. And women are like, we're worried men are not making enough money.
Protect my family, make money.
Basically, men are like, we're worried we're not making enough money. And women are like, we're worried men are not making enough money. Hello class, I am Miss On Head. I am substituting for your teacher today. She was arrested for molesting a 12-year-old boy. So today we are learning about the graph.
I've shown
this
that
is
graph.
The growth in productivity versus hourly compensation graph. And you can trace almost everything bad happening in society
This is a bad
back
graph.
to this graph. As you can see, productivity increased while compensation barely grew over the same time period. Notice they tracked very closely
Keep
up
in mind, it only goes to 2017. Imagine what it is now.
until around 1972. Now, what happened around 1972, class? Well, the top marginal tax rate was reduced from 70% in 1964 to 50% by 1981. The federal minimum wage began to stagnate. Income going to the 1% rose from 9% in the 60s to 16% in 2023. CEOs also went from making 20 times more than the average worker to making 350 times more than the average worker. Anything else? Anything else happened around 1972? Yes, Jimmy, that is correct. Women joined the workforce around this time, but we don't have to get into that today.
Oh, it's absolutely a factor. Men having to compete with women inside of a workforce obviously is able to drive down wages. Of course that's what happens. Like, I'm not against women being able to work, right? I mean, of course you should be able to do what you want to do, but like, yeah, of course it had that effect, obviously.
Is hard work no longer guarantees success, and the will to work is tied to the fruits of your labor. And young men are fed up today because 90% of that fruit is rotten. Now, is there some truth to modern young people being lazy? Sure, I guess. Every generation had lazy people. Yeah. And we do basically live in...
Socrates wrote about how people are lazy nowadays in ancient Greece. It's nothing new.
Late-stage mouse utopia, after all. Young people today are faced with two options: revolution or escapism. And a lot of them are choosing escapism. Many have basically given up, but it's not like they didn't try. They tried, and they found out the juice just isn't worth the squeeze, whether it's college, dating, or the job market.
That's right.
And in a way, many young men are kind of choosing revolution. The never-before-seen large shift rightward in young men is a small revolution in a way. They're saying, this isn't working for me. This sucks. I hate this. I want something different. This is also manifesting on the Democrat side in general. The young men that are still voting left are voting further left. You saw this recently in New York City, where Zohran Mamdani, a self-proclaimed Democratic socialist, won the Democratic primaries. Young men are...
We've got to keep in mind, like, this guy, like, comes from a super rich family. Like, it's not like he's ever really had the struggle, right? And this is the issue that I think a lot of people like that have like these very high-minded ideals, is that they never have to live with the consequences of their own ideals, right? They have a lot of luxury values because they live a luxury lifestyle. Right? Is Nepo baby? Yeah, sure, right? But like that's always how it is.
Tired of the establishment, left and right. They're tired of the system and they want to burn it down and start again. They want something that works for them because this is not working for them.
If you wake up one morning and you find yourself in a society where 23-year-olds with 4-year college degrees and like initiative who aren't smoking weed every day, if they can't make enough to buy a car, much less a home, much less get married, much less have children, then why should you be surprised when half of them say they prefer socialism?
He's completely right. He's absolutely right.
Huh. Fox News should hire that guy. There is an entire generation of fighting-aged men who are enraged and feel like they have nothing to live for. You should probably start caring.
Remember what I told you guys about this? This is going to happen in Europe first before it happens in the U.S. But, like, I'm telling you guys, it's going to be a pretty interesting time.
Saw this airing on Fox News. They saw an angry woman nagging in their faces about how everything wrong in the world is their fault. And all too familiar...
I think that, another big factor for this clip that made people mad is the fact that she's I would say she's attractive, right? And it's like another one of the, like... It's like another attractive woman that is like, if she was fat and ugly, would she be on that panel in Fox News? Well, everybody knows the answer to that. No, she wouldn't. And everybody knows that. And so you have a person who is there by the nature of their nature, and they're speaking down to other people because they're not working super hard in order to make up for that. It's pretty privilege. Yeah, no, that's it.
Thing they have been hearing for far too long. But unfortunately for Democrats, nobody under the age of 60 watches Fox News, so this is not really going to have an effect on young men whatsoever. So keep that $20 million. You might still need it, unless we get dragged into another war in the Middle East. If we do get dragged into another war in the Middle East, young men might come running back to the Democratic Party. Maybe not. Maybe not even a George Bush II electric boogaloo. we'll have men coming back to the Democratic Party.
No, we're going to see, I think this is what's going to happen, is that you're probably going to have, like, I think J.D. Vance in a lot of ways is, like, much more right-wing and much more conservative than Trump is. And I think that the people that are going to come after him are going to be even more right-wing and even more conservative. And I think that the shifts that you're going to see pretty soon here, especially in terms of what's publicly acceptable to discuss, I think that we're probably going to see public conversations about women being able to be in the workplace. I think you're going to see public conversations, you might not believe this, but about women voting, period. And there's actually a good chance that this will become a popular talking point again, because a lot of men, I don't believe it. Okay, you're going to find out. Clip it. That's disgusting. I'm telling you what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. Based on what? Based on the increasing polarization between genders and the growing perception that women make decisions that are based off of things that are not necessarily logical. I think that a lot of men perceive that, and they view that issue as being an existential problem. I think this is a perception that women make decisions that are based off of things that are not necessarily logical. I think that a lot of men perceive that, and they view that issue as being an existential problem. I think this is a very common sentiment. A lot of people won't say it. I'll say it. And again, wait 5 years. Wait 10 years. Clip it, and then come back to me. Remember what I said about Hunter Biden running for president? And, you know, like getting in the public eye again? Everybody said I was insane. Just wait and see.
Hopefully we don't find out. And as I'm editing this right now, a lot of young people, even the podcast bros, seem pretty upset about the Epstein thing, but we know Democrats won't take advantage of the situation in order to protect the Clintons, so maybe not even this will save them, but
it won't matter.
We'll see, I guess. Hold on one second.
Yep.
That's better.
Good one.
So that was that video. What do you think of the male loser epidemic? Do you agree with Tommy Lauren? Is it all men's fault? Leave your comments below. I read them all. I am probably...
It is men's fault, but hearing it from a pretty girl who has had every privilege in her life is fucking annoying, and it's obnoxious, and that's why people reacted as negatively as they did. And also men have a lot of structural disadvantages in society now. That's another really big reason.
Reading them right now as you type them. Wait, don't write that. No. You can't say that.
Yep.
No, it doesn't matter if it's with an A. If you like this video, please subscribe. And if you can, donate to me on Patreon or leave a little tip with the little tip jar down below. I'll give it a little heart. It helps the channel and I appreciate it so much. And I will see you guys again soon with a new video, a new slop video.
Oh,
I know
good.
You gremlins love that shit.
Oh, good. Maybe it's going to be about pirate software. Ah, yeah. It's my fault? Yeah, sure. And anyway, I like the video. I think this is a really good video, and I'll link it to you guys, and you guys can take a look at it. Yeah, W video. Yeah, I think that, like, the reality is that a lot of what this comes down to is optics as well, and understanding that and understanding how talking to a person is going to make them feel a certain way, I think is necessary in order to understand how people think, right? That's it. Rare topic, very important. Well, the issue is that, like, men's issues, like, if you think it's bad, by the way, if you think it's bad here, you should see South Korea. Holy shit. Oh my God. Like, that's like 1,000 times fucking worse than how it is over here. And so, like, that's really how I look at it. Elaborate, explain, why would Pirate do this? I don't know. And so, yeah. And they're fucked over there? Yeah, they are. And what's crazy is she says young women want to get married, and as if young men don't. It's just that all we have is low-end work and average looks, and God forbid we want a career that we don't hate for average money. Well, I think that men just simply... I think men are just at a lot of disadvantages. Like, there are companies that provide preferential hiring for minorities and for women and for people that have, you know, like they're like gay or something like that. I mean, there are preferential hiring processes and, you know, preferential treatment programs that are existing for them. And because of that, that's what's going to alienate a lot of men. That's what's going to make a lot of men very angry about it, because they're being set at a disadvantage on purpose. And so nothing for gays, let's be real. Well, no, there absolutely is. I mean, like, all you have to do, look at Blizzard. Like, you think there's nothing for gays? Go over and try and work for Blizzard and find that out. And so, yeah, there you go. And for low pay and overtime per diem, yeah, sure. Everyone knows it. Everybody can see it. That's why a lot of men are fed up with it. Yes, as a guy, you should never accept the current system. Never vote for people that want to disenfranchise you. Never try to go ahead. Never work inside of a system that's not working for you. I think that the guys that are staying home and jacking off to anime all day, playing video games and not getting a job, I think they're fucking based. And I think we should have even more of it until it totally destroys society. And then maybe things can get better after that. That's what I think. That's my viewpoint, because that's where things are going to go anyway. So it's better for us to just get there faster. In general, like, if you're an average looking guy, and I've never been, I know you guys might not believe this, but I have never been on a dating website in my life. I have never gone and signed up for Tinder, Plenty of Fish, Farmer's Meat, Christian Mingle, any of this bullshit. I've never done this. And so anyway, sure, no, I'm just being honest, right? Like, that's just how it is. Bumble, any of this bullshit, they suck. But everything that I've heard, not even Grindr, and yeah, oh, you didn't mention that. No, any of that is still the same. And so, yeah, I've seen you on Christian Mingle. Well, that's a fake profile, okay? And so anyway, so based, yeah, it sounds like hell. Yeah, and so, like, if you're a guy and you're not able to, find a girlfriend or anything like that, you're going to be having a really bad fucking time. And so when you keep getting denied over and over and over and over and over, eventually you stop trying. And I think it makes sense for guys to stop trying. Like, it's not a bad thing. It's not like they're bad people. It's just the truth. It's what makes sense. Of course that's the case.
Evidence and facts, hard facts that are indisputable and undebatable. So we're going to talk about that today. Now, in the words of our great prophet, Hassan Piker, some...
Stop. I don't ever want to hear you say that ever again. Okay. All right. We're going to have problems, guys. Yeah, we're going to have fucking problems here. Okay. All right. Yep. No, we're going to have problems, guys. The gloves are coming off here. Okay. Here we go. Yep. Here we go.
Times our system of law, our flawed capitalist system, needs to be thrown aside with its rules and objectivity. Yes, we need to give that away and adopt a more just system, a more proper system, a system that is perhaps more similar and akin to the totally peaceful and totally non-violent regimes or benevolent utopias of Mao Zedong, of Joseph Stalin, of Pol Pot, or Kim Il-sung. Totally peaceful and totally just, where you, the plebs, I mean the proletariat, listen to me, the nomenclatura, or perhaps even better, your dear leader, in guiding you in...
Guys, I'll be real. All these people here, I'm worse than every single one, guys. I am. I'm worse than every single one, straight up. Mao Zedong don't got shit on me, brother. I'm going to just be real. I'm worse than all these guys.
What to think, what to do, and who to go after. And today, we're going after the Eggman. Now,
fuck! God damn it! No. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, son of a bitch. We're talking about gotcha. Oh, Jesus. All right. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Here we go. Let's get into it.
May think that because we've shared similar concepts on things such as Ethan Klein's lawsuit, where the supervillain, Ethan Klein, best friends of Dr. Evil, I may add, is going to objectively win over the dear prophet Hassan Piker's loyal disciples, Denims, Frogan, and Casey-tron. I know you may think we're bros or we're friends, but that is not the case. In fact, if you recall, I called out Tectone long ago for his illiteracy, his failure to even be able to read the most basic of human things, unable to read legalese. That is indeed a crime, good sirs and ma'ams out there. Literacy of Tectone is not his only problem, as is unable to.
Oh my God. Oh, there's a lot of nuance to this, guys. There's like 4.5 years of context. I don't even want to fucking get into it again. It's fine, guys.
Read a contract drafted under the laws of Japan. I mean, who is this guy? Who is he really? Well, he's controversial. He's done many bad things, and he's survived cancellation in the past. For example, for calling our dearest, our beloved, our lovely Frogan the F slur. Yes, the word.
You can't say the F slur, bro. I did not call her that. Wait, stop. That sounds so bad. That sounds...
Were men anonymous? Credit cards that have 30% interest, they've somehow also managed to fuck up the internet at the same time. So recently there's been a group called Collective Shout, which is, I know this might surprise you, a militant group of obnoxious Karens from, I believe, Australia, but let's be honest, it's going to be all over the world, that have gotten together to bully and attack Visa and MasterCard into refusing service with Steam and pressuring Steam to remove certain games off of Steam because these games hurt their feelings. Oh no, it's an incest game. Oh no, it's a fucking not safe for work game. It's a porn game. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? The thing is that, and this is the big issue that I have, I'm very agitated about this because I see where this is going. It begins with the incest games and it ends with whatever the fuck they want. And so if anybody remembers back in the 2000s, if anybody 3,000 years ago, whenever they were talking about how Grand Theft Auto is causing school shootings and these video games are causing this stuff, just to stop these disgusting fucking annoying Karens from being able to bully these processors into effectively not allowing us to play the video games that we want, not allowing us to consume the content that we want, and fundamentally, at a very, very basic level, limiting our freedom of expression through effectively looking at the chain, finding the weakest link in the chain, and taking as much advantage of it as possible. And I want to say another thing. Collective Shout and every other Karen Incorporated group, every other bullshit advocacy group that's trying to bully these payment processors, they are the symptom and they are not the disease. Because if you get rid of them, there's just going to be another one that replaces them that does the exact same fucking thing. The disease is the payment processors and the fact that they can act effectively as a cartel. They have total autonomy to deny service to anybody for any reason if they think that it will affect their brand. Well, why don't we go ahead and think about this in any other utility or any other service? Imagine if you can't get electricity because, oh, well, you use that electricity to go on websites that people disagree with or they don't like. And I have no problem with them denying service to something that is illegal, by the way. I think that's totally okay. But whenever these people want to create their own moral legality and then use these payment processors as a pseudo-government to enforce it as a pretty much monopoly across the entire internet, that's not a free market, that's a fucking cartel. And I think they need to be regulated. I definitely do. And I think that's the only way that this actually solves itself. Now, obviously, it's great if we had new payment processors come into the space. And I know that a lot of people talk about crypto as a solution to this. I understand that. I personally think that you need to have more regulations for financial stuff. But that's a different conversation. The one thing that I think we can all agree on is that the current situation is bad. And anyway, so the issue that we have right now is that these payment processors are able to effectively limit our freedom of speech, limit our freedom of expression, tell us what we're allowed to see and what we're not allowed to see on the internet by denying service and refusing to do business with these different companies. Now, you might think that this is freedom of association, and to a certain degree you'd be right, but the problem is that it's not a free market. If it was a free market, you would have some companies that would be willing to do it and some companies that would not. But the issue is because Visa and MasterCard control such a large market share of payment processing market, what that causes is it causes people to be forced effectively into using them as a service. And in the same way that you guys know this, if you live in an area that only has maybe one power service, or you live in an area that only has one internet service, oftentimes that service is either, there are two outcomes, guys. It's either regulated or it's garbage. And sometimes it's both. But I can guarantee you one thing, it's certainly not good. And the fact is that I understand some people might be against regulation. But I've got to tell you, okay, if you're sitting on the internet using your smartphone complaining about regulation, you might as well just be a fish complaining about water. Everything is regulated. Your car is regulated. Your phone is regulated. The battery in your phone is regulated. The data your phone receives is regulated. Everything in the world is regulated, but we're somehow supposed to think that, oh, wow, these billion-dollar companies that, by the way, how the fuck does a credit card company make money? Oh, that's right, by scamming stupid people who don't understand math out of money, writing it off as a loss whenever they don't get the money back, and then being able to say that, oh, well, it's okay, we're not going to pay this off as a tax, because guess what? We didn't make any fucking money because we're signing contracts with massive interest rates to people that are financially illiterate. And so anyway, these companies exist as a parasite, okay? They are a parasite. They steal money from people. They are awful. And anyway, now we have a situation that they are affecting our freedom of speech on the internet. They are affecting our freedom of expression on the internet wholesale. And it's only going to get worse, because once these disgusting, fat, annoying, fucking, just Karens go and they realize, oh, it works one time, what do you think they're gonna do? They're gonna just say, oh, well, that's it. Well, I heard The View got canceled today, so after this, they're gonna be fucking bored. So they're going to keep canceling and trying to bully these companies into doing even more things. And there's another not safe for work website. Oh, well, now there's another one. Oh, well, they shouldn't have to support porn. Yeah, they fucking should. The same as your internet provider should. The same as your electricity provider should. The same as your water provider should. Can you imagine if they decide to turn off your fucking water or your electricity because you're going to a porn website that they don't like? It's ridiculous. And so I think that we need to have a degree of accountability here. These companies enjoy a massive privilege in this market. They are effectively totally free to do whatever the fuck they want. And that is going to, unfortunately, negatively affect everybody else. And to be honest with you guys, how many of you know somebody who has credit card debt? It probably already has negatively affected people. And so anyway, my video, what I'm talking about right now, is that I think we need to spread more awareness to this. More people need to know about this, because if it doesn't stop here, it's going to keep going into politics. It's going to keep going into different worldviews. It's going to go into religious stuff. It's going to go into every single aspect that you can possibly imagine, because these companies are gun shy and they're afraid of any degree of pushback. So the best thing that you can do, by the way, is if there's ever an instance where people are trying to push for a payment processor to not do something, these companies are afraid of pushback and they're afraid of backlash. That's what they're fundamentally afraid of. So if you want to make it to where they don't do these things and they don't make these changes, you have to be louder than these screeching banshee, harpy, siren Karens. That's what you have to do. You have to do that, and if you don't, they're going to be a lot louder than you are, and that's what's happened for the last 10 years. And luckily, now, especially in the past 3 years, the majority of the internet has basically said, hoes mad, too bad, and we've decided to ignore them. However, they have found, as I said, that one weak link, which is the payment processors. And again, they are awful, they're terrible, but they are a symptom and not the disease. We have to look at these payment processors, how much of a monopoly and everything that they control inside of any online transaction, inside of anything that you're doing in terms of money, and are they using that position in some way that is beneficial for everybody? Is this something that subverts people's expression, or is it something that hurts it? Well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? And so I wanted to make this video, and I wanted to talk to you guys about it, because I feel like nobody else is saying anything. A lot of people might not understand this issue, or they might think, oh, well, it's just a rape game or something like that. Here's where they should draw the line. Is it illegal? If it's illegal, then yeah, of course they shouldn't give it service. If it is, then yes, they should absolutely have to. It should be the exact same as an electricity company, as a phone company, as a, internet company, as a water company, or anything else. The random, debanking and removal of payment processing for certain people for certain ideological means is a massive problem, and it helps no one. And so anyway, except for them, obviously, because it gives them the power to censor things and effectively tell people what they're allowed to see on the internet, and effectively subvert the will of the people by acting as a pseudo-government because they're able to control this very small link. And so anyway, that's why I'm talking to you guys about this. I want everybody to be aware of this. I want you to see it, and I want you to be vigilant, and I can guarantee you, this is the worst thing, I can guarantee you that it's going to get worse. Because people, I don't think that there is enough awareness about this yet. I don't think that there is enough people talking about this. And I don't think people really understand this issue, because there are still people who are afraid to speak out about it because they don't want to be seen as defending incest games. I have no problem defending incest games. I think that's totally fine. You want to play a fucking anime incest game on Steam? Go ahead. That's okay. Nobody's getting hurt, because guess what? It's not real. Imagine that. A video game doesn't hurt real people, and it doesn't actually exist. So why is it that it's being regulated, and why is it that people are being told what they can and can't see, especially through this third party that shouldn't even be making these decisions to begin with? You want to talk about the brand for Visa or MasterCard, the only time I fucking hear about these companies is whenever they're being called into Congress to explain why they're trying to extort some mother of four out of $250,000 because of compounding interest and debt. It's outrageous. They're disgusting parasites, and I hope more people realize it, and we can actually push and have a degree of regulation and control on these people, because they exist effectively. Again, guys, this is not a free market. Please do not say it's a free market. It is absolutely not a free market. The first thing that people who have control of a free market do, or have a majority share of a free market do, is they make sure that it's not free. And that's exactly what they've been doing.
Sydney Sweeney fatigue. Let's talk about eugenics and racism.
What?
Sydney Sweeney fatigue. Let's talk about eugenics and racism.
Oh, fuck. This is how it happens, guys. This is the fall 2025 campaign. Yeah. Right.
Sydney Sweeney, Hasbro Keynes.
I can see why they're mad. And by the way, the entire context of this is them talking about her boobs, by the way. That's what's being discussed with jeans. Everybody that's not a retard,
because those Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ads are weird. Like, fascist weird. That is Nazi propaganda.
It's not AI. Yes, that was a real ad by...
Now, I'm not gonna say that's crazy though, right? It's just jealous, fat, ugly women.
So despite being in a very deep, debilitating depression brought to where I've struggled to do anything else other than lay on my couch, I felt like this advertisement was too important not to talk about, especially in the political climate that we're in, so let's talk about it, because this is literal eugenics slapping everyone in the face, and
we're going to open up those asylums. You're going to have a really, really nice padded room you're going to live in, and you're going to be healthy. You're going to be okay. The clothes, you'll be like this the whole time, and everybody in the whole world is going to be better off because of it.
Because this message of her saying that everything that she has is attributed to her genes. She's not talking about her blue genes. She's talking about her GENES, and then saying that hers are blue. She's not talking about her blue genes. She's talking about her blue eyes, and then saying her eyes are up here. It's not a coincidence that this message is being delivered by a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman.
I've had enough. I've had enough. Yeah, this is just crazy. I'm so lost. Yeah, exactly right. Women are complaining about men not coming up to them and approaching them in public. This is very, very common.
There's a really interesting trend at the moment of very attractive women complaining that men are no longer approaching them.
That's right.
And I find this absolutely fascinating. So, when I was a young man...
It's fascinating, but not surprising.
I only plucked up the courage to actually just walk up to a random woman on the street once because she was really attractive and say, hey, would you like to go out? She turned me down, right? Every other time I've got girlfriends or women who have been interested in me, they've basically come to me and sort of signaled to me that they're interested. And so, frankly, I've never been the sort of like, walk up to a girl and just start chatting her up type.
Absolutely. Absolutely same. 100% same. Completely agree.
But that
same personality.
Most of the time, women will signal when they are interested in you. And
They will.
If you're interested back, you can pick it up and go from there.
Yeah, sure.
But I think that there is at least a certain kind of woman who enjoys the attention, right? Who likes to know that actually she is an attractive woman and she's flattered by men making the effort and, well, as this woman says, catcalling her. Let's listen.
Tell me why every day I go out looking adorable, tits bouncing, skin glistening, and yet nobody ever hits on me or approaches me. Ever!
I wonder why.
Oh my god, like please. I'll take a fucking construction worker catcall at this point.
Here's the thing, is if I was doing that to her, she'd be calling the police. Women don't actually want this. They only want it from guys that they find attractive or they like. This is a massive fucking thing that a lot of people don't talk about. Is that the reason, like, women don't have a problem with guys approaching them in general, as long as they do it respectfully. But I think another big difference is appearance. If you are a weird looking or an ugly looking guy, you going up to a girl is totally different than if it's somebody who is attractive. And so a lot of these girls say that they want this, but if it's some weird looking guy coming up to them, they're going to be very uncomfortable and they're going to complain about it on social media. That's what happens. It's, yeah, flirting versus harassment. Exactly.
So now there are many people who are saying, well, and this is another video of the woman in the orange dress here. Again, very attractive women, and men are just not approaching them.
Yeah.
And they're becoming frustrated by it. And as Con here points out, many women, not all of them, spent the majority of the 2010s bitching about rape culture and misogyny and catcalling and Me Too, and now mad that young men aren't comfortable approaching them.
No, it's again, if young men that they are mad that young men that they are attracted to are not approaching them. If weird, ugly guys started approaching them, they would be posting about how annoying it is publicly all the time. The same as they did back then.
You create the problem.
This is totally...
I don't think it's just young men, although I think the age thing is an interesting question. Because, I mean, this woman looks like she's in her early 20s, and, well, do men in their early 20s actually spend a lot of time dating anyway? It seems that a lot of Gen Z are quite shy, introverted, not great at approaching one another, and, I mean, not entirely their fault. Probably.
Me Too ruined everything? No, Me Too didn't have anything to do with this. This was happening way before Me Too. Me Too was like a COVID era thing. This has been going on ever since like 2013, 2014.
Probably a lot due to social media and the internet and the fact that they've got phones, so they don't have to actually go up and personally involve themselves. And they seem to have been losing the customs on how to show someone that they're interested.
Here's the reason why that happens. In the earlier days, many years ago, there was much more of a shared cultural identity that we had here in the US, or that I'm sure was over in the UK or in other countries, but particularly in the United States. There was a shared cultural identity that most people subscribed to. So whenever you went to approach someone or you went to talk to someone, your behavior would probably be inside of that cultural expectation. But I think what the internet and multiculturalism has done, and this isn't necessarily a bad thing or a good thing, it's just what's happened, is it's segmented different cultures and different groups of people with different expectations. There are women that like guys that when she tells them no, he keeps trying to pursue her because it makes her feel special. There are women that like that. Most women don't like that. And my advice to you is to assume that they don't like that, because I think it's weird. You know, again, like they like that, but that's how it is. They want it. Yes, exactly. But no means no. Exactly. And so do you know if are you approaching a girl that is a no means no girl, or are you approaching a girl that is a, ask me 3 times to make sure that you really actually care about me girl? You see what I'm saying? And there's no way to really tell that really at all. And so you have this dilution of culture. And so there's no shared set of rules of engagement anymore. And so nobody knows how to approach this and how not to approach this. There will be guys that will be very respectful, and then girls will still post their DMs and be like, hey, look at this guy, what a thirsty boy. How to solve it? I don't think that you can really.
It isn't embarrassing or humiliating in some way. And
by the way, the girls that do that post the DMs from guys, the reason they're doing that is to feed their own ego. They're doing that so they can say, look at this popular person that was interested in me, but I'm too good for them. There's not really any other reason besides that. Yeah, it's their ego tripping. It's validation.
that protects the dignity of both people involved. And I don't blame them. I mean, these are things that I think generally haven't been well passed down.
Yeah.
You know, I remember my dad telling me, you've just got to go and ask.
Yeah.
And the worst you can say is no. I mean, that's not true. The worst you can do is laugh at you. But
or post your interaction on social media and embarrass you publicly. Or if it's at work, get you fired for sexual harassment. Or, you know, like fucking ostracized. There's a lot of things that they can do that are worse than saying no.
Doesn't happen to me, but I can imagine that happens, and it's absolutely harrowing. But at the end of the day, as a man, it's tough, and you will get over it. It's not the end of the world. But the times that it does work, then you know, when you think, okay, you know, that woman actually seemed to quite like me, and I'm going to go up and ask her out, it's actually really gratifying, and you feel like you've accomplished something. I said I only done once, but now I'm thinking about it. I have actually done it a few more times than that. It was only once that I walked past this woman, and I was just like, wow, she's really attractive. And I was single at the time.
Yeah.
And walked up to her. But other times where it's, you know...
I have never done that.
I had a date with a girl who sold internet. She was, you know, one of the women on the street, you know, people on the street who's trying to sell broadband, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, like 15, 20 years ago. I can't remember how long now.
We know.
And I didn't want it, but I ended up getting it because she was really cute. And I asked her on a date, and she was like, yeah, okay, great. It didn't go anywhere, but, like, you know, it was no big deal. But I ended up with that broadband for a goddamn year. But the point is, when
it is what it is, brother. Yep.
When you do it and it goes quite well, then okay, great, you know. But anyway, that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is there's definitely an atmosphere that was created by the feminism of the 2010s, and this, I think, genuinely
Well, I don't think we're past it either. Like, I see on a weekly basis, even now, women exposing DMs from men all the time. This happens constantly. I mean, you guys have seen this too, right? Like, I'm not crazy. I'm not the only person that's seen this. This is quite common.
Has had effects. I mean, you know, Me Too, the hysteria about catcalling and misogyny and rape culture and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, you can say thanks to Anita Sarkeesian, who herself probably been catcalled.
Their fitness videos,
She's not hideous.
Fitness creep videos, stuff like that, definitely.
But you know, who had to marry herself, incidentally. And now these women are feeling the effects of it. That's definitely an issue. And there are lots of women all over the place. It's not just like the odd TikTok video. Like this one here. I'm wondering if guys still approach women they don't know but are attracted to. Or this basically never happens anymore.
Nope.
I, as a woman, don't get approached while walking the street in the grocery store, etc. Men seem to like me at work and on dating apps, but the approach thing from strangers just doesn't happen. And what's really funny...
Because people have said for years they don't want that. They said they don't want it. I wish we had a code in society. Exactly, right? And even this top comment is saying exactly what I'm saying.
Is they're looking, going through this and being like...
There's no shared cultural expectation.
We need to have some sort of social signal. Like dropping a handkerchief to see if the guy's interested. And there was someone in this thread, I was reading through it before I started.
And also, like, again, if a weird looking guy came up to her, she would not like that. I think there's very much a tremendous amount of kind of romanticization of this behavior without actually thinking about its legitimate, like, realistic consequences, where it's like, okay, sure, yeah, you want an attractive, good-looking guy to come up to you and be interested in you, but do you want an ugly, weird-looking guy who's awkward to come up to you? Probably not. So really, the odds are, right, it's going to be probably more ugly, weird-looking guys. So, yeah, that's why they ended up stopping this, and people don't do it anymore. It goes both ways? Well, of course it does.
They're like, yeah, but what if the guy doesn't pick it up? That'd be devastating. Absolutely devastating.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't find the thing. But it would. But at least it wouldn't be, like, obvious. At least you could play it off as if, oh, I just dropped that. I didn't mean to drop it. I wasn't trying to signal. But anyway, so yeah, you've got like other videos of women who are just trying to think of ways to get guys to approach them, because again, like I think for a lot of women, it's not necessarily that they are, actually they want loads of guys to like be hitting on them. But what I think it is just for them to feel secure about themselves, and also gives them something interesting to say about.
Yeah.
The night, like it gives them a social status over other women that these two are talking about instantly. It gives them sort of like it's a story, right? That they can tell their friends and say, "Oh, yeah, this guy approached me. Oh my God, he was this, he was that, whatever."
Yeah.
But also it reassures them. Oh, right, no, I am still actually
it's
attractive.
validating. Yes.
Because a couple of years ago, I remember doing a video about women when they get older and they start to feel invisible, and it's because, like, when you're a young and attractive woman, you at least know that men notice you.
Yeah, sure.
And
of course.
I think that for a lot of attractive young women, they feel important. They feel, oh, right, no, I have a place in society, and these guys are looking at me. They're checking me out. Even if they're not approaching me, I'm on their radar, right? They understand that I am a thing that matters in the grand scheme of male-female relationships. And so in society itself, I am sort of put on the map. But what these women are really complaining about is, I think, that they feel that they aren't on the map anymore. Right? And this is the same thing that the older women were complaining about. When women get to like their 40s and 50s, and men are no longer just checking them out. They no longer catch men just having a sideward glance. Admiringly. Which, again, the feminists have done a superb job of stigmatizing this. But actually, I think for a lot of women,
well, the reality also is that there are a lot of guys that do it in ways that are bad. And this is something that a lot of people don't necessarily say, but there are guys that don't take no for an answer. There are guys that are creepy. And I think that they do make women uncomfortable in a lot of cases. It's not like this is like, oh, women are just stupid and bad. No, absolutely not. There's a lot of guys that try to put a power play on a girl, right? Take her out on a boat because of the implication, right? That type of stuff. And it makes women very uncomfortable, and it does happen. Now, obviously, like that's a meme and a joke, but real life variants of that happen all the time. And the truth is that that's the reason why a lot of women are against this stuff and pushed against it back in the 2010s, is because a lot of it came with a degree of coercion, or it came with a implied physical threat, like maybe not even necessarily threat, but unsafeness.
And just a tangent on this. Think about the kind of women who are feminists. Very rarely the attractive ones, right? Very rarely the ones who are getting catcalled. So in a way, feminism was kind of like a negative mating strategy. And they've ruined it for the decent-looking women. And you can thank your sisters on that one. They were fighting for your rights, not to feel flattered when you're walking.
From my experience of talking to girls that I would say are above average attractiveness, I would say that the majority of them do not appreciate having people come up to them in public and try to approach them. I'm sure that there have been experiences that they had that were positive, but if you looked at it as like, is it a net value of a positive or a negative? I would say it is a negative net value.
Around at night in your best clothes, looking as gorgeous as you can. Like, your sisters have done this for you. But I think they're entering the same status as women who grow older. And so, when women get to like their 50s and men are no longer, like, they're no longer a presence on the radar. They're no longer, oh, maybe she's maybe she'd be interested or something like that. That no longer happens because men just aren't thinking, okay, I want a 50-year-old woman.
Yeah.
I'm going to pick up a 50-year-old woman.
Well, guys aren't attracted to older women, like in a general sense. Like, everybody knows this. It's like one of those things like, oh, you're not supposed to say this. Yeah, that's obviously the reason why. Everybody knows it.
So it's one of those things that the older invisible women who didn't get married and don't have kids and don't have families, this is one of the things that, by the way, ladies, you're going to want to get married and have kids so you don't turn into one of these invisible women. It will happen to you too.
Yeah, of course.
Because this is the nature of what the manosphere, uncharitably but fairly, calls the wall. When you reach the menopause, frankly, you stop being a viable mate. in?
It's not a year, right? There's some chicks that look really attractive and they're like 50 or 60. And there's other chicks that stop looking attractive when they're 27. It's genetics, the way that you take care of yourself, skincare routine, drug patterns, everything like that. So there's a lot of examples of both of them. And like we all know those examples, right? Of course, right? Everybody's giving out names or whatever. And you know women that kind of like immediately like, you know, they hit the wall at 25. Yeah, this definitely happens too. For sure it does. But at the same time, yeah, of course, like, I mean, and I think that for guys, this is true too, by the way. Like, people like to create this false dichotomy where, like, women age really badly and men don't. I think that that's not really true. There aren't really a lot of, like, 23-year-old attractive women that are hoping that a 45-year-old guy is going to try to talk to them. They're not going out there looking for that. And many of them think that's creepy too themselves. Like, this is a fantasy that I think guys tell themselves as a coping mechanism.
Evolutionary terms.
And also, like, by the way, it's more true for guys, but it's not true for guys. Like, for women, it's totally not true. And for men, it's, like, usually not true. And also the reason why a lot of women are doing that, it's for something that is external from the guy itself. It's like his position of influence, money, or something that's similar to that. Some sort of external thing that's not necessarily intrinsically him. But yeah, no, guys approach and they have the same thing.
And then that just means that men just...
False young women love older men. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't think that's generally true. I think that younger women will make exceptions for older men way more often than younger men make exceptions for younger women. Or sorry, older women. But I think in general, those younger women that are attractive are looking for men that are around their age. That's the truth. That's primarily what they're looking for.
Don't generally tend to check you out. And younger women, it seems, are actually encountering this firsthand. And so they're strategizing, well, what can we actually do to not be invisible? Because, you know, we're still potential mates.
People say you're so wrong. It's a lot of guys coping. Tons of guys coping. Guys coping like crazy. Going crazy coping.
What can be done? I mean, this is a fascinating video. This is absolutely fascinating. Let's watch this.
The dating scene is getting so bad in New York City that I am seeing...
And someone says real quick, I'll address one more. Just because you're a goblin, bro. Young women love attractive, successful older men. Do you know what they love even more than that? Attractive, successful younger men that are around their same age. It has nothing to do with me. It's not about the guy being older. It's about him being successful and having money. Being older is just simply a negative outcome that they are willing to tolerate. You're looking at it from the totally, like, you're looking at, like, on a priority list, there are women that are like this. You know, it's influence, power, and appearance, right? Like, obviously, or money, influence, money, and appearance. Just because that's number 3 doesn't mean that it doesn't matter. It just means that the other two overrule it. Like, I mean, really, like, I don't understand, like, yeah, women like daddies, some do, some don't, right? I mean, that's all, there's always going to be, like, weird sexual things like that. Yeah, they're going to like a guy that's around their age that's also attractive and successful too, more than they're going to like a guy. Like, all other things being equal, I think women in general will choose a guy that's 5 years older than them much more often than choosing a guy that's 15 years older than them. And I'm talking about, by the way, whenever I'm talking about these age differences, I'm talking about, like, 10 plus years. So, like, I'm not talking about, like, oh, 3 years older. Like, that's not an older guy. I'm talking about 15 years older, 10 years older, 20 years older. No, they would pick the younger guy if all other things were the same.
Being on TikTok, there are girls going into Midtown during the week and stealing Finance Bros salads for lunch.
What?
And then looking their name up from the salad order on LinkedIn and...
See, that's got nothing to do... This is what I'm saying. Why are they... Why would it be finance? What would it possibly be because of finance? I don't know. It's a mystery. And they're not doing that because of their age, are they?
Then messaging them through there and being like, hey, oh my god, so sorry, I grabbed your salad, like, let me just make it up to you and buy you a new one. And that's how they're like sliding it, which honestly, smart. Why are we stealing men's salads? Like, why can't they just come up to us at a bar? Like, why is it getting to this point? Men, just please step up, or your salad's gonna fucking get taken. Your lunch is gonna get taken every week. Like, I'm seeing girls get so creative these days. Like, they're making bracelets with their phone numbers on them and giving them to you guys at the bars. They are taking pictures of you sneakily and then being like, hey, oh my god, making it their phone screen, and being like, hey, can you take a picture of me and my friends so you can see that your picture is their home screen? All just different.
If I did that to a girl, the police would be called. Yep, the police would be arrived, and I would I would be removed from the facility. That's a sociopath? No. I mean, like, listen, it's not done with ill intent. But what I'm saying is that the person doing it and the messenger matters more than the message. Except for extremes of like doing something really creepy or doing something very romantic and very nice, the messenger matters more than the message. That's it.
Ways to try to talk to you guys because you guys don't come up to us in New York City, and it's crazy.
Okay, some of that was weird. If I talked to a woman and she had my picture as her phone screen, I'm like, "What the hell's happening, man? Is this like some sort of weird, creepy Truman Show thing?" But there we go. I mean, that is clever and creative. Oh, I took your salad by accident. You know, blah blah blah.
Yeah, it's cute.
But this is what I mean. Like, women will signal that they're interested, but I guess if they're not getting approached at all, well, this is actually becoming a problem.
And it's also, and here's another thing, it's that, have you ever had a time where a girl did something that made you think that she was interested, but then whenever you acted on it, she was like caught off guard and it was like off-putting to her because she wasn't interested? And that's what I was saying before about there not being any shared culture. Because there's not a shared culture, there is no line and rules of engagement. Yeah, I don't want to get accused of rape later on. Well, that's way too far, right? That's way, way, way too far.
Problem for them, isn't it? Again, there are loads of videos of very attractive women who are just like, why can't I get a man And one can't help but feel that it might be a sort of confluence. I think technology definitely has a role to play in this, and the kind of unwinding of society and the shared social customs and traditions that instructed men and women on how...
Yeah, don't take a friendly gesture as forwarding, it's just friendliness. Yeah, exactly. And that's generally the case, right? Is that like... And also, I mean, in the other issue for this is that the consequence of being wrong is not worth the possibility of being right.
Exactly, to actually meet one another. I think that is genuinely a thing that's happened, although obviously can't quantify it in any way. But I also do think it's the feminism. I do think that, like, a lot of men feel like they were essentially kind of beaten out of ever approaching women, and they're like, Jesus Christ.
It's not even feminism. It's no. I don't think it's that complicated. If you are a guy and you see a girl and you're attracted to her and you want to have a relationship with this person, why would you want to begin your relationship and interaction with a person that you would potentially care about and date? Why would you do something that would make her uncomfortable? It doesn't even make sense. It's like if there are so many women that say, oh, I don't like this, don't do this, why would you go up and do something that makes a person feel uncomfortable? I wouldn't do that at all. Yeah, it's being considerate. Yeah, exactly.
Come across as like some insane creep or anything. But Lisa Britton here makes a good point. There's a trend of women asking, well, what's wrong with men? Maybe they're asking the wrong question. And someone replies, well, they should hang out in the forest. I'm sure the bears would approach them. Well, touche. But this is something that a lot of men are worried about. They worry about...
Half of single men avoid interacting with women out of fear of being seen as creepy. Absolutely. 100% fucking percent.
About coming off as creepy. And so it's like, well, there's the whole problem with feminism is that, I mean, there are lots of problems with feminism, but one of the main issues with feminism and why most women are not feminists, right? I remember back in like 2014 or whatever, the feminists were like, 80% of women agree with gender equality, and yet only like 10% of women call themselves feminists. Why? And it's because feminism contains within it a dark animus against men as men. They hate men.
Yeah,
and
it's just a bunch of fucking people that hate men. Like, I mean, and again, if you want equality, there's egalitarianism. There's already a word for that. Like, I think that a lot of modern feminism is the effort to retain privileges while gaining options. It's women want to retain the privilege of having men do certain things for them, but they want to also have the option of being able to be paid the same amount of money or being able to vote or anything else, which I agree with. But I think that if you want to be treated the same, you can't maintain privileges on top of that also. Being able to vote or anything else, which I agree with. But I think that if you want to be treated the same, you can't maintain privileges on top of that also.
Actually seek to destroy men. They seek to unseat them from their positions of power and authority because they're men, not because they've done anything wrong. They just are resentful and spiteful against men.
Yeah,
and if these women were allowed to control the discourse for a decade, which they were,
unfortunately,
well, unsurprisingly, that does have consequences. That does have a knock-on effect that people go, oh, right, okay. If for some reason this is representative of women, and we all agree that the feminists represent women, well, then things change to, you get a natural and reasonable reaction to what is being broadcast. And so men are like, right, okay, I'm not allowed to approach women anymore. I don't want to come off as some guy out of Mad Men or something.
Yeah.
Some dinosaur. And so...
Or just make the girl uncomfortable. Why would you want to make somebody that you could potentially be in a relationship with uncomfortable? Like, I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable. Like, regardless of whether this is a friend of mine or a random person, I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable. So if I know that I'm doing something that would make a person uncomfortable or there's a possibility of it, then I would avoid it.
Men just won't. even if they see an attractive girl and they think, oh God, I wish I could. Apparently a lot of them don't. And now the women are beginning to notice this. And a lot of men just have never approached a woman in person. And 70% of men say the number one reasons they don't approach women is fear of rejection. So this is another thing. Like, and this is something that when I was young, women actually, how to say it? There was less need for performative cruelty, right? Because when I was young, there was no social media.
Yeah,
you weren't going to record this, put it up. You weren't going to share it online and get loads of upvotes, likes or whatever. There was no, a girl would tell like 3 or 4 of her friends, her close circle of friends.
Yeah, sure.
And they'd titter and whatever when you walk by. But there was nothing really in being performatively sort of belligerent when rejecting someone. And so, honestly, and I know I'm going to sound like old man here, but when I was younger, I mean, there were plenty of girls that I thought liked me, that I asked out, and that didn't like me, and they were quite... quite kind when they said, "Oh no, no, thank you." Right? I appreciate the offer, but no, thank you. And that's rough, but it's not devastating. And within the next day, you just get over it and you carry on with your life. It's just the way.
Jerk off, lay down for an hour. It's like it never happened.
Things go. Sometimes you roll the dice with someone that you either know or work with or whatever, and
simple.
Sometimes you don't get what you want. But I think that now there's a kind of hard edge to it, and I genuinely think it comes from feminism. I genuinely think it comes from a culture of thinking that men are basically oppressive. And
I think these are two different groups of people. I think the problem with your logic is that women don't think with logic or reasoning or even accountability even. I'm not going down that route, right? But what I'm saying is that if you want a world with equality, why are men still always expected to be the ones that approach women? Like, really, I mean, this is odd, and this is kind of like there's another. Again, it's a social privilege. I think that it's easier to be the one that's getting asked out than the one who is having to do the asking out. Like, I mean, again, like I'm speaking from my perspective. I've never been a woman before. Well, I was for like 3 hours when I did that stream with Emmy and Jessica and fucking Miz. But other than that, I've never been a woman before. So I'm not sure. Hell yeah, it's horrifying. Yeah, exactly, right? And so why is it that they aren't going and talking to guys? Did she get approached? No, I didn't. It was for 3 hours. Yeah, and I luckily didn't leave my room.
Kind of hateful, frankly. And it's a culture that genuinely stigmatized men.
Yeah.
And I can definitely see that as a younger man now, I would definitely say it's scarier as a younger man now to approach a woman. I could see why. I think this is more of an American thing. I get the feeling that over in Britain, it's probably still not that bad. Although I have to say,
I don't know.
I'm just judging from the young men I know in this age bracket that I know, because of course I never approach women. I don't go anywhere or do anything, and with women at all. But
fucking paste.
But I can see why younger men now would feel like it's more worrisome than it was when I was young. But maybe I'm overreacting. Honestly, I want to open this up to you guys in the comments, because honestly, I don't know. And but there's got to be something to it, right? There's got to be something here, because it is weird that you get very beautiful women going, well, where the hell are the men? And the men going, well, look, we're a bit too afraid to approach you. There has to have been some reason for it, and it honestly probably is feminism.
I don't think that that's the main reason, but I think that there's a lot of other reasons too. I think obviously a lot of these women want to get asked out, but they want to get asked out by a guy that's attractive. They don't want to have a weirdo, weird-looking guy come up to them and try to ask them out. That's going to make them uncomfortable, and it is. Well, no, I don't really. That's my opinion, right? I think feminism is like, if you want to look at a pie chart, it's definitely one or two slices of the pizza, sure, but it's not the entire fucking pizza. That's my point. There's the video. And successful. Video started off strong. Yeah. I pray for victimization. Yeah, and so this is one thing. I don't know why I'm not subscribed to Sargon's channel, but I agree with that for sure. Why don't men approach me? Hi, get away from me, creep. Yeah, exactly. And it's about, again, it's the fantasy of getting approached by a person who you're attracted to, which is very different than the reality of getting approached by someone who you're not. And so if you're a guy, and a lot of guys have low self-esteem, or they don't think that they look a certain way that they are supposed to look, they have a low or negative self-image. So if you have these guys that think that they're an ugly, weird-looking guy, and oftentimes they're right, then yeah, they're not going to come up to a girl and talk to them at all, because they're going to think that, well, fuck, I'm just going to be... I'm going to be seen as a weirdo, right? You have to become more creepy? Yeah. What some guys don't get is that sometimes a woman says no and he persists anyway. Well, yeah. But there are women that like that, but I would not, hey. I would never, do not do that, bro. If a girl wants to play games with you, you are not a PlayStation. Get away from that as fast as you can. It will only get worse. So yeah. And the norm now has been constructed by women, yet they gaslight men to still wonder why it went wrong. Well, I think really that's the primary reason. And even worse is whenever you're handsome and girls get catty over you. Well, I'm not sure about that. But like what I'm saying is that for a lot of guys, I think that they don't want to go up to a girl because, again, like how many times have we seen some popular girl on like OnlyFans post a DM that she gets from some maybe some athlete that messages her, or some other like popular content creator that messages her, and she's like exposing his messages. Like I feel like I see this at least twice a month, right? And so if you're a guy and you see that, I don't want to, fuck that, bro. Like absolutely not. I don't want to deal with that shit. That's awful. Yeah, and so I'm not about that at all the time. Yes, of course. Men have their own needs. Yeah, exactly. Female leader. Yeah. Internet's forever, exactly. And so, I mean, the other week we saw 2 or 3 guy streamers have women call them rapists for basically no reason. Like, what? Well, I don't know about that. I have no idea. But in general, it's easy, bro. Passport, bro, and your wife. I don't know if it's any different in other places in the world. I have no idea. But in general, that's kind of what I would assume. And I think also it's, again, the main thing is that women have said for years they don't like being randomly approached by guys. So what a surprise that after spending years saying that you don't like being approached by men stop approaching you. Wow, what a fucking... It's a fucking mystery. How could that possibly happen? So yeah, I answer on the link. Oh geez, yeah, there's definitely that. The problem stems from 3 out of 10 girls just thinking they deserve 10 out of 10 guys, so they reject most guys. Well, I mean, I don't know. I feel like, again, like rating the appearance and everything like that, that's always like kind of subjective to an extent. But I mean, I think it's subjective and it's not, right? Obviously. But generally, that's how I feel about it. Feminism pushed men to the problem narrative, and now we see that are emboldened and women are just as bad. Not necessarily, right? I have 3 friends that already have or want to find an Asian girlfriend. Jesus Christ. Well, look, I mean, I think that there's plenty of people, like, being a different race doesn't necessarily make you spawn with different attributes, okay? This isn't World of Warcraft, all right? So there are plenty of I think that there's plenty of people, like, being a different race doesn't necessarily make you spawn with different attributes, okay? This isn't World of Warcraft, all right? So there are plenty of girls that are Asian that act this way, and plenty of girls that are not Asian that don't act this way. I don't think it's really that true, that case at all. And so yeah, it kind of does though. Yeah, I don't think so. It's race. It's not race. It's geography. I think it's also just culture and attitude and personality more than anything. But anyway, yeah, that's generally what I think about it in general. You want your kids to have genetic diversity and they have better family values. I mean, I think, like, look, you marry who you want to marry or not. Look, what the fuck am I talking about that for, right? I have no idea. But anyway, that's the reason why I think guys don't do it. Guys don't do it because girls have said they don't like it. And also, I don't think girls actually want it. I think that they only want it from guys that they think are attractive. And this is something that they want from a conceptual viewpoint, but they don't want the reality of it. Because they used to have the reality of it, and collectively, most women said they didn't like it. So I wonder, do you really think that the people now are that much different than they were 15 years ago? Absolutely not. It's probably about, or 20 years ago, not really. No, it's probably about the same group of people. That's it. From 1 to 10, women seek 9s and 10s. If it's under that, men are invisible to women. Well, women say the same thing in general, right? I mean, like, obviously they do. So, yeah, it's that simple. Most of them, I know from 20 years ago, absolutely did not hate it. It was a very small vocal minority that hated it. I think that the problem is that a lot of men... So, that's not my experience personally, is that I think that a lot of women didn't like it because it didn't stop at asking them out. There was, like, other creepy behavior that would follow that. Like, you know, following them home or asking them out multiple times or trying to, like, force interactions with them or something like that. And so, in general, the idea is, like, you know, you cut it off at the beginning, and so it never evolves into that worst stage. That's the main issue. Yeah, those are no-nos. Yeah, exactly, right? It's 5% of women that make 50% of men afraid of approaching. Most women have approached and rejected me. Don't tell me off. They just politely decline. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Someone get asking me to watch some home math on Twitter. I'm not gonna watch, like, listen, I feel like my viewpoints on this are probably the most, I think these are the most balanced viewpoints to have. Like, I can see, like, I mean, again, I can see both sides to this, right? I mean, there are some issues of it where, like, guys do feel insecure and other ones don't necessarily, right? Weird interactions like stealing salads. Yeah, but stealing, no. Stealing a salad is very different. So when a man approaches a woman and tries to, like, pursue her in a way that makes her uncomfortable, that's very different than a woman doing it to a man. And the reason why is because men are bigger, stronger, and faster than women. So there's this implied amount of physical like, dominance that exists. And so, like, that's really the big difference. Like, you can't compare the two things. Like, it's like the old Chris Rock joke. You know, every guy has a funny story about a girl that's a crazy girlfriend. Why do no girls have stories about crazy boyfriends? Well, because they're dead. So, yeah, there's just an imbalance there. And that's the reason why. It's a totally different thing. Well, North Vietnamese, we have very traditional views. It's the culture there. Yeah, I don't know. I think it depends on the person, right? More than anything. As I said before, for a pretty friend, it was constant. Being approached 10 times a day. Not everyone taking kindly to the rejection. Even one punching her in the face. Yeah, exactly, right? And then it's also, like, guys that, you know, because you also, like, again, the women that are saying, don't approach me, the guys are, that's a really great point that you're bringing up, is that a lot of guys, whenever a girl says no, now a guy treats it like it's a debate, right? He's like, oh, why not? Like, well, what if I do this? What if I pay you? What if I do this or that? You know, do you have a boyfriend? Like, why not? And so he's, like, trying to convince her. And so then you have, like, another element of uncomfortability that happens. And so I think that's, yeah, well, I'll pay you? Well, no, I'm being serious. No, really? Yeah, just walk away after the no. Yeah, but a lot of guys don't do that. That's the issue. You could ask politely, though. I think that most women are probably not going to be put off by guys that are asking politely, even if they're weird-looking guys. But the problem is that you're throwing the, like, that is, if you have 10 interactions and one of them is bad, that one bad interaction will outweigh the 9 good ones. Because the interaction that is bad is so fucking bad that it makes people, like, uncomfortable and they think about it for years. Yeah, it doesn't work at all. Yeah, and so that's really it. What the saying is matters a lot. Yeah. There's some weirdo people out there. Yeah, the bad one poisons the well. Yeah, I think so too. and women should just go back to pair bonding through knowing the same people. Yeah, we should go back to arranged marriages. I think that'd be a good idea. Yeah, that way you don't have to worry about, like, you don't have to worry about getting a girlfriend. Like, bro, like, just, you know, your parents can just set that up. You don't have to worry about this. You don't have to think about it at all. Yeah, we'll just go back to arranged marriages. And that way all of this, like, problem solving and thinking and everything like that, yeah, just bring those back. Everything's totally okay, all right? And honestly, not the worst. Yeah, I mean, hey, it solves some problems, doesn't it? Yeah, government assigned girlfriends. Yeah, well, that's going to be whenever J.D. Vance becomes president. We're gonna get that. And so, yeah, government mandated girlfriends. Yeah, more time for video games. Yeah, exactly. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to worry about it. It just kind of happens on its own. Never retire in your 20s. It will end like Amanda Bynes. How many of you guys, bro? I used to watch the Amanda Show back on like Nickelodeon or some shit. Whenever I was a kid. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
When Amanda Bynes quit acting at the age of 24, her $6 million net worth implied that she'd have a low-stress, problem-free future. Instead, through addiction, mental hospitals, jail time, unfavorable articles, evictions, and the alienation of everybody close to her.
Hold up.
Jail time, unfavorable articles, eviction.
You got Diet Coke, Powerade, alcohol, and dog food. Man. Down bad, huh?
And the alienation of everybody close to her should show that the universal dream of early retirement is actually a living hell.
Yeah.
The announcement first came on the 22nd of June 2010, and just 6 months prior, Amanda was looking incredible. She was described as one of the funniest and most promising performers of her generation, often being cast as a kind, wholesome young adult, which seemed to reflect exactly who she was off camera. In a 2007 interview, it was highlighted that she'd almost never been in trouble.
You haven't been to jail?
No.
No jail?
Not yet.
Rehab?
No.
No rehab. Amanda Bynes.
Man, that's crazy. Not yet.
What kind of a starlet are you?
I know. What's wrong with me?
The reason for which being that she valued career longevity.
I just have my eye on the prize, which for me is a long career, and I don't want to blow what I've worked so hard to achieve.
Before the interview ended, she'd add that she wasn't attracted to any kind of partying.
I'm not interested in that. You know, the club scene and drinking doesn't appeal to me, so it's actually easier for me not to do it.
However, it seemed Amanda was telling a naughty little fib. Turns out she'd begun experimenting on the set of Hairspray 1 year prior, inspired by an article in a magazine that called Adderall the new skinny pill, and they were talking about how women were taking it to stay thin. I was like, well, I have to get my hands on that before staying.
Man, that sucks. Isn't Adderall basically meth? Yeah, I don't think you should do meth. Just seems like a bad time. I thought about taking Adderall myself, but no.
I started smoking marijuana when I was 16, even though everyone thought I was the good girl.
Yeah,
Her usage was then exacerbated by
smoking weed, like, come on, guys. Like, is this really, like, release footage of
doing? And that's exactly the problem. It's the fact that there are not a lot of other competitors. They do effectively control the entire market, and they can effectively use that to force their will onto everybody else. And that's exactly what's happened. So yes, Collective Shout is an annoying bunch of obnoxious, stupid Karens that nobody likes, probably not even themselves. That's why they're spending all day doing this. But, again, if you get rid of them, this is going to happen again. The real problem is the payment processors and the lack of regulation and accountability for what they're doing. So I don't really like this, we can have their cake, you can have your cake and eat it too. Where, well, these people, they don't get regulated at all, but they can regulate everybody else and decide whatever, whatever they accept and whatever they don't accept. This is not something as simple as, baking a cake or whatever. This is a categorical rule that companies that have a complete monopoly inside of a market are exercising collectively. When companies act collectively and they behave in one specific way, that is not, again, in accordance with the law. They are making their own laws, and they are not behaving as in a free market. They are acting like a cartel. They're colluding, and more people need to know about it. And in my opinion, I think there needs to be laws against it. I wanted to make this video and talk to you guys about it because I think not enough people know. But now you know. Visa and MasterCard can suck a fucking dick, and anybody that supports them is already a dick sucker, so I don't need to say that. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Go ahead and, I had to take my dad to a fucking, cancer appointment today. And so I was busy, which, by the way, oh my god. Just before I end the video, wow, no wonder they haven't cured cancer yet. This is the nicest fucking building I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god, I've been in Hilton hotels that are less classy than this cancer facility. Oh my god. They're never curing that shit. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. But anyway, that's for another video. And maybe I'll have my actual tinfoil hat on for that one, unlike this video, which is unfortunately very, very real. Anyway, guys, thank you all very much for watching. I appreciate it. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Was edited with Adobe Premiere Pro and stitched from 2 clips.
The raw Epstein footage was modified according to its metadata, despite Dan Bongino previously saying that they would release the original footage so you wouldn't think there were shenanigans.
There's video. We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans.
Well, unfortunately, that's not what we got. Even the raw video, the original video, was put into Adobe Premiere Pro. This is a scoop from Wired. Quote, metadata shows the FBI's raw Jeffrey Epstein prison video was likely modified. And basically, they pulled the metadata and showed that the footage appears to be assembled from at least 2 source clips, saved multiple times, exported, and then uploaded to the DOJ's website, where it was presented as raw footage, which technically it is not. Now, I pulled the EXIF data myself. This is what it looks like. You can see that there's these ingredients file path here, where you can see 4 different files. 2 of them are just identical. So 2 unique files here.
It only accept this if it was to compress the file? Well, here's the reality, is that a lot of these things they can sometimes make sense because the file type would not be something that they can upload, and they are re-uploading it in a better file type or with a different type of resolution. And so, like, there are, raw data is huge. Yeah, exactly. So, like, there are reasons for that. Again, it's another point on the graph. Exactly.
Stitched together is the most charitable interpretation. But look, the stunning incompetence, if that's what this is kind of hard to take. Just over and over, they sort of hype up what they have and then deliver something different in a meaningful way. I mean, you cannot say, hey, we're going to give you original footage so you don't think there are shenanigans, and then you splice together 2 clips in Premiere Pro. I mean, yes, maybe you didn't do anything with it, but it kind of ruins the whole chain of evidence. Wired actually quotes a professor of UC Berkeley whose research focuses on digital forensics. He has testified in numerous court cases, and he says, if a lawyer brought me this file and asked if it was suitable for court, I'd say no. Go back to the source, do it right. Do a direct export from the original system, no monkey business. So that kind of puts it all together. I mean, maybe this is all charitably just incompetence. Charitably, it was just...
I think this is the problem. The problem is that there have been so many of these things that have happened at the same time and in a row that it's very hard to say that any of this was a coincidence when the coincidences just keep happening over and over and over. I mean, there's just too many fucking coincidences, man.
Hey, there was a minute at night missing because it's an old analog video system and there were 2 different files. They spliced it together. But even that is was done horribly in the worst possible way. For instance, the video aspect ratio suddenly shifts as the tape changes over or whatever they claim.
Yeah.
You can see that right here. There's a sudden shift in the video. I have not changed this video in any way. I have it in the Premiere Pro timeline, which I guess they had as well. So this is as intended. So there's this just weird shifts in the footage. I mean, this was done in actually a very sloppy way after they explicitly talked about needing to do it in the right way.
He's reaching. I think that all of these things can be explained, but here's the problem, is that this is the third or fourth video he's made about this. How many coincidences are you going to have that all align with the same outcome before you think to yourself, maybe that's the outcome? How's he reaching? Well, let me explain. So this is pretty common in like video editing, that they probably just resized it inside of Adobe Premiere Pro because they were putting all of the videos together. Because with multiple, in a lot of video software, like if you look at, for example, this says 11:58 p.m. So oftentimes videos will cut at a certain period of time to create another file. Because obviously, like, you can't just make this infinitely long file. And so the file will stop at a certain point. Like on Twitch, for example, if somebody's doing a 24-hour stream, like an ongoing subathon, you'll notice that their streams are 48 hours every single time. Here, I'll give you a direct example right now. So if I look at the Twitch tracker for my 24/7 channel, you'll see that a lot of my streams are exactly .48 hours. Why are all of my streams 48 hours? Well, it's because that's the amount of time that somebody can actually go and watch the, and it can hold data for. But would the aspect ratio change? Yes, it would, and let me explain why. It's because they could have done a bad job with it. So, for example, they're taking the aspect ratio, and you can see these black bars. The aspect ratio does not match the editing area for the window that they're editing the video in. So basically, they're putting the video, if I can explain it like this, because I've done video editing, I know how this works. You take a video, and it's like an old World of Warcraft video, and it's 4:3. So you take this video, and you put it in there, and it looks like this. But then you have a second video that you're putting in as well, and then the second video is like this, because you resized the original file incorrectly because you did a bad job. As a video editor, Zach is right. Yes, I've edited videos. I know this. Now, every system is different, and I don't know how this system works, and maybe in this system, this problem isn't relevant. They're hiding something. Here's the problem. All I'm saying, you guys, when you're a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. You don't have to be a hammer. You have to look at data, and you should always apply what I believe to be the null hypothesis of the scientific method. You assume that what you believe is not true, and you work backwards to find out that it is true. You think of plausible deniability, you think of other reasons why things could occur, and that helps you arrive at the truth more effectively than beginning at your answer. But the footage is not raw. The footage is not raw. It is not raw, almost guaranteed. Well, by definition, it's not raw because it was taken through Adobe Premiere. If it was raw, it would be the direct file from the video.
So this is as intended. So there's this just weird shifts in the footage. I mean, this was done in actually a very sloppy way after they explicitly talked about needing to do it in the right way so the American public could rely on it.
I'm not going to withhold information from the American public ever, but I'm also not going to rush to get it out there in a format in which they can't rely on it.
Except that's exactly what they did. The promises that were made are just consistently not kept. When you go on Fox News and say you're gonna do it right, you're gonna give us the original video so we don't think there are shenanigans, and then you do this, yes, we can interpret you charitably, but it leaves room for doubt. It's not only the case.
It does leave room for doubt. And again, the problem is that there are so many, and this goes back to what I said, there are so many other points on the graph, and every single point on the graph points to this being a conspiracy and a cover-up. There is nothing logical about assuming that none of this was a cover-up and this happened completely organically. No logical person could come to the conclusion that all of these things just happened to happen simultaneously, and it was like some weird stars aligning. Everybody it's like some kind of like Rube Goldberg machine that makes Jeffrey Epstein the only person. Like it's bullshit. Total bullshit.
That at 11:58 p.m. the aspect ratio changes.
Yeah.
It's also the case that the enhanced version and the raw version also differ from each other in how the aspect ratio changes. You can see that originally the enhanced and the regular raw version line up perfectly in terms of aspect ratio. But when the camera flips over to this new day, now their aspect ratio is actually off from each other.
Exactly. And you can see how it's probably because the new day signified a new recording, and the new recording was then resized wrongly. That's what I think happened. I actually don't think this is a smoking gun.
So why?
I don't.
I mean, this is like so obviously bad. They said they were taking their time with this. They said, oh, no shenanigans here. But this wasn't a complicated job. It was just about, like, they did mild sharpening and contrast boosting. Why they're playing around with the aspect ratio like they're a film director in their first year of film school is unimaginable to me. I just cannot understand.
And Coffee's right about this too, is that how the fuck do you not get this right? Like, I got this right in 2008 whenever I made videos in Windows Movie Maker. This is the FBI communicating information to the national public, and you're fucking it up?
Why you would be doing this in such a sloppy way. So just incredibly incompetent work here is the nicest way to say it.
Yeah.
We know now
it's
that
it's incompetent at absolute best.
Epstein footage that they have released to us, even the raw footage, was modified. Last thing I want to say is that it's the final day of Crime is Legal merch. 10% off at the link below now.
Yep, there it is. And you remind us all we are. Yeah, there has to be some sort of diversion. Whoever's responsible is corrupt and they have funding. Yeah, I don't know. If Trump's first order of business was to fire all the competent people in government, well, I don't know. I mean, I feel like they weren't there to begin with, to be honest. But yeah, I don't know. Would you want a resignation over this? I think that the person who is, I mean, actually, yeah. In a way, I think I would want a resignation over this. And the reason why is because of how mismanaged it is. That's the reason why. Like, even if all of this is true and they're telling the truth, they've mismanaged. Check the Trump tweet. It's about this. Okay, let me see what he said. Oh, let me link you Coffee's video, too. Like, I've been watching a number of his videos on this Epstein stuff, and I'm really glad to see him bringing this up and talking about it. Give him some support. I completely agree with covering this and caring about this. It's unbelievable how they believe people are idiots and wouldn't notice this. It's not just noticing one thing. It's noticing 20 things that all lead to the same conclusion. If the only thing that was wrong is, oh, the aspect ratio is different, I would go and say, yeah, well, they probably just edited it wrong or they fucked up the aspect ratio in post-production. Sure, mistakes happen. But the problem is that how is it that the mistakes that always happen seem to be in the benefit of one thing? I've always said that when coincidence and personal interest converge, in a lot of cases, it's not a coincidence. And I think this is a great example of that. So piracy is coming back. I think the reason why this is happening is the old quote from Gavin. Piracy is a service problem. The reason why piracy went down is because there were services like Netflix, for example, that acted as a market replacement for piracy, and the amount of money that you had to spend was minimal enough to where you could get the value out of it, and instead of spending the extra time and the potential risk with piracy, you could I mean, smoking weed. The partnership ended when the company. Oh, that doesn't really matter then. Yeah, like whatever. Who cares?
Failure of her side business in 2009, after which she was losing high-profile movie roles for getting too cooked whilst on set. When I was doing Hall Pass, I remember being in the trailer and I used to chew the Adderall tablets because I thought they made me more high that way. It was the mixture of being so high that I couldn't remember my lines and not liking my appearance that prompted Bynes to pull out of the film.
Well, that's probably what it is, right? Because, like, I mean, she used to be really, really hot and it looked like she gained a lot of weight. And I'm sure people told her that all the time. So she's taking Adderall and spamming Adderall to lose weight in order to not be fat. I mean, she got wired up, yeah. And like that's sad, man. It really is.
After removing herself from Hall Pass, Amanda starred in one final movie, Easy A, the premiere of which becoming the straw that broke the camel's back. Bynes recalls attending a screening of her last film, Easy A, and having a different reaction than everyone else to the movie. I literally couldn't stand my appearance in that movie, and I didn't like my performance. I was absolutely convinced I needed to stop.
Yeah, see, that's what's fucked up. Is like, so she fucked with her own head. She got in her own head because, like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I think she's really pretty in this. Like, I'm being honest, right? Like, there's nothing... Yeah, she looks like a girl that wouldn't talk to me.
Acting after seeing it. In a foggy state of mind, Amanda announced her retirement in 4 spontaneous tweets reading, being an actress isn't as fun as it may seem. If I don't love something anymore, I stop doing it. I don't love acting anymore, so I've stopped doing it. I know 24 is a young age to retire, but you heard it here first, I've #retired.
I think that, like, if she wants to retire at a young age, that's totally fine. But, like, I think that if you put it in context, it's obvious that she's retiring because she's unhappy. You know, she's retiring because of, like, some form of body dysmorphia.
Although with an unresolved substance problem and nothing else to do, Amanda's usage continued to escalate. I just had no purpose in life. I'd been working my whole life and now I was doing nothing.
Should have played MMOs. It would have solved this whole problem.
It continues, I had a lot of time on my hands and I would wake and bake and literally be stoned all day long. Around this time, Amanda said she started hanging out with a seedier crowd and I isolated a lot. I got really into my drug usage and it became a really dark, sad world for me. It was with this seedier crowd that Amanda began to frequent nightclubs, eventually leading to her first of many mugshots. She'd been arrested for sideswiping a police car.
A DUI, that's pretty bad, man. 2 hit-and-run charges? Wait, this is really bad. Yeah, this isn't like, oh, I was smoking weed on like in a public park or near a school. Like, what the fuck, bro? She's playing Grand Theft Auto. What is this? This again? No, you're thinking of Sniper Wolf. This is... Well, it's basically the same thing. It's actually even... I'd say it's probably almost worse. I think DUI is even worse. DUI is very bad.
Run and driving under the influence, which she'd attempt to solve not through the court system, but rather by tweeting at the president. Hey Barack Obama, I don't drink. Please fire the cop who arrested me. I also don't hit and run at the end, although the post was met with silence. Despite the unfavorable...
Yeah, I mean, listen, if it was Trump, maybe she would have had a chance.
Press, Amanda continued to party in the public spotlight, even claiming in a People magazine interview that she was doing amazing while adding, I'm not talking about being arrested for
Yeah, Trump would have done it because he was attracted to her because she reminded Trump of his daughter.
DUI because I don't drink, and I don't drink and drive. It is all false, although according to others around her, Amanda was completely delusional. People around Amanda are really concerned about her, a source tells People. She tells people she doesn't party or drink, she doesn't realize she has a problem, which is followed by some rock-solid evidence confirming this. Just 2 days after claiming that she was doing amazing, Amanda was dropped by her agent, publicist, and lawyer, with an article stating all three people are telling similar stories. Bynes was a dream client for years, but she became extremely difficult in the past 12 months, some say uncontrollable. All three members of the team made multiple efforts to help Amanda before she went radio silent. Eventually, the team decided to cut bait, acknowledging they can't help someone that doesn't want to be helped. Clearly,
no, I mean, that's sad, man. Like, this whole story, like, I mean, there's no, okay, let me get this out of the way. There is literally no justification for, like, DUI. Like, I'm sure you can think of some weird, crazy circumstance where it's, like, not completely horrible, but, like, she wasn't in that circumstance, okay? Like, she should not have been doing DUI. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, she probably got fucked up. Yeah, like, 100%. Never an excuse. What are you talking about? What is this?
fed up by her portrayal in the tabloids, Amanda found herself in physical altercations with the paparazzi.
Amanda. Absolute W, Amanda. Bro, bring a bat next time and a taser. Somebody tries to harass you in public off of this bullshit? Oh my God.
In verbal altercations with
because you know, like, they're probably asking her, like, what do you think about being fat now? So how's it like being a loser? Like, you know, they're basically like chatters, but you can't ban them.
High-profile celebrities. For example, she'd make a tweet reading, "At Rihanna, you look so ugly trying to be white," who'd then respond by stating, "Yeah, see what happens when they cancel intervention?" Amanda then responded,
That's fucked up. That is absolutely so fucked up. Wow. Rihanna's a G? Yeah, apparently.
To this by stating, "At Rihanna, unlike your fugly face self, I don't do drugs. You need the intervention, dog. I met your ugly face in person. You aren't pretty, you know it." In a different tweet.
See, isn't that sad though, right? Is like she's constantly in her feelings about the way people look. You know what I mean? Like that's what's fucked up. It's sad, right? I mean, obviously it's not justified, like, but it is sad.
Amanda simply wrote, "At Miley Cyrus, you're ugly," who take the more mature approach by responding with, "I won't even entertain that thought." I was rooting for her comeback until she started attacking me, with Amanda's callouts being pretty clear projections, as she wasn't looking so great herself.
Exactly.
Not even 3 years after retiring, she'd post this video to her Twitter with the caption, "I'm sucking on a Sour Patch Kid listening to music getting ready for tonight," prompting concern from her now declining fan base. She is seriously such a pretty girl. It's so sad seeing her like this. Something is definitely not right. She needs some help and someone or a few people to sit her down and get her back on straight.
Didn't Amanda Bynes have like some sort of like altercation or problem with like family members managing her money or something like that? I don't remember if this was the case or not. Yeah, no, maybe that was somebody else. No, I think that was also Britney. No, it was not Britney Spears. Like I listen. She was in a conservatorship like Britney Spears. Yeah, I know that it was. I'm not. Okay, whatever. Maybe I am wrong, but I'm not thinking of Britney Spears.
With no clear desire to pursue anything meaningful, Amanda's situation had no hope of improving. In that very same month, Amanda Bynes was allegedly kicked out of a New York gymnastics class for showing up in an outfit comprised of fishnets, a wig, and a lingerie-like leotard.
Well, I think that she was just a few years too early for this. Nowadays, you do that with a camera, and then you cancel any guy that looks at you. Yeah, so really, she was just ahead of her time.
Of course, she denies it, stating, "I'm suing every blog saying I was kicked out of gymnastics. What is wrong with you people? What would you do if you found fake stories about you, making it difficult to ascertain what had actually happened?" The article came alongside a different video of Amanda dancing uncontrollably.
Because people do make up bullshit, right? They do. Oh, here we go. Yeah, okay, so this is a person that's like linked at least like a title of something, right? This is so as always, I remembered the correct thing. It's just the usual. Troubled actress Amanda Bynes has accused her parents of stealing and money laundering. The 27-year-old has also threatened to take legal action against her family, reported the Daily Star. She has earlier said that she is not on speaking terms with her parents. I was right. There it is.
On a treadmill, and another video of her doing a similar dance while walking around New York City without any shoes on. 3 weeks later, she'd give a rare interview.
I mean, I've seen there's plenty of crackheads here in Austin that act like that. That I wouldn't even faze me.
In Touch magazine,
but they are crackheads.
Stating, I have no clue why people say I'm insane.
Dude, the other day, this was so weird. I was at the convenience store, and this old guy who looks like the fucker right in the pussy guy that with like the hood on. He was out in front of the store and he was like, hey, Zach. He knew my name. He knew me. And he was just like a 50-year-old crackhead. And I was like, oh, what's up, bro? How you doing? And I'm just, going to the store, right? I'm like, whatever. I'm like, I'm still thinking like, where the fuck do I know that crackhead from? Where do I know him from? Where did he come from? I don't know what to say.
Every time I've heard it, it came from an ugly person's mouth, so I don't care. Before she'd add, I don't...
Yeah, see, there it is again, the appearance.
Drink, I'm allergic to alcohol. The star insists she doesn't smoke pot, which is followed by Amanda being evicted only 1 month later for smoking pot in the lobby of her building.
You've got to remember in like 2013, smoking weed still wasn't socially acceptable in the same way that it is now. Like we were still in that transition point. There were a lot of people that were negative about weed, and it still isn't. Yeah, but like it's like if it's like, I think it's like 95% socially accepted then. Back then it was like 35% or 45% socially accepted.
As a result, she'd make her way over to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, where she'd bring the receptionist to tears by telling the worker she was too ugly to check Bynes in. After a 9-day stay in the building, Amanda was kicked out for removing smoke detectors, which accompanied...
Ain't no chirping here.
Other photos of the messy state the room had been left in.
Yeah.
In the process, Amanda racked up a $9,000 hotel bill, which likely contributed to the $1.4 million she'd reportedly spent in only a couple of months.
That's a
Amanda
lot.
apparently withdrew $100,000 from her bank on June 4 and a further $100,000 on July 2nd, showing
That's a
that she
lot
was
of money.
spending about $100,000 every 30 days. Contributing
Spending I know people that spend $100,000 a month. But the difference is they're working. Yeah, they work, right? On Genshin, I mean,
to this was one single taxi ride from New York to Los Angeles, which she used as an alternative to flying, given airports didn't accept Google as a form of identification.
Man, she's just finding out a lot of shit, huh? That sucks.
Once back in Los Angeles, she'd pour petrol on a random person's driveway before setting it on fire. In the process, she'd accidentally spill some of the petrol on her dog, prompting her to take it to a nearby convenience store for a wash, where she'd be kicked out by the owner for walking into the back without permission.
She really is. This is just like an average crackhead. Like, this is just an average day. Because, yeah, you have to understand, like, this is an average Tuesday. Like, all of these things for an average crackhead, all of these things could have happened in one day.
The bizarre evening led to her first stint in a mental hospital, after which she'd attempt to fix her life by going to rehab, reconciling with her family, and
That's
rediscovering purpose by enrolling in fashion school.
Great.
To
Good
signify
for her.
her fresh new start, Amanda had some of her tattoos lasered, which accompanied a series of tweets implying that things were back to normal. That would be until 5 months later.
Well, that didn't last.
when she was once again arrested for driving under the influence. That very same month, Amanda was kicked out of fashion school for showing up high and causing, quote, horrendous arguments.
Jesus, she just can't keep it together. Oh my God, that's sad.
4 weeks later, Amanda made another absolutely insane tweet claiming that she'd been microchipped by her parents.
My dad never did any of those things. The microchip in my brain made me say those things, but he's the one that ordered them to Yeah, so this is, again, an average crackhead. Yeah. No, this is normal. This is what a crackhead, would a crackhead say this? Absolutely. Yes.
Before stating that she was now engaged to a 19-year-old who she'd met in a fishing shop. It was then reported that Amanda was seen heading into a West Hollywood tattoo parlor to have her fiancé's face inked on her neck. Apparently she was turned away for not having proper identification, and this might have been for the better given she was also recorded getting overly touchy with a random security guard at around the same time. However, it seemed this would also become a turning point as the negative press completely vanished overnight. There weren't any new Amanda updates for well over a year until this.
I mean, it is sad. It really is. It's sad to see this happen to somebody, especially because, like, you know, this is a person who, like, probably had to live with their entire life on rails with, like, their parents controlling everything that they did whenever they were a kid, having to do all this stuff, and then finally they become an adult, and it's like, it's just, they just go absolutely fucking berserk because they don't know how to act like a normal person. It's sad, man. It really is. It sucks. Child stars always get fucked up? No, they don't. There's plenty of child stars that are totally normal and there's nothing wrong with them at all. But there's a lot of them that aren't. And you hear about the ones that do. Name one. I mean, Leonardo DiCaprio, Christian Bale were both child stars. They're chilling. Yeah, I mean, Justin Timberlake, yeah. Ryan Gosling, yeah, true. Emma Watson, yeah. Look at, all the people from Harry Potter, like, none of them are on crack. Or at least none of the main ones. Yeah, I think actually it's the norm. Kurt Russell, Selena Gomez, yeah. I feel like it's actually the norm that people don't have this happen, right? It's sad to see it happen, and it's easy to understand why it happens, but it is not the norm.
This article was posted simply confirming that she was back in fashion school.
Good
With
for
a
her.
new challenge and goal to work towards, Amanda was able to stay sober for 3 whole years, returning to the public spotlight with a brand new interview. She'd state that things were going well,
I've been going to school lately, fashion school, FITM.
while expressing painful guilt over her choice to quit acting.
I do miss acting, and I actually have something surprising to tell you. I'm going to start acting again. Yes!
This would come alongside a tell-all interview with
nice.
Paper Magazine, in which she'd confirmed that she was now 4 years sober, with the article stating that she'd found a new pursuit to
I'm getting a little bit nervous, though, because this is, again, this happened like 5 years ago, and so, like, man, like 5 years is a long time for some shit to change.
fill the hole that acting had left, fashion. So when she'd celebrate her fashion school graduation around 7 months later, it was also a point of concern. Amanda had overcome her challenge, achieved her goal, but was back to a state of idleness. Not even 6 months after graduating, Amanda had returned to rehab, where she'd post selfies of her new home job looking face tattoos, as well as meet her new boyfriend, who she'd get engaged to only 8 weeks later. Given the two met while in rehab, it seemed they helped each other stay sober, although after a rocky 3-year relationship, it eventually came to an end. In the days that followed their breakup, Amanda was recorded by a fan in this video.
Amanda, say what's up. What's up? We just walking the streets of Hollywood. I saw my girl walking, so I said I had to say what's up.
Which was posted to TikTok, where it received over 15 million views and comments such as, "Man, it breaks my heart."
It must be so fucking annoying to have people like that record you like that. And, like, I bet as a girl, it probably is really fucking annoying because, like, you know, guys that think like, they usually are used to looking at girls with makeup. And so, like, you see a girl without makeup, it's like, oh, man, she's ugly. Like, what the fuck? And, like, that's just how it is, right? But, like, as a guy, you don't really have that as much. Yeah, true. No, for real. Like, fuck that attention. Yeah, it must suck.
to see how they destroyed Amanda Bynes, the sweetest girl ever. It took me so long to realize that this was Amanda Bynes. I'm so sad now. Girl, what? That's Amanda Bynes? My heart goes out to her. Hope she's getting well. However, the worst was still...
Man, am I crazy for thinking, like, she doesn't even look that fucked up? Like, she looks fine. Like, yeah, the face tattoo is weird, but, like, other than that, I think she looks fine, man. She looks high as fuck. Maybe a bit.
What's up? What's up?
Yeah, like...
We just walking the streets of Hollywood. I saw my girl walking, so I said I had to say what's up.
I don't think she looks that bad. Maybe I'm crazy, but, like, I don't. She looks zonked to have a brain? Yeah, I mean, a bit, but, like, I don't know.
To realize that this was Amanda Bynes. I'm so sad now. Girl, what? That's Amanda Bynes? My heart goes out to her. Hope she's getting well. However, the worst was still yet to come. On the very same day that the TikTok was posted, Amanda was found roaming the streets of Los Angeles naked, resulting in her return to a psychiatric facility. Just 2 months after this, a new article was published titled "Amanda Bynes is sad and isolated after being released from mental health facility as she has lost interest in her passions while living alone," which is followed by another psychiatric hold just 3 months after her previous one.
Jesus.
More optimistically, however, it was shown in September 2023 that Amanda was making an effort to remove her face tattoos, which you could argue is at least a step in the right direction.
God damn, man.
When Amanda...
Holy fuck, man. That is sad. The whole thing is just fucking sad, in my opinion. Like, what the fuck? Seems bipolar. That was depressing. Yeah, I know. Never retire in your 20s, alone like Amanda Bynes. I don't know, bro, about this title. Like, I don't think the title is even accurate. Like, I feel like this is, like, such a massive fucking exception. Like, there's so many crazy things that have happened with her. Like, it makes sense, you know? Like, nothing to... It's got really... I think it does, though. It's like, it seems like whenever she had something that she was doing, everything was fine. But whenever she had to do what she wanted to do, everything fell apart. You know, there's the video right there. It's a decent